Chapter 3008. Understanding this, Yang Kai didn't resist as much. After thinking for a moment, he also sat beside Lin Yun, listening to the sound of the iron pot while smelling the aroma. Waiting to eat. After a while, delicious, delicious. Lin Yun held a large bone in her hand and praised as she chewed on it. Eat slowly. Yang Kai reached out and wiped the oil stains on his face. No one will fight with you for it. Although he said this, his speed wasn't slow. There was a pile of bones beside him, and there were even more on Lin Yun's side, almost forming a small mountain. As expected of a divine spirit descendant, the flesh and blood contained an extremely rich energy essence. Eating a mouthful, his mouth was full of saliva and his stomach was burning. Although there weren't any seasonings, this was definitely the most delicious food Kai Yang had ever eaten. The iron pot seemed to have some kind of magical power. Just by casually cooking it, it was able to make people swallow their own tongues. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, Yang Kai picked up a large bowl and drank a mouthful of soup. He glanced at Li Jiao standing to the side and said, "Brotherly, do you want to try it?" "No." Li Jiao said politely. "Then why are you swallowing your saliva? Don't talk nonsense." Li Jiao smiled and said, "Then this Li won't be polite." Although he still felt a little repulsed in his heart, after all, they were all divine spirit descendants. Suddenly being cooked in a pot, although it smelled good, he would definitely feel a little conflicted if he really ate it. However, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's invitation. Moreover, he really did want to take a bite and see what it tasted like. Walking to the side of the pot, Li Jiao stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of pork rib. He apologized and took a small bite. Then, his eyes widened and his speed increased a lot. It was like a gust of wind sweeping away the clouds. Delicious, right? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. Not bad, it's really not bad. Following Palace Master Yang is really a blessing. Lin Yun didn't make a sound. While Yang Kai and Li Jiao were talking, she had already wolfed down the food for a while. Immediately, a few more bones appeared beside her. The little black dog was not to be outdone either. It leaned over the pot and bit off a large piece of meat with its mouth, eating it with relish. 2 hours later, Xiaoyun was lying on the ground, rubbing her stomach. The huge Holy Spirit descendant was devoured cleanly by the three of them, not even leaving behind a single drop of soup. Lin Yun had a satisfied expression on her face. She had finally eaten to her heart's content. Ever since she had sneaked out, she had never had a full day. In the past, when she was by her master's side, she did not have to worry about food and drink. Everything was taken care of by her master. Only after leaving her master's side did she know that life was not easy. Even eating a full meal was so difficult. Now that he thought about it, he began to miss his master. "Little Yun, why didn't you use this trump card earlier?" Yang Kai asked as he picked his teeth with a piece of grass. He didn't know where this iron pot unification came from. If Xiaoyun had taken it out from the beginning, that bullshit sword formation would have been broken long ago, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later on. Lin Yun narrowed her eyes and said, "Master said that the trump card cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary." Master again. The little girl seemed to really take her master's words as a golden rule. "I'll take you to eat something better next time," Yang Kai said casually. Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised. "Really? And there is a savage desolate ancient ground in the Eastern Territory. There is a lot of good food there." Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He had heard that there was a divine spirit guarding that place. Palace Master Yang's courage was too big. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." Xiaoyun was very happy. After lying down for a while, Yang Kai said, "Where do you plan to go next?" The wind and cloud pavilion was destroyed, and the little girl's goal was achieved. It could be said that she had vented her anger. I don't know. Lin Yun shook her head. She was just feeling annoyed and had run away from home. She did not have any plans. It was a coincidence that she had met Yang Kai. I see. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "Why don't you come with me to the Northern Territory? I've built a high heaven palace there." High heaven palace. Lin Yun was immediately interested. After all, she had stayed in Shadowed Star's high heaven sect for a while. Hearing this name made her feel very familiar. She nodded and said, Okay, then we'll go back tomorrow. Yang Kai immediately made a decision. The matter with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was a little big. A top sect was destroyed just like that. If he and Lin Yun were cultivator in the Western Territory, it would be fine, but the problem was that neither of them was from the Western Territory. If they continued to stay here, they might attract the attention of the Great Emperors. The Great Emperors of Night Shadow and Shadow Killer Hall were not easy to provoke. Li Jiao was also shocked when he heard this. It was not easy. After running out with Yang Kai, he finally saw hope of returning home. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Yang Kai began to arrange the space array. He originally wanted to find a hidden location in the Western Territory to set it up so that it would be convenient for him to travel in the future. If he wanted to come to the Western Territory again, he could just use the space array directly. However, he was not familiar with the Western Territory, so it would not be easy to find such a place. It might take him 1 to 2 months or even more. So, after careful consideration, he gave up on his original plan. It was better to go back first. If he really needed to come to the Western Territory one day, it would not be a big deal to make another trip. He directly set up the space array on the mountain peak of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao meditated quietly to the side, but in fact, he was secretly paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. He was also a palace master and had good eyesight, so he could naturally see the extraordinariness of this territory space array. Lin Yun had nothing to do, playing with the little black dog. Half a day later, the space array was ready. Yang Kai called out, and Lin Yun immediately ran over with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also walked into the array base. The space principles fluctuated, enveloping the 3 people and the dog. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and when his emperor qi surged, the array lit up. Rise! Yang Kai shouted, and a dazzling light enveloped everyone, causing them to instantly disappear. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange power attack him. This power was not too strong, but it was extremely clever and actually interfered with his teleportation. Yang Kai was shocked, but before he could figure out what had gone wrong, a voice suddenly rang out in his knowledge sea. Boy, you've got guts, daring to kidnap this king's beloved disciple. Seeing that you have no ill intentions, I'll let you go this time, but if there's a next time, this king will kill you. The voice rang directly in his knowledge sea, clearly breaking through its defenses, but what shocked Yang Kai was that he did not notice anything strange at all. This was simply unbelievable. His divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so who could quietly break through his knowledge sea's defenses and send a voice into his head. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, his vision blurred and he found himself back in the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Li Jiao standing beside him, his brow furrowed. Obviously, he had not yet recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across territory, and the little black dog stood at his feet with a dull expression. Only Lin Yun was missing. Yang Kai's expression changed and he hurriedly wanted to teleport back to check on the situation, but when he poured his divine sense into the space array beneath his feet, he found that the connection with the Western Territory array had been cut off. Impossible. He and Li Jiao had just teleported here, so it was impossible for the connection to be cut off so suddenly. The space arrays he had arranged could all be connected to one another, so as long as he adjusted them properly, he could freely travel between them. After teleporting so many times, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with the array he had arranged. It was definitely not the kind of thing that would malfunction so easily. Thinking back to the words that had just echoed in his mind, Yang Kai's expression changed again. Little Yun should have been left behind by her master. Had little Yun's master been following her all this time? If not, how could little Yun have been left behind so quickly? The reason the connection to the array was cut off was clearly because someone had destroyed it. Needless to say, the one who had destroyed it was little Yun's master. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This was the second time he had encountered such a thing. The first time was in the ancient land, where the array he had left behind had been destroyed by the Wan Feng, and now he was encountering it again. Just who was little Yun's master? She had been following him for so many days without him noticing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai could not help breaking out in cold sweat. No, no. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that some time ago, in that city, he had inexplicably felt a sense of hostility. That hostility had come and gone as quickly as it had appeared. At that time, he had thought it was some kind of illusion, but now that he thought about it, it wasn't an illusion at all. That hostility had clearly come from little Yun's master. Why is she so hostile towards me? The words that had entered his mind just now clearly carried some prejudice, and the tone was very unkind. Yang Kai was baffled, thinking that he had not done anything to little Yun. But after understanding this, Yang Kai felt relieved. As long as there was no problem with the array that had prevented little Yun from following him, it did not matter. Her master was definitely a master, and she probably had her own considerations for leaving her behind. Inferring from the words just now, this master was still very concerned about Lin Yun. Wind and Cloud Pavilion, on a mountain peak. Lin Yun stood alone on the array, a blank expression on her face. Looking around, she could not find anyone, so she immediately called out, "Uncle Yang, Uncle Yang." No one responded. She shouted a few more times, but it was still quiet all around. "Stop shouting," a voice suddenly sounded, and as soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. Lin Yun looked over and was pleasantly surprised. "Master, why are you here?" She ran over in a few steps and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man sighed, "If I didn't come, you would have been abducted." "How could I not come?" Originally, he did not intend to show himself so early. It was not easy for him to find a successor, and he was extremely concerned about Lin Yun. After getting along with her for so many years, Lin Yun did not disappoint him, and her cultivation progressed extremely quickly. Therefore, he doted on this little girl in every possible way. Running away from home and secretly escaping was just Lin Yun's wishful thinking. Under his watch, if not for his indulgence, how could Lin Yun escape? Chapter 3009. Lin Yun stuck out her tongue, not realizing that she had been caught running away from home, and pouted, "Master, you've been following me all this time." That person said, "The world is dangerous, but you are innocent, so Master naturally has to keep an eye on you and protect you." Lin Yun snorted angrily and said, "No wonder I was able to subdue that big guy so easily yesterday, so it was you who secretly helped." Although she was innocent, she was not a fool. Yesterday, she was a little surprised that her skills had suddenly improved, but now she understood. It was not that she had improved, but because her master had secretly helped her, otherwise, she would not have been able to subdue that divine spirit descendant so easily. Being exposed by her, that person smiled slightly and did not deny it. "Where did Uncle Yang go?" Lin Yun asked. That person said, "He is hundreds of millions of kilometers away." As he spoke, he glanced at the territory-crossing space array and was secretly shocked. He was well aware of Yang Kai's cultivation. Yang Kai's space divine ability was extremely profound, and he was even able to arrange such a powerful spirit array. No matter how picky he was, he felt that this boy's future achievements would be limitless. But so what? He actually dared to try to abduct his disciple, and he was already giving face to Lin Yun, by not breaking his legs. "Ah, I want to find Uncle Yang." Lin Yun was anxious. "Nonsense. That person's face darkened. You have been out for a long time, so you should go back with Master. Don't waste your cultivation." "I don't want to, I want to find Uncle Yang." Saying so, she walked into the space array and activated her Emperor's Qi, trying to activate the array with a red face, but there was no reaction at all. When that person saw this, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, thinking, "Master has taught you so hard for so many years, raising you up and giving you the cultivation of the Emperor realm, but you can't even compare to this strange Uncle Yang? Girls are said to be extroverted, but isn't this too much?" He did not have a good impression of Yang Kai to begin with, and now he felt even worse. He could not wait to grab this boy from the other side of the space array and torture him to vent his anger. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the bitterness in his heart, that person smiled and said, "Disciple, let's discuss something." "What?" Lin Yun looked at him angrily. "You like that kid surnamed Yang very much? Uncle Yang is Xiaoyun's relative. You want to find him? Master, please come and help me. I don't know why this thing is useless." Of course, it was useless. Master had used a hidden force to sever the connection in the void. It would be strange if it was useful. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in the future. "I heard what your Uncle Yang said before. He has a sect in the Northern Territory called the High Heaven Palace, right?" After a pause, he continued, "Disciple, when you reach the Third Order Emperor realm, Master will take you to the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace to find your Uncle Yang. At that time, you can stay there for as long as you want." Hearing this, Lin Yun's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? Her heart hurt even more. That person forced a smile and gently nodded. "When has Master ever lied to you?" Lin Yun didn't even think about it and immediately rushed over from the space array, grabbed his arm, and flew forward. "What are you doing?" That person was stunned. "Let's go back and cultivate." "Master, don't worry, Xiaoyun will definitely reach the Third Order Emperor realm soon. It's rare for you to be so proactive. Master is very pleased. This is Master's precious disciple." That person said with a smile, but the bitterness in his mouth was worse than eating Chinese medicine. "Damn, why do I feel like I've lost? Why is this? Brat, you're called Yang Kai, right? Just you wait. Greetings, Palace Master. Palace Master is back. Quick, inform the head chief." Beside the High Heaven Palace's transmission array, several disciples who were guarding the array were overjoyed when they saw Yang Kai and shouted one after another. They were originally disciples of Thousand Leaves sect and were brought to the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai after the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect. Although they still wore the Thousand Leaves sect symbol, as time passed, they became more and more attached to the High Heaven Palace. Today, not a single Thousand Leaves sect disciple felt that they weren't part of the High Heaven Palace. Cultivating here was too comfortable. Not only was the world energy many times denser than in Thousand Leaves sect, they also didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. The head chief didn't treat them differently just because they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. In just a short period of time, the cultivations of all the original disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had greatly increased. The original sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, had even entered seclusion to break through to the Emperor realm. This was something they didn't even dare to imagine before. But everything changed after coming to the High Heaven Palace. Now, if anyone dared to say that they weren't disciples of the High Heaven Palace, they would definitely fight them to the death. Yang Kai was Thousand Leaves sect's benefactor and the master of the High Heaven Palace. However, this master was somewhat elusive. He rarely stayed in the High Heaven Palace. Most of the time, he was running around outside. Occasionally, he would come back, but he wouldn't stay for long. Chief Steward Wuxia Xianxia had already instructed that if Yang Kai returned, he must be notified immediately. That was why these disciples were so excited. Li Jiao recovered from the after-effects of teleporting across territory. He looked around and asked in surprise, "Where's that girl?" That young lady was standing beside him just now. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Yang Kai said, "She was asked to stay by her master. She couldn't come with us." Her master. Li Jiao's expression changed when he heard this, and he said in shock, "That master has appeared?" Yang Kai glanced at him and asked curiously, "Why does it sound like you know who little Yun's master is?" Li Jiao's expression changed for a moment before he honestly said, "I have a guess." "Oh?" Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. "Who is that master? Tell me about it." Although he could guess that Lin Yun's master was definitely not an ordinary person and was most likely one of the great emperors, he didn't know who it was. There were only a few great emperors he had come into contact with, so it was unlikely that they were related to little Yun. However, Li Jiao being able to guess was beyond his expectations. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before asking, "Does Palace Master Yang know anything about that girl's iron pot? This is the first time I've seen it. I've never heard of it before." "That's right." Li Jiao nodded. "Since Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origins of that iron pot, it's understandable that you can't guess it." "What is that iron pot called?" Li Jiao solemnly said, "That pot is called Return to One." Palace Master Yang should have also sensed it. That pot is an ancient rare treasure. Once this pot appears, it can collect all the treasures in the world. Yang Kai gently nodded. He had seen the power of Return to One before. In the Yin-Yang Five Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram, Lin Yun had collected the artifacts of over 100 people, relying on this strange divine power. It could even be said that the divine spirit descendant being collected wasn't because of little Yun's ability, but rather because of this ancient rare treasure called Return to One. As far as this Li knows, the previous owner of this pot was the famous Iron Blood Great Emperor. Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. That's right, it was the Iron Blood Master. No one knows how the Iron Blood Master obtained this ancient rare treasure. Everyone only knows that it was in his hands, but that was a matter from 1,000 years ago. How powerful was the Iron Blood Master? Even among all the great emperors, he was one of the top existences. There was almost no one in the world who could be his opponent, so why would he need to use such a treasure? That's why Return to One has never appeared in the past 1,000 years. However, the older generation in the Emperor realm is no stranger to this ancient rare treasure. This Li is certain that the iron pot in the girl's hands is definitely Return to One. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. In other words, little Yun's master is the Iron Blood Master? There's a 90% chance. Li Jiao nodded and said, "Lord Iron Blood is elusive. There are only a few people who know him, but his cultivation path is very similar to that lady's. They both pay attention to the strength of the physical body." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. Little Yun's master was the Iron Blood Great Emperor." This was both expected and unexpected. It seemed that when Yang Yen left and took little Yun away, he wanted to entrust the little girl to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. And with the personal guidance of the great emperors, there was a reasonable explanation for little Yun's rapid growth in cultivation. The Iron Blood Great Emperor had taught her everything, and with little Yun's tyrant body of strength, it would be strange if her cultivation speed was not fast. Yang Kai suddenly remembered another matter. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, before the battle between the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Duan Hongchen, the great emperors of the secular world had casually said that the iron-blood Great Emperor had accepted a good disciple. Now, it seemed that the good disciple was Lin Yun. Yang Kai was very happy for her. This little girl had found a good master. With such great emperors protecting her, who in this world would dare to provoke her? From the words of the iron-blood Great Emperor, it seemed that he also valued Lin Yun, very much. It could even be said that he doted on her, causing him to have some prejudice against Yang Kai. Touching his nose, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by an unexpected calamity. Li Jiao, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in fear, "The Iron-Blood Master has been following us all this time?" "Probably," Yang Kai replied casually. Li Jiao's cold sweat became even more severe. Previously, in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, when Yang Kai and Lin Yun were trapped by the spirit array, he had played tricks for a while. It was only after Yang Kai and Lin Yun broke the spirit array that he went all out. This matter could deceive the disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, but it definitely could not deceive the great emperors. Fortunately, the great emperors did not lower themselves to his level, otherwise, how could he have returned alive? For some reason, he felt as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. He felt a little uncomfortable. "Palace Master Yang, this matter is over, so this Li will take his leave. This trip has been quite a while, and I don't know if anything has happened in the palace. This Li is anxious to return, so, go." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Then this Li will take his leave." Li Jiao felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly flew out. He secretly made up his mind to guard against fire, theft, and Yang Kai. In the future, no matter what, he would go out with Palace Master Yang. Chapter 30:10. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor. Xiao Yun's master was actually the Iron-Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a while before smiling. Although he regretted not being able to bring Xiao Yun back, there was still plenty of time in the future. There was always a chance for them to meet again. Now that Xiao Yun had a good master, her future path would not be as thorny as his. Hua Qingxi flew over and smiled from afar. "Palace Master, you're back." She had rushed over as soon as she received the news, and Bian Yuqing had come with her. Bian Yuqing was a little reserved when she landed, cupping her fists and "Greetings, Palace Master." If not for Yang Kai's righteous help in the Spirit Lake Palace, she might not have had the chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Things had changed with the passage of time. The guy who had been just a little brat in front of her back then was now her immediate superior, and had even provided her with shelter and a place to cultivate. Bian Yuqing couldn't help but sigh. However, she had adjusted her mentality well and knew how to be grateful. These days, she had integrated well into the High Heaven Palace and had become sisters with Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai nodded gently and looked at Hua Qingxi. "Long time no see, Sister Hua has become even more beautiful." Hua Qingxi glared at him, but her eyes couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. "You're the Palace Master, so don't be so frivolous. If someone who doesn't know heard you, who knows what they would think?" "I'm just speaking the truth." Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing and said, "Have you gotten used to living in the palace?" Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, "Many thanks for Palace Master's concern. This mistress has to thank Palace Master for being able to settle down in this place." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Now that you've entered the High Heaven Palace, you're a member of the High Heaven Palace. There's no need to be so polite, this will be your home from now on." Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment and then smiled. Hua Qingxi said, "Palace Lord, you've been running around outside all this time. There are many things in the palace that little sister Qing has helped out with. When it comes to managing the sect, little sister Qing is more experienced than me. I didn't have a chance to tell you, but I've already let little sister Qing be the deputy chief of the High Heaven Palace." "Sure." Yang Kai nodded. From now on, Protector Bien will be our Deputy General Manager. He made the final decision. With his words, the title of Bien Yuqing's Deputy Director was confirmed. Although Bien Yuqing came from a small sect and her foundation was not as strong as Hua Qingxi's, she was still a protector. When Blue Feather Sect's sect master Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned, she and the other 3 protectors were in charge of managing Blue Feather Sect, so naturally they had accumulated a lot of experience. Hua Qingxi had indeed learned a lot from her during this time. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace right now, and most of them were disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect, the High Heaven Palace had a strong foundation and would become a top sect sooner or later. When that time came, there would be hundreds of thousands of disciples, so they would need someone to manage them. Now was the time to familiarize themselves with the situation so that they wouldn't be in a rush in the future. Bien Yuqing said in a panic, "Palace Lord, I haven't been of much help. Being able to enter the High Heaven Palace is the greatest fortune of this mistress' life. This mistress was born in the High Heaven Palace and will die in the High Heaven Palace. If there is a need in the palace, this mistress will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, but this mistress really can't take up the position of Deputy General Manager." This wasn't modesty, but the truth. When she first came to the High Heaven Palace, she didn't pay much attention to it, only thinking that it would be a good choice to live here in the future. Not to mention that she owed Yang Kai a debt of gratitude. This precious land was something that the Blue Feather Sect of the past couldn't compare to. Cultivating and living here was something that any cultivator yearned for. But as time passed and she learned more about the heritage of the High Heaven Palace, she discovered that she had underestimated this incomplete sect. There were 3 monster kings, each of whom was comparable to a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master. The 5th disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors was the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, as well as an Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master. There was also the Heavenly Sound Palace and the Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm. It had a close relationship with the top sect in the Northern Territory, Iceheart Valley, almost like a family. The other 2 top sects, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect, still owed a huge debt to the High Heaven Palace. In the Southern Territory, there was a cross-territory space array connected to the Southern Territory, and it had a close cooperative relationship with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Its annual income was several times that of the other top sects. It was said that Yang Kai had an unclear relationship with a member of the dragon race. It was hard to imagine that a newly established sect could have such a heritage. And all of this was built by Yang Kai alone. The more she understood, the more shocked she was. In such a sect, what right did she have to assume the position of vice chief? Not to mention that she had just advanced to the Emperor realm. Even if she was a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, she still wasn't qualified. So when she heard that Yang Kai really wanted to take her position as vice chief, she quickly refused. She wasn't being modest, but she really didn't have the confidence. Hua Qingxi knew what she was worried about, so she smiled and said, "In our sect, the status doesn't depend on cultivation, it only depends on whether you can help or not. Our palace master is a hands-off shopkeeper. Elder Sister Hua understands your ability, so you really can't refuse the vice chief position." Bien Yuqing still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's settled." He turned to Hua Qingxi and asked, "Is Zhu Qing back?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, "No, didn't she go to the frozen earth?" Although Yang Kai came back once last time, he immediately left in a hurry. So Hua Qingxi didn't know that he also went to the frozen earth and experienced many things. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. He had wasted a lot of time in the Western Territory. After all, it would take some time for him to kill his way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion with Lin Yun. According to his calculations, Zhu Qing should have come back, but Hua Qingxi didn't see her. Could it be that she was delayed on the way? Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, if Zhu Qing left the Western Territory, she should go back to the High Heaven Palace first. No matter what, he had an inseparable intimate relationship with her. She should at least come back to inquire about his news. He decided to wait a little longer. Maybe Zhu Qing would come over in a few days. Palace Master, did something happen? Hua Qingxi keenly noticed Yang Kai's strange look and asked. Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. Then Palace Master, how long will you stay this time? I can't say. Do you want to gather everyone to meet you? That's fine. Yang Kai nodded. He also felt that he was a bit too much of a hands-off boss. It was rare for him to come back, so he naturally wanted to get in touch with everyone. After a while, figures appeared one after another in the High Heaven Palace's conference hall. Yang Kai sat at the top, and to his left was Pill Emperor Ji Ying. Although his cultivation wasn't the highest, his identity was special. As the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he was much higher than everyone else. Naturally, no one wanted to sit there. On the right was Monster King Shilei. The three Monster Kings had similar cultivation, but Shilei was stronger. Among the 32 Monster Kings in the savage desolate ancient land, his ranking was very high. Below him were Ying Fei, Xia Wuwei, Chief Array Master Nan Men De Jun, and Weapon Master Ho Yu. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, who were the head steward and deputy head steward, sat below. In the conference hall, there were a total of 9 people from the Emperor Realm. 3 of them were level 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. The number of people from the Emperor Realm might be slightly less than other top sects, but in terms of quality, no top sects could compete with them. Qi Yu and the others weren't present. According to Hua Qingxi, they had been training in the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. The Dream Realm Thousand Illusions' uniqueness and irreplaceable space-time distortion allowed them to grow rapidly. Everyone recognized the power of the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. It was definitely the foundation of the High Heaven Palace's future. He didn't call everyone over to discuss anything. Although the High Heaven Palace was huge, there weren't many people, so naturally, there weren't many things to discuss. Yang Kai didn't need to ask too much. Ji Ying had been refining pills all this time. Yang Kai had given him countless rare flowers and herbs. Most of them came from the savage wilderness ancient lands in the Eastern Territory. Many of them were spirit herbs that Ji Ying had only heard about. He had accumulated a lot of Emperor-level spirit pills, enough for him to squander for a while. Nan Men De Jun had also finished setting up the High Heaven Palace's array and refined the High Heaven Palace's mountain ripple diagram. Once the mountain ripple diagram was released, the entire High Heaven Palace's situation could be seen at a glance. Recently, there was almost nothing to do. Only Ho Yu was busy all day. She wasn't a law-abiding person and wanted to escape every 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, the 3 Monster Kings took turns to guard her, so she had no hope of escaping. This caused her to have deep resentment towards the Monster Kings. After chatting for half a day, everyone dispersed. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Peak and calmed his mind for a while before raising his hand. Countless high-rank source crystals filled the room. High Heaven Peak was the best spirit peak in the entire High Heaven Palace. The world energy here was extremely rich, so with so many high-rank source crystals, the density of the world energy increased by another level. The world energy in the room had almost begun to mist and was about to condense into a solid substance. Wrapped in this world energy, Yang Kai felt very comfortable, and the pores all over his body were about to open. He was preparing to cultivate for a while. Since breaking through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, although his cultivation had been increasing, there had been no signs of a breakthrough. It had been a long time since then. Moreover, he had always felt that he was about to break through, but at every critical moment, he was always a hair's breadth away. He didn't know what was going on. To be honest, he didn't have much time to cultivate in seclusion, so it was rare for him to have some free time. Naturally, he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation. Now that he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, if he used all his means, he could compete with a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he was lucky, he could even win, but this was obviously not enough. The higher his strength, the higher the level of contact, the more Yang Kai would realize his shortcomings. The Emperor Realm wasn't the peak. Above the Emperor Realm, there were the Great Emperors. Yang Kai's goal was to become the Supreme Great Emperors. After the trip to the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai's various experiences could be considered rich and colorful, especially those years in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. It was an opportunity that ordinary people couldn't encounter. Logically speaking, such experiences should have been enough for him to break through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm, but he still couldn't break through. He felt that he needed to work harder and reach new heights in one go. Chapter 30:11. Inside the room, the world energy aura was as thick as a mist. Yang Kai sat cross-legged and began circulating his secret art. The surrounding world energy flowed like 10,000 streams into the sea, flowing into his body and into his meridians. Gradually, the place where Yang Kai was sitting seemed to have turned into a vortex that could devour everything, pulling in the surrounding world energy before disappearing. The First-Order Emperor Realm was slowly accumulating and strengthening, gradually showing signs of a qualitative change. The qi in his body fluctuated, his meridian swelled, and his physique squirmed. This was clearly a sign that he was about to break through. Yang Kai guarded his mind, not allowing anything to disturb him. The expression on his face was neither sad nor happy. As time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. The shackles of the First-Order Emperor Realm were like a mountain in front of him, and the beautiful scenery around him was the trials and tribulations on the road to advancement. If he was attracted by this scenery and stopped, his path of martial Tao would come to an end. The strong winds, thunder, and lightning at the top of the mountain were all obstacles to his growth. Countless cultivators were stopped in front of their own bottlenecks, regretting it for the rest of their lives. When they grew old, they would beat their chest and stamp their feet, but they would never have the chance to choose again. Yang Kai climbed up the mountain, ignoring the beautiful scenery around him. The wind and thunder couldn't stop him in the slightest. There was only one thought lingering in his mind. He wanted to climb over the mountain in front of him and experience the wider world. He wanted to stand at a higher position and look down on all living beings. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's calm face suddenly changed. His brows furrowed slightly, and the change became more and more obvious. Finally, with a pu sound, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura, which had risen to its peak, suddenly withered like a punctured balloon. If the path of advancement was compared to climbing a mountain, then in that instant, he felt as if he was rolling down the mountain peak. His goal was clearly within reach, and he only needed to put in a little more effort to overcome the obstacles in front of him. However, he was unable to take the final step. Instead, it caused him to fail at the last step and fall off the cliff. Due to the shock of his qi, he actually suffered a small injury. His expression was a little ugly as he opened his eyes and looked at the source crystals around him. He found that 70 to 80% of the source crystals he had prepared were gone. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he took out a few emperor pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai waved his hand and the room was immediately filled with countless high-rank source crystals. Again. This time, Yang Kai was even more cautious. In the Emperor Realm, every small breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every breakthrough was a great leap in strength. He was stuck at the peak of the First-Order Emperor Realm and was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this anger. First, he spent some time recuperating and adjusting his condition. When everything was ready, he tried to break through again. The spirit qi in the room began to stir again. Under his guidance, the origin crystals in the room began to vaporize and flow into his body. His aura rose steadily. It was not fast, but it was very stable. In less than half a day, the aura of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master reached its peak again. Yang Kai quickly formed a few hand seals, guiding his strength to break through the shackles. Hong, a shock from his soul rang directly in his mind. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he felt dizzy. A sweet taste surged up his throat uncontrollably, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura withered again. Just a little bit more. A fierce look flashed across Yang Kai's face. Again. Since he stepped onto the martial Dao, his experience could be described as rich and varied. He had experienced countless trials and tribulations. How many times had he escaped from death? How many times had he created miracles? Compared to all the previous obstacles, what was this obstacle in front of him? He didn't believe that he couldn't even break through the barrier of the First Order Emperor realm. Another day later, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When he opened his eyes, a fierce look flashed across them. Just a little bit more. Again. Just a little bit more. Again. The stubbornness in his bones was completely aroused. He held back a fierce determination in his heart. If he failed, he would try again. As long as he didn't die, there would always be a chance. After an unknown number of days, Yang Kai tried again and again, but failed again and again. Finally, he recognized the reality. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. After understanding this, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths to calm the churning blood in his chest. He didn't try to break through again. He just sat there cross-legged, motionless. His expression was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. Although he had faced many dangers along the way and had almost lost his life many times, he had never encountered such a situation. Every breakthrough had been smooth and steady. This was the first time he had encountered a bottleneck. He clearly felt that he was just a little bit away from breaking through, as if there was a thin film in front of him that was blocking him from prying into the mysteries of the higher martial Dao. It seemed like he could reach out and break through it, but he just couldn't. This situation wasn't something that could be solved by brute force and determination. He had already tried dozens of times. If he could succeed, he would have done it long ago. Was this the Emperor realm? Sure enough, the obstacles here were much greater than those in other realms. Yang Kai guessed that this had something to do with the smoothness of his cultivation in the past. He had never encountered a bottleneck when breaking through in the past, so he didn't know what this feeling of wanting but not having the strength was like. After accumulating for a long time, it finally broke out in the Emperor realm, allowing him to try the path that an ordinary cultivator had to cross. This was fair. After the storm, there would be a rainbow. Only after setbacks could one taste the joy of success. And only after experiencing such setbacks could one's path as a cultivator be considered complete. Yang Kai wasn't discouraged. Instead, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, this bottleneck broke out when he was in the First Order Emperor realm. Although it seemed difficult to break through now, it didn't mean that there was no hope. If it broke out when he was in the Third Order Emperor realm, it might be even more terrifying. After understanding this point, he calmed down. He knew that as long as he could break through this shackle, his future path of martial Dao would definitely be smoother than before. He stretched out his hand, collected the remaining source crystals in the room, got up, and walked out. Since he couldn't break through even if he tried, it meant that it wasn't a matter of effort, but that the opportunity hadn't come yet. Yang Kai naturally couldn't force it. Pushing open the door, the black puppy raised its head and looked at him. The black puppy didn't know how many days it had been waiting here, but it hadn't changed much. When it saw him come out, it just glanced at him, then closed its eyes again and went back to sleep. Yang Kai kicked it, but the black puppy didn't move at all and pretended to be dead. With a sneer, Yang Kai's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on a mountain peak. Immediately, he heard a series of shouts, da 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 da. Da da da. Yang Kai glanced around and saw the three monster kings shouting non-stop, their faces red as they stared fixedly at a dice cup. The dice cup was being held in Hou Yu's hand and was shaking vigorously, a series of tinkling sounds coming from it. Not only was it clear and pleasing to the ear, it even had a calming effect. As the dice cup was shaken, ripples appeared in the air and spread to the surroundings. Towering Palace's chief emperor weapon master, the Star Boundaries, Master Monkey, Hou Yu, had already rolled up his sleeves to his arms, revealing his white and tender arms. He stepped on a stone bench with one foot. Although his long skirt fluttered, his calves were exposed, and his posture was extremely indecent. But she didn't care at all, her beautiful eyes smiling as she stared at the three monster king in front of her, her hands moving faster and faster, an expression of victory on her face. When Yang Kai arrived, the three monster kings didn't notice him at all of their attention was on the dice cup. Yang Kai's expression darkened. He knew that Hou Yu liked to gamble. In the past, because of gambling, she owed an unknown amount of source crystals. In the end, she was trapped on an island and had to rely on the array refined by the Southern Gate Army to avoid being tracked down. Until Yang Kai came to her rescue, she would definitely still be trapped on that island. She was recruited into the High Heaven Palace because of her identity as an Emperor Armament Master. Facts prove that she didn't disappoint, as the flowing cloud shuttle was easily refined by her. Ever since she entered the High Heaven Palace, there wasn't a day where she didn't think of escaping. Unfortunately, with the three monster kings taking turns to guard her, where could she escape to? Often, before she could even leave the High Heaven Palace, she would be captured and brought back. But now, it seemed that this woman was just a piece of rat shit. What kind of status did the three monster kings have? She actually pulled them together to gamble. Moreover, looking at the expressions of the monster kings, they were clearly very engrossed and excited. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little worried about his High Heaven Palace. He had a feeling that the future was uncertain. Was it right or wrong to recruit Hou Yu? Taking a closer look at the dice cup, Yang Kai's expression darkened even more. This was actually an Emperor-grade artifact. And it was an Emperor-grade artifact that could isolate divine sense. Thinking about it, the monster kings were all very powerful. If they couldn't isolate divine sense, then what was the point of gambling? With a sweep of his divine sense, the result came out. Place your bets. Hou Yu shook his dice for a long time before slamming the dice cup on the stone table in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he glanced at the three demon kings with an attitude that said, "Who else but me can do it? Open it, open it." Shi Lei urged. "Little Hou, if you lose, you have to refine this king's eagle claw properly." Ying Fei smiled slightly. "I'll lose? I, Hou Yu, will lose? Are you kidding me?" Hou Yu sneered. Xia Wuwei said, "There's still me." Hou Yu snorted, "Don't worry, if you really lose, give me your crab shell. Then let's open it." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Then let's see." Hou Yu seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Her eyes glowed as she opened the dice cup, revealing three carefully refined dice. Looking at it, the three monster kings smiled. Hou Yu's expression changed, and soon it was covered with a layer of frost, as if her parents had died. "Little Hou, you have to keep your word." Shi Lei smiled slightly. Hou Yu turned her head with a face full of resentment. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed and she smiled. "Palace. Palace Master, you're here. Why didn't you say anything?" Chapter 30:12. When she said this, the three monster king finally noticed Yang Kai's figure. They hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted him, their expressions extremely awkward. Ying Fei's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He quickly put away the dice cup and dice on the stone table. Three monster kings and an emperor weapon master. Instead of doing proper work, they actually gathered here to gamble. They were even caught red-handed by Yang Kai. It was truly outrageous. I sensed you guys here, so I came to take a look, Yang Kai said casually. Shi Lei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, do you have any orders? No orders. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about their gambling. He reached out and grabbed Hou Yu, who was trying to escape, and pulled her back. Palace Master. I won't dare next time. Hou Yu squeezed out a flattering smile as she was held in Yang Kai's hand. Please let us go this time. I'll go refine for you. Didn't you bring back a lot of things a few days ago? Don't worry, leave them all to me. Yang Kai released her and asked, what do you do when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation? What? Bottleneck? What bottleneck? The three monster kings looked at him in astonishment. They didn't expect him to suddenly ask such an irrelevant question. Ing Fei said, we've never encountered a bottleneck. Yang Kai stared at him, not even once. Shi Lei laughed, Young Master Yang, we monster clan pay attention to bloodline and birth. It's a little different from you humans. Bloodline and birth basically determine the highest achievement in a lifetime. Of course, there are some accidents and opportunities, but generally speaking, there are no bottlenecks in the monster clan's cultivation. Yes, yes. Xia Wuwei also nodded, we monster clan's cultivation is innate talent. We don't have thousands of cultivation methods like humans, so the concept of bottlenecks is meaningless to us. I forgot, your monster clan. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Hou Yu, what about you? Me? Hou Yu hadn't recovered from his shock yet, so when he saw Yang Kai looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and said, Palace Master, I am an artifact refiner and don't pay much attention to cultivation. I don't know how I managed to break through to the Emperor realm, but for you to ask me this question is a bit too profound. You've never encountered a bottleneck? Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. I think so. Hou Yu recalled for a moment and nodded. Yes. Then how did you break through? I'll just wait. I'll refine my weapons and gamble. When the time comes, I'll naturally break through. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Young Master Yang, you. Ing Fei looked at him, hesitating to speak. It's nothing. You guys can continue. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Just like how he had come without a trace, he also left without a trace. Has young Master Yang encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation? Shi Lei asked thoughtfully. It should be. Xia Wuwei nodded and said, I heard that he has been in retreat these days, but seeing that his cultivation hasn't increased today, he may have indeed encountered a bottleneck. Ing Fei said, humans have the help of secret arts and secret techniques, so their cultivation may generally improve faster than the monster race, but if they encounter an insurmountable bottleneck, they may be unable to advance any further. I hope young Master Yang doesn't stop at the First Order Emperor realm. Shi Lei said, he's still young. Even if he encounters a bottleneck, it's not a big deal. Who doesn't encounter setbacks? Young Master Yang doesn't seem like someone who can be easily defeated. Don't worry, he will cross this hurdle. I hope so. Do you still want to gamble? Hou Yu looked at the three monster king eagerly, her hands itching for a bet. Shi Lei glanced at her and said, what else do you have to lose? Hou Yu thought about it and was speechless. Medicine Pill Peak, one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Whether it was in terms of scenery or world energy, it was not inferior to High Heaven Peak. It was also where the fifth disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Ji Ying, the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, lived. When Yang Kai arrived, he heard a gentle voice, as if someone was explaining the alchemic Tao. When he looked over, he saw a person sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain, and his mouth was like a torrent that flowed without end. Below him, more than a dozen cultivator with varying cultivations were listening attentively with thoughtful looks on their faces. These cultivator were all disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Presumably, they wanted to learn the alchemic Tao, so they came here to be apprenticed to a master. However, with Ji Ying's status, one of the few alchemy masters in the star boundary, it was naturally impossible for him to teach them. Even if Ji Ying wanted to, they might not understand. At this moment, the one teaching was one of Ji Ying's disciples. Yang Kai had seen him before and knew that he was a Dao source-grade alchemist with a solid foundation. "Brother Yang, you're here. Please come in." Ji Ying's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Obviously, he had been discovered. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered and he entered one of the halls. Inside the hall, heat waves were rolling and alchemic flames were raging. A pill furnace stood in the center of the hall, with Ji Ying standing to the side with a smile. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, he said happily, "Brother Yang, you came at the right time. I wanted to look for you before, but General Manager Hua told me that you were in retreat, so it wasn't convenient to disturb you. Is something the matter, Brother Ji?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "It's like this. This Ji is preparing to refine a furnace of 9 heavens nature pills. There are a few obscure areas in condensing medicinal liquid and inscribing pill arrays, so I would like to ask Brother Yang for advice." 9 heavens nature pills. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew about emperor-grade pills. They were extremely difficult to refine, and even an emperor-grade spirit master might not be able to successfully refine them. Although Ji Ying was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, he was not at the level of the great emperors, so he was not confident that he could successfully refine such a pill. And in the entire High Heaven Palace, only Yang Kai could discuss this with him. "I wouldn't dare to ask for advice. It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so let's study it together," Yang Kai said modestly. "That was my intention. With Brother Yang's help, this furnace of spirit pills should not be a problem." Ji Ying was overjoyed. 3 days later, Yang Kai walked out of Medicine Pill Peak. He looked tired, but his eyes were extremely bright. As he walked, his expression suddenly changed and he revealed a bitter smile. He had come here to ask Ji Ying about the matter of cultivation bottlenecks, but he hadn't expected that he would actually forget about it because he was so busy researching the 9 heavens creation pill. Ji Ying had already started refining pills, so it was naturally not convenient to disturb him. Moreover, if he asked him about this, he might not be able to say anything. After all, Ji Ying's situation was similar to Hou Yu's. They did not focus on cultivation. Between the two of them, one was obsessed with the Tao of alchemy, while the other was focused on the Tao of weapon refinement. Even if they encountered bottlenecks during cultivation, they might not take it too seriously, so how could they have any experience in this area? Sighing, he looked around. In such a large high heaven palace, he could not find anyone to talk to. At this moment, beautiful figures flashed through his mind, and his heart was filled with longing. After a while, he took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the space array. "Greetings, Palace Master." The disciple guarding the array hurriedly bowed. Yang Kai nodded and stepped onto the array. A disciple hurriedly said, "Palace Master, are you going out? When will you be back?" The great general manager might ask about this. "I'm going to Ice Heart Valley," Yang Kai replied and urged his space principles, causing light to envelop him in an instant. Ice Heart Valley, Ice Lake Restricted Area. When Yang Kai's figure appeared, a tender voice immediately called out, "Are you a friend from High Heaven Palace?" "Yes," Yang Kai replied. This array only connected Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace, so it was convenient for them to communicate with each other. Therefore, only people from High Heaven Palace could teleport here. Seeing that the array was activated, the Ice Heart Valley disciple guarding the array naturally had to ask who it was. After confirming that it was someone from High Heaven Palace, the disciple stepped forward and saw the face clearly, immediately calling out, Is it Palace Master Yang? Yang Kai looked at her and found that he did not recognize her. It was a baby-faced woman who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, but her cultivation was in the first-order Dao source realm. Obviously, her real age was more than that. At this moment, the woman had a look of pleasant surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange brilliance, as if she had seen a relative. You recognize me? Yang Kai smiled slightly. The woman said excitedly, all the sisters of Iceheart Valley recognize you. Yang Kai sweated a little, but thinking about it, it made sense. Last time, when Iceheart Valley was besieged by Seeking Passion sect, he led the Monster King to turn the tide. Many Iceheart Valley disciples had seen him in that battle. Even if they did not see him at that time, they could get some information from the other senior sisters. Palace Master Yang, are you here to see Ancestral Founder? Or are you here to see Martial Aunt Ji Yao? Everyone in Iceheart Valley knew that Yang Kai and Ji Yao had a good relationship. The reason why their third martial aunt, who had been missing for many years, could return was because Yang Kai had brought her back. It was said that she had suffered a lot in the outside world over the years. I'm here to see Senior Bing Yun, Yang Kai said politely. Then I'll send you a message. Saying so, the disciple hurriedly took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she said, Palace Master Yang, please come with me. Thank you. Following this disciple, Yang Kai met many Iceheart Valley disciples along the way, all of whom were extremely beautiful. Indeed, as she said, all the disciples of Iceheart Valley recognized Yang Kai, and most of them immediately saluted him after seeing him. As for those who were further away, they gathered together and began whispering and pointing at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, but from their demeanors, it wasn't anything bad. Iceheart Valley was an all-female sect, and all of its disciples were women. Basically, men were not allowed to set foot here. Only Yang Kai could receive such treatment. If it were any other man, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. The scenery in the valley was beautiful, and the world energy was rich. Coupled with the countless beautiful women, it was likely that any man who came here would linger and forget to leave. The female disciple leading the way seemed to be very proud. Along the way, she chatted with Yang Kai from time to time, causing many senior sisters to be envious. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a palace. The female disciple stopped and said, Palace Master Yang, please. Ancestral Founder is inside. Many thanks. The female disciple quickly waved her hand, Palace Master Yang is too polite. This is disciple's duty. Chapter 30:13. Just as he was about to walk forward, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked his path. Kai Yang raised his head to take a look, and a cold and elegant face entered his eyes. Her figure was graceful and slender, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Along with the appearance of this person, a refreshing fragrance assaulted his nostrils. This fragrance was very natural, it was obviously the fragrance of a woman, and when it entered his nose, it made him feel relaxed and happy. Junior Sister Yao, long time no see. I trust you've been well. Yang Kai smiled at her. Ji Yao gently nodded, looking him up and down, her red lips opened and closed, her words causing Kai Yang to vomit blood, Senior brother is still alive. Huh. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, thank you for your concern, junior sister. I'm fine. Where have you been all this time? Ji Yao asked. I've been walking around, Yang Kai replied casually, feeling a little guilty. Speaking of which, after destroying the Seeking Passion sect, he and Ji Yao had not seen each other much. After all, he had been running around outside. Occasionally, he would return to the High Heaven Palace and hear from Hua Qingxi that Ji Yao had come to find him. She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a while, but unfortunately, she had not seen him and had returned. Even when he returned this time, Wuxia Xianxia had mentioned it. There were many misunderstandings between him and Ji Yao. When she was wandering in the Eastern Territory's ancient wild lands, she was delirious. For some reason, she had mistaken him for Bing Yun, which led to some embarrassing events. Yang Kai still remembered the breathtaking scene he saw in the Wanfeng Palace. At this moment, after seeing Ji Yao, he couldn't help but think of that blood-curdling scene. Fortunately, Ji Yao saw the real Bing Yun later and finally recovered from the shock. But in any case, Yang Kai felt a little guilty when facing her. He believed that Ji Yao remembered what had happened before, but since she had not mentioned it, Yang Kai would not stupidly mention it. Ji Yao looked at him faintly and smiled. How many flowers did you pick? How many stalks of grass did you provoke? As she spoke, she actually took a light sniff and nodded. It smells very good. Yang Kai felt even more guilty. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, "Junior sister, what are you saying?" As he spoke, he secretly sniffed his own scent. How could there still be the scent of Zhu Qing after so long? Yang Kai is here? Why are you standing outside? Bing Yun's voice suddenly came from inside the house. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream. He hurriedly walked inside while replying. Ji Yao fiercely glared at him. Her glare was like a knife, piercing into his flesh, making Yang Kai feel as if he was being stabbed in the back. After entering the room and seeing Bing Yun, Yang Kai quickly bowed. Bing Yun looked at him with a smile and then looked at Ji Yao, who followed him in. She said softly, "You're not an outsider. Sit down." Yang Kai thanked her and sat down across from Bing Yun. Ji Yao half knelt on the side. Her expression was indifferent. She took out a tea set and started to brew tea without saying a word. She was very familiar with the process. She was clearly proficient in this field. "When did you come back?" Bing Yun looked at him warmly and asked. "I came back 2 months ago," Yang Kai replied. Ji Yao's hand movements paused and she looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of blame in Ji Yao's eyes. She thought that Yang Kai had just come back. Who knew that he had come back 2 months ago? She didn't get any news at all. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his gaze and sat upright. "Senior, how have you been recently?" Yang Kai had nothing to say. Bing Yun smiled slightly. "Thanks to you, everything is good." These words were not polite, but the truth. Since Yang Kai helped Iceheart Valley out of a crisis, Iceheart Valley's development could be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Now that they had a close relationship with High Heaven Palace, who in the Northern Territory dared to not give them face? In the past, although Iceheart Valley was considered one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, because Bing Yun had been missing for many years, only a group of disciples managed it. Coupled with the fact that they were all women, they were always looked down upon. This so-called top sect was somewhat unworthy of its name. Otherwise, Seeking Passion sect wouldn't have attacked them. But now it was different. In the Northern Territory, in addition to Medicine Pill Valley, High Heaven Palace's prestige was like the sun at noon. Even Iceheart Valley had benefited greatly. No one dared to provoke them when their disciples went out. Bing Yun said, "I heard that the wondrous pill great emperors wanted to invite you to Medicine Pill Valley. Did you go?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Not yet. I've been busy with trivial matters recently, so I haven't had much time." Bing Yun said, "The great emperor's invitation can't be taken lightly. If you have time, you must go. If you can get a few pointers from the great emperors, you will benefit greatly in your life." Senior is right, Yang Kai nodded gently. The two chatted for a while, and not long after, the tea was ready. Ji Yao poured a cup for each of them and then sat there quietly. Yang Kai took a sip and praised, good tea. Junior sister's cooking is also good. His flattery didn't have any effect as Ji Yao didn't respond. Yang Kai coughed dryly and continued to drink his tea. Bing Yun chuckled and said, "Did you run into some kind of trouble?" Yang Kai was startled and said with a wry smile, "Senior's eyes are like torches." Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're absent-minded and have a lot on your mind. If I can't even see that, then I'm really blind." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I did encounter some problems." Ji Yao looked up at him and stared at him without blinking. Bing Yun said, "If it's convenient, tell me. Although I may not be able to help you, I can listen." Yang Kai said seriously, "Junior's cultivation seems to have encountered a bottleneck." "Oh?" Bing Yun looked at him in surprise. "I've been in seclusion all this time. I clearly feel that I'm only a little bit away from a breakthrough, but I can't grasp that faint opportunity." "And then?" Bing Yun asked. "And then?" Yang Kai spread his hands. Bing Yun laughed involuntarily. "What is this?" Yang Kai was speechless and thought to himself, "This is a big deal." Bing Yun smiled and said, "Although I don't know how old you are, in my opinion, you should be less than 100 years old." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Pretty much." He didn't remember how old he was. Bing Yun continued, "For ordinary people, this age is indeed the sunset or even a handful of yellow soil, but for a cultivator like me, this age is just the beginning. You're so young, but you're already a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, you cultivated all the way from the Star Territory in the lower plains. It can be said that you have outstanding talent. Senior is too kind." Bing Yun shook his head and said, "I'm not praising you, but telling the truth. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate to the First-Order Emperor realm?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he raised a finger and said, 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. Compared to your achievements, my aptitude is simply insignificant." Yang Kai blushed and said, "How could this junior compare himself to senior?" Bing Yun pointed at Ji Yao and said, "Then, do you know how long it took your junior sister Yao to become an Emperor Realm Master?" Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao curiously. Ji Yao raised her hand, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup for Bing Yun, saying softly, "Master, have some tea." Bing Yun smiled slightly and didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he said, "You have such achievements at such a young age. I think you're used to having a smooth journey." Smooth journey? Yang Kai thought about it and didn't feel that he had a smooth journey. On the contrary, he felt that his journey was bumpy. That's why when you encounter a bottleneck, you will take it very seriously. Bing Yun smiled slightly, "But in my opinion, it's not a big deal. Which cultivator doesn't have a bottleneck? Which person doesn't encounter setbacks on their path? A knife gets sharper the more you grind it, and so is a cultivator. Bottlenecks and setbacks are just tools to polish your tools." Senior is right. Yang Kai nodded. Bing Yun looked at him and suddenly said, "No, you're not worried about your bottleneck." Yang Kai looked at him in shock. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You already know what I'm talking about. You also know that you will break through this bottleneck sooner or later. You're worried about other things." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. Bing Yun smiled mysteriously and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Bing Yun said, "Follow your heart." After saying that, he closed his eyes and looked like he was sending him off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. After pondering for a long time, he picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, "Thank you, Senior." Bing Yun didn't say anything else. Yang Kai turned to Ji Yao and said, "Junior sister Yao, goodbye." After saying that, he strode out of the room. Ji Yao stared at his back and didn't chase after him. After he left, she asked, "Master, what happened to Brother Yang?" "I don't know." Bing Yun slowly shook his head, but he's definitely hesitating about something. The bottleneck is just an excuse for him to avoid it. Then Brother Yang didn't encounter a bottleneck? He did have a bottleneck, but it's just that his opportunity hasn't arrived yet. The other thing isn't an issue of opportunity. Ji Yao looked out, curious about what Yang Kai was hesitating about. In Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle and disappeared in a flash of light. He didn't return to the High Heaven Palace through the space array because his destination wasn't in the Northern Territory. His destination was the Eastern Territory, Dragon Island. Zhu Qing still hadn't returned. At first, Yang Kai thought that she was delayed on the road, but it had been 2 months since he returned to the High Heaven Palace. Even if Zhu Qing was delayed on the road, she couldn't have been delayed for so long. In other words, Zhu Qing had definitely returned to Dragon Island. He had been hesitating whether to go to Dragon Island to find her, but he was also looking forward to Zhu Qing coming to the High Heaven Palace. After all, they were already husband and wife, and their relationship was inseparable. Unfortunately, there was no news from her, which made Yang Kai a little disappointed. What does she mean? Does she want to be a married couple with me? How can there be such a convenient thing in this world? Little girl, just you wait, when I find you, I'll definitely spank your ass. Kai Yang secretly swore in his heart. He also recalled what Zhu Lai said to him before and sneered in his heart. He knew that Zhu Qing made this choice for him, but he wasn't convinced. He was a man, why did he need her protection? He had been hesitating between waiting for Zhu Qing to take the initiative to come back and going to Dragon Island to find her. Now, he finally made a decision. Chapter 30:14. Fire Dragon Palace. At the back of the mountain, the scenery was beautiful, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. Li Jiao was strolling leisurely in a flower bed. Beside him was a young woman in a palace dress. Their fingers were intertwined, and they looked very intimate. The young woman gently snuggled up to Li Jiao with a satisfied smile on her face. The young woman was dressed in red, and her face was like a peach blossom. Her skin was white and tender, and there was an unconcealable charm between her eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes were watery. Dragon race were lustful. Although Li Jiao was not a pure dragon race, he still had the bloodline of the dragon race, so he had a great demand for the matters between men and women. The number of wives and concubines in the Fire Dragon Palace was also not small. Although he had many wives and concubines, Li Jiao doted on Madame Hong the most. In the past, whenever he had free time, he would do something very intimate with Madame Hong. Madame Hong also knew that her happiness in life was tied to Li Jiao, so she naturally treated him warmly and served him wholeheartedly. It could be said that among Li Jiao's many wives and concubines, no one could compete with Madame Hong. This was the case in the past, and it was even more so now. Ever since Li Jiao returned to the Fire Dragon Palace 2 months ago, Madame Hong felt that he doted on her even more. Although Li Jiao treated her well in the past, there was clearly a big change this time. For a full 2 months, Li Jiao had not been separated from her. He stayed with her every day, which showed how important she was in Li Jiao's heart. Madame Hong also keenly felt the change in Li Jiao, but she was smart enough not to ask anything. She just tried her best to show her gentleness and charm, using this to tie down Li Jiao's body and mind. Palace Master, that flower is so beautiful. Madame Hong suddenly pointed at a big red flower with a look of affection on her face. Do you like it? Li Jiao's tone was also very gentle as he looked at her with a smile. I like it. Madame Hong nodded gently, looking like a little bird. Li Jiao smiled slightly, reached out his hand, and pinched the flower in his hand, then beckoned to Madame Hong. Madame Hong glanced at him happily, then lowered her head slightly, allowing Li Jiao to insert the flower into her hair. When she raised her head, Madame Hong swayed left and right, then pursed her lips and smiled. Is it beautiful? Li Jiao reached out and pinched her delicate face, nodding repeatedly. You're beautiful, you're even more beautiful than flowers. Hearing him say that, Madame Hong's heart felt as if it was filled with honey. She felt her whole body was as light as a feather. She said unhappily, Palace Master is used to making fun of me. She didn't know what he had experienced outside. In any case, after returning from this trip, he was even nicer and gentler to her. In the past, he would still go into seclusion to cultivate. However, in the past 2 months, she didn't see Li Jiao having any intention of cultivating at all. All he did was bring her on a scenic tour, causing the other sisters to be envious and jealous. They all said that she had snatched away all the favor of the palace master. Hong, how about I accompany you like this from now on? Li Jiao asked gently. His eyes were filled with her reflection as he looked at her. There was nothing else in his eyes. Madame Hong's delicate body trembled. When their eyes met, the rims of her eyes turned slightly red. She said emotionally, Hong, you can't delay the palace master like this. The palace master still has to cultivate. What are you training for? Li Jiao sneered. My cultivation has already reached its limit. I won't cultivate in the future. I'll accompany you to look at the flowers and the sea every day until the end of time. These words were like a sharp sword piercing into Madame Hong's heart, causing her to be extremely moved. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore as they flowed down. Why are you still crying? Li Jiao raised his hand to wipe away the pearl-like tears and said with a light smile, they all say that women are made of water. It seems that it's not false at all. Palace Master, you're too good to Hong. Hong is so happy. Madame Hong gently snuggled into Li Jiao's arms, quickly drenching his clothes. Although Li Jiao treated her quite well in the past, it wasn't to this extent. She immediately felt that she had entrusted her life to the right person and had no regrets in this life. This is nothing. The days in the future are still long. Li Jiao smiled slightly and patted Madame Hong's back rhythmically. Madame Hong squeezed into Li Jiao's arms and said softly, Palace Master, I, miss. Hearing this, Li Jiao immediately became spirited. He raised his eyebrows and asked, what are you thinking about? Madame Hong didn't give up. She punched him and said coquettishly, Palace Master, you're so naughty. Li Jiao laughed loudly. As he laughed and laughed, Li Jiao couldn't laugh anymore. His face darkened, and he turned his head and shouted, who is it? When he looked over, he saw that there was an extra person on the rockery over there. He was squatting there quietly, watching him and Madame Hong being lovey-dovey with relish. After seeing this person's face clearly, Li Jiao was frightened out of his wits. He cried out involuntarily, you, hey. Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to greet him. We haven't seen each other for 2 months, and Brother Li is still as elegant as ever. Ah! Madame Hong was shocked. She quickly jumped out of Li Jiao's arms and looked in the direction of the voice. Her face turned red. This person must have heard what she said just now. Thinking about her licentious behavior just now, Madame Hong wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She stomped her feet angrily and said, who are you? How can you be so unruly? As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled behind Li Jiao. Madame Hong had never seen Yang Kai before, so she didn't recognize him, but Li Jiao did. Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao was about to cry. When did you come? Say something. If there was someone he didn't want to see the most in his life, it would be Yang Kai. Even the dragon race had to be put aside. This person was simply a nightmare in Li Jiao's heart. He was his natural enemy. As long as he had anything to do with him, he would definitely suffer. The experience from a few days ago was the best proof. It was simply a memory that he couldn't bear to look back on. I've been here for a while. I don't want to disturb you. Brother Li, please don't blame me. Yang Kai chuckled. Sorry to disturb you. Then you have the nerve to watch the show. Li Jiao cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He only looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, "Palace Master Yang. May I know what business you have with us? You guys go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. We'll talk after you're done." Li Jiao's face darkened. He thought to himself, the atmosphere has been completely ruined by you. How can we continue? He said resentfully, "Palace Master Yang, you might as well say it directly. And, let's make it clear first. There's no need to talk about collecting debts. If it's not collecting debts, then how can it be collecting debts?" Yang Kai waved his hand and stood up from the rockery. His expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "I just want to ask brotherly for a favor." Gulp. Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. These words. Why did they sound so familiar? The last time Yang Kai came to the Fire Dragon Palace, he seemed to have said the same thing. Then, he was taken to the frozen earth by him, entered the reincarnation world, and wandered to the Western Territory. He narrowly escaped death and almost didn't make it back. This experience could be said to be rich and colorful. Li Jiao had lived for so many years and had seen great storms, but how could these countless years of experience be as exciting as the last time? And this time, he actually came again? Are you done yet? Didn't I just owe you a few source crystals? Do you really need to bully me like this? Li Jiao couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai right now. Even if he had to fight to the death, it would be better than being bullied like this. But after thinking about it for a moment, he knew that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. He couldn't break through the bloodline suppression. This Li's words carry little weight and his cultivation is not high. "I'm afraid I can't help Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao didn't even have the heart to ask and directly refused. He absolutely didn't want to have any insignificant relationship with Yang Kai. He wanted to live a good life, live a peaceful life, not ask about the outside world, not ask about his own cultivation, and slowly grow old and die with the woman he doted on. Yang Kai solemnly said, "I want to go to a place, so I need brotherly to help me." "Damn it, you're ignoring me. Are my words nothing to you?" Li Jiao was filled with grief and indignation as he gritted his teeth and said, "Palace Master Yang, this Li said it very clearly. I'm afraid I can't help you, so I ask Palace Master Yang, I want to go to Dragon Island." That's enough. Li Jiao couldn't bear it any longer and opened his mouth to roar, glaring at Yang Kai fiercely as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, he soon turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily, You, what did you say? Where are you going?" "Dragon Island." Hiss. Li Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air, looking like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After a long silence, Li Jiao cautiously said, "Palace Master Yang, are you sick? Do you have medicine?" Li Jiao, taking a deep breath, Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang, don't you know what kind of place Dragon Island is? Why would you want to go there?" Yang Kai said, "Zhu Qing didn't come back." When Li Jiao heard this, he was immediately amused and said, "Was she abandoned?" "Bullshit." Yang Kai flew into a rage out of humiliation. "She has her own considerations." Li Jiao obviously understood something and nodded. "Miss Qing is a good person. Since she made this choice, it's naturally for your own good. Why does Palace Master Yang want to go to Dragon Island to seek trouble for yourself?" Yang Kai snorted. "It's not certain whose trouble it is." Li Jiao was speechless. "If you want to go to Dragon Island, go by yourself. Why are you looking for me? What can I help you with?" Yang Kai said, "You are a descendant of the dragon. Don't you know where Dragon Island is?" Li Jiao blinked and said, "How would I know where Dragon Island is?" Palace Master Yang's words are a bit strange. "You really don't know?" Yang Kai looked at him. Li Jiao shook his head. "I really don't know." Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you. And, please forgive me, madam." As he spoke, he cupped his fists at Madame Hong, tapped his foot lightly, and flew straight into the sky. He left? He left just like that? Li Jiao stared at Yang Kai's departing back in a daze. He couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Yang Kai would pester him endlessly like last time. Who knew that he would be so easy to talk to this time? Was that the High Heaven Palace's palace master? Madame Hong's face was still red as she looked in the direction Yang Kai left and asked. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. It was rumored that the High Heaven Palace's palace master was a demon who killed people without batting an eye. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed by him. Chapter 30:15. Li Jiao didn't answer, as if he didn't hear her at all. His expression kept changing as he struggled. Madame Hong glanced at him and walked forward. She straightened Li Jiao's clothes and said softly, "I remember that palace master said something to me a few years ago." "What?" Li Jiao asked subconsciously. Palace master said that his greatest wish in this life was to set foot on Dragon Island and see the place where his bloodline was born. Palace master said that if he could take a look, he would have no regrets even if he died. You. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her. He didn't expect that she would remember his casual words when he was drunk back then so clearly. "Go, Hong, or we'll wait for you at home." Madame Hong looked at him. Although her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance, her face was full of smiles. The struggle in Li Jiao's eyes became more and more obvious. Suddenly, he reached out and hugged Madame Hong's waist. He held her waist with one hand and her back with the other. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. "Oh!" Madame Hong moaned and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Li Jiao kissed her very attentively and hugged her very hard. It was as if he wanted to rub Madame Hong's charming body into his body and never separate them again. After a while, their lips parted. Li Jiao turned around and said in a low voice, "If I don't come back, you should remarry early." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the sky and chased after Yang Kai. He was so aggressive that even if there were thousands of people around, he would still go. Madame Hong gazed at the direction he left with tearful eyes. She put her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Hong, we'll wait for you to come back. If you don't come back, Hong, or we'll go to hell to find you." Li Jiao paused for a moment. The next moment, he sped up and disappeared from Madame Hong's sight. Yang Kai set off alone. His mind was full of how to enter Dragon Island. Dragon Island was an extremely mysterious existence. Although it was famous and many rumors said that there was a dragon race on Dragon Island, no one knew where it was. They only knew that Dragon Island was located in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai naturally didn't know either. Yang Kai had come to the Fire Dragon Palace to ask Li Jiao just to try his luck. After all, Li Jiao was a dragon descendant and a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he might know something. But after asking, Yang Kai was greatly disappointed. If Li Jiao didn't know, then he could only think of other ways. Fortunately, he had another plan, so he wasn't completely unprepared. Just as he was thinking this, his heart suddenly jolted, and he turned around to look. A figure quickly chased after them. Before the person arrived, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the familiar aura. Yang Kai furrowed his brows, revealing a strange expression as he waited quietly in place. A moment later, Li Jiao appeared in front of Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Yang Kai sneered, "Brotherly, why are you here? Are you really going to Dragon Island?" Li Jiao frowned and didn't answer the question. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. "For Miss Zhu?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Li Jiao smiled bitterly and cupped his fists, this Li admires Palace Master Yang's courage. Enough nonsense. Why are you chasing after me? Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Li Jiao scratched his face and said somewhat embarrassedly, this Li came here to help Palace Master Yang. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow. Li Jiao said, I know the approximate location of Dragon Island, Yang Kai's eyes drooped. Li Jiao observed Yang Kai's expression and knew the situation wasn't good. He had flatly denied it before, and now he had walked right into Yang Kai's trap. Perhaps he had angered Yang Kai, so he hurriedly explained, I really only know the approximate location. This Li doesn't know the exact location, so I didn't dare to say it before to avoid delaying Palace Master Yang's important matter. Is that so? Yang Kai walked over with a smile. Li Jiao's face turned slightly pale. He thought to himself that he had angered this guy. He shouldn't have chased after him. Wasn't it good enough to live a peaceful life with Hong, in the Fire Dragon Palace? Why did he come here to seek trouble? Now that he was riding a tiger, he didn't know what to do. Seeing Yang Kai walk to his side and raise his hand, Li Jiao's heart jumped to his throat. He definitely couldn't win. Even if he resisted, he would be crushed. He simply closed his eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. He believed that Yang Kai wouldn't really kill him. At most, he would just beat him up to vent his anger. Pa! Li Jiao was shocked. Li Jiao shuddered. The attack that he imagined did not appear. Instead, an arm was placed on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes and looked over, he saw Yang Kai hugging his shoulder and laughing, ha ha ha, I knew Brother Li had his ways. Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong person. Fine, let us brothers go to Dragon Island and see what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den that place is. Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, I'm just going to take a look. Don't worry, with this young master here, I definitely won't let you suffer. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched and said, then I will have to rely on Palace Master Yang's care. He didn't believe this. Yang Kai was indeed outstanding, but once he entered Dragon Island, that damned place, he would still have to lie down. What kind of waves could he make? Leave it to me. There's no time to lose, let's set off now. While talking, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle. The two of them entered the shuttle one after another. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and left this place at an even faster speed. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Li Jiao hesitated for a long time before carefully saying, Palace Master Yang, you see, this Li has helped you again this time. That debt, a debt is a debt, and a favor is a favor. These are two different things. How can you mix them up? Li Jiao suddenly sighed. He didn't know if he would be able to come back alive after this trip. What was the point of worrying about other things? As long as he could come back alive, he would have profited greatly. Palace Master Yang, if this Li didn't come, how were you going to enter Dragon Island? Did Lady Zhu tell you the location of Dragon Island before she left? No. Yang Kai shook his head. While controlling the flowing cloud shuttle, he replied, I was going to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island and ask the martial beast to point me in the right direction. Dragon Island's location is mysterious, but the martial beast would definitely know. Spirit Beast Island. Li Jiao was shocked and said in horror, Palace Master Yang, you know the martial beast? I don't know him. Li Jiao was dumbfounded and said, since you don't know the martial beast, how are you going to ask him to point you in the right direction? I have my own ways. Yang Kai replied casually. He really didn't know the martial beast, but he knew the martial beast's daughter. He hadn't seen Mo Shaoqi for a long time since they parted in the Shattered Star Sea. He didn't know how this girl was doing now. Although Spirit Beast Island was difficult to find, at least it wasn't as mysterious as Dragon Island. His previous plan was to go to Spirit Beast Island first, then go to Dragon Island. These two spirit islands were both in the Eastern Sea. Even if there was some distance between them, they definitely weren't too far from each other. As long as Mo Shaoqi pointed him in the right direction, wouldn't it be easy to find Dragon Island? His light reply made Li Jiao break out in a cold sweat. What kind of person was this Palace Master Yang? Although he had been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, the more he knew him, the more he found him to be terrifying. Not only was his relationship with Dragon Island unclear, he was also extremely close with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's disciple some time ago. Now, he was even related to Spirit Beast Island. Li Jiao's mind was in a mess. He found that he couldn't see through Yang Kai anymore. After muttering to himself for a moment, Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang, I'm saying if we can really enter Dragon Island, no matter what you want to do inside, you must never, ever mention your relationship with Spirit Beast Island." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Li Jiao said, "Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island are like fire and water." Yang Kai opened his mouth wide in surprise. Where did you get this gossip? He had never heard of this kind of thing. When he heard Li Jiao say this, his first reaction was disbelief. The two spirit islands were the top existences in the entire star boundary. If there was really a conflict, everyone would have known about it. How could he not have heard about it? Li Jiao wiped his sweat and said, "This is not gossip. Palace Master Yang, you don't know about it because you are too young and have just become an Emperor Realm Master. There are too many secrets in the star boundary that you don't know. If you live a few more years, you should know more." Yang Kai frowned. Fire and water? It can't be that serious, right? Li Jiao said solemnly, "More or less." "Why?" Yang Kai's interest was piqued. This kind of secret wasn't something an ordinary person could hear. Li Jiao could understand it probably because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. Li Jiao said, "Among the 10 great emperors, the martial beast is based on beast taming. There are countless mutated beasts on Spirit Beast Island, and it is said that there are 1 to 2 divine spirits. Since beast taming is based on beast taming, the martial beast naturally wants to tame the strongest monster beast in the world. Think about it, what is the strongest monster beast in the world?" Yang Kai stared and said, "The dragon race." Li Jiao slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. The dragon race may be the leader of all creatures and the leader of divine spirits, but in the end, it is still considered a monster. The martial beast's biggest dream is to tame a dragon race, so how can it have a good relationship with Dragon Island? It can even be said that the reason why Spirit Beast Island is also in the Eastern Territory is because the martial beast wants to be close to them. Is this true?" "It is absolutely true." Li Jiao had a solemn expression. Although not many people know about this, there is no such thing as an absolute secret. This news is really explosive. Yang Kai was absent-minded. The martial beast wants to tame a dragon, but how could the pride of the dragon race allow it? If that was the case, then the bad relationship between the two could be explained. Li Jiao continued, "Especially recently, the relationship between Martial Beast Land and Dragon Island has been deteriorating rapidly. I heard that the great emperors even caused havoc on Dragon Island 20 years ago." After he finished speaking, he added, "Of course, we don't know if this news is true or not, but we can confirm that the relationship between the Martial Beast and Dragon Island is really bad." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know, if we really enter Dragon Island, I will definitely not mention the Martial Beast. That would be for the best." Li Jiao was relieved. "That's right, why did you think of following us?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, then said with a smile, "I didn't force you this time." Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone has a stubbornness in their heart, Dragon Island, is this Li's stubbornness?" These words were said with a bit of bitterness, but Yang Kai understood what he wanted to say. He patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely be able to enter. If we are lucky, we might even be able to upgrade your bloodline. Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself. Don't count on that, this Li just wants to take a look. Chapter 30:16. Just you wait, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Yang Kai's complexion was gloomy. Li Jiao was hiding at the side and keeping quiet out of fear. Don't know what happened, after a month since they departed from the Northern Territory, Yang Kai's temper suddenly became a lot worse. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. He was also cursing someone under his breath. Li Jiao was anxious and frightened. He didn't provoke him these past few days. How did he suddenly become like this? Fortunately, although Yang Kai was in a bad mood, he didn't raise his eyebrows at him. Li Jiao was very careful every day. He was afraid that he would ignite the volcano in his heart. Yang Kai's mood was naturally bad. It wasn't because of Li Jiao, but because of Luan Feng. That stinking woman destroyed the space formation he arranged in the savage desolate land. If not for that, he could have directly entered the savage desolate land from the High Heaven Palace, then go to the Eastern Sea. Although the distance wasn't close, this kind of journey was undoubtedly better than the current one. It was precisely because Luan Feng destroyed his space formation that he had to fly to the Eastern Territory. Even if the journey was smooth, it would still take a lot of time. This made him extremely unhappy. He secretly made up his mind to settle the score with Luan Feng when he met her. She was too infuriating. The flowing cloud shuttle speed was very fast. Yang Kai and Li Jiao took turns to control it. They cooperated seamlessly. When there was nothing to do, Yang Kai would meditate and cultivate. Although his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it didn't matter if he cultivated the dragon transformation secret art. He was now 4.5 meters tall after dragon transformation. Cultivating the dragon transformation secret art would allow him to fuse with the golden divine dragon's origin power to a greater extent, increasing his strength after dragon transformation. Occasionally, he would also study the spatial law. The spatial divine technique he grasped so far were all comprehended by himself. Every divine technique had unfathomable power. If he could comprehend one or two more, it would be of great help to him. This trip to the Dragon Island was admittedly a little hot-headed, but it was also the result of careful consideration. Yang Kai also knew that this trip would be full of troubles. He might have a conflict with the Dragon Island. With his current strength, entering the Dragon Island was a 90% chance of death, but Zhu Qing was on the Dragon Island. He couldn't just sit and watch. The words that Zhu Qing said in the reincarnation world was still echoing in his mind. He didn't know what would happen after she returned to the Dragon Island, but he knew that she wouldn't. The leader of all living creatures, the leader of the divine spirits, having an intimate relationship with a human, Yang Kai didn't need to think about it to know that Dragon Island wouldn't allow such a thing. If Zhu Qing could not bear the pressure and was willing to cut ties with him, it would be fine. If she was unwilling, she would have to suffer. Would Zhu Qing be willing? This question had never crossed Yang Kai's mind, because he didn't need to think about it to know Zhu Qing's choice. Time flowed by, the days passed by peacefully. There wasn't much progress in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai hadn't been cultivating for long after all. He was able to reach a height of 45 meters, all thanks to the help of the dragon blood pill and Zhu Qing's purine qi. If he wanted to make any progress in the future, he would need the accumulation of time, and it would take a very long time. They arrived at the Eastern Sea. Above the sea, it was vast and boundless. There were no clouds in the sky for 10,000 miles. Even with the assistance of the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai and Li Jiao still spent 2 months to reach here from the Northern Territory. It could be seen how far the territory of the astral boundary was. After entering the Eastern Sea, the flowing cloud shuttle was controlled by Li Jiao, because Yang Kai didn't have any clue about the location of the Dragon Island. On the contrary, Li Jiao knew the approximate location. He was able to understand this point because of Yang Kai's previous guess. He was a descendant of the dragon and had the bloodline of the dragon race. He had a very special feeling towards the Dragon Island. Even if he had never entered the Dragon Island, it didn't hinder his feelings from fermenting. He wanted to enter the Dragon Island, but he also knew that with his insignificant bloodline, he didn't have the qualifications to enter the Dragon Island. 500 years ago, he once searched the Eastern Sea for a long time to spy on the location of the Dragon Island. It took him 3 years to find a clue, but it was only a rough location. According to him, he unintentionally followed a guy into a sea territory. In the end, after entering the sea territory, that guy mysteriously disappeared. And the person he followed seemed to have the bloodline of the dragon race. This discovery made Li Jiao extremely excited. Later on, he searched there for a long time, but he couldn't find any other clues. In the end, he could only give up. Until this time, when Yang Kai came to look for him and brought out the wish he had suppressed in his heart. Only then did he follow Yang Kai without any hesitation. Back then, I lost that guy in this sea territory. The flowing cloud shuttle was already put away. Above the boundless sea, Li Jiao stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him as he said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a frown, "Are you sure it's here? There isn't anything to refer to here." Li Jiao said, "Although there isn't anything to refer to, I won't remember it wrongly. I have always imprinted this sea territory in my heart." Yang Kai nodded his head. Since he was so sure, then there was no mistake. This place is not small, it has a radius of several 100,000 miles. Furthermore, there isn't any clue. Why don't we just forget about it? Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai timidly. Along the way, he had been holding back his anger. He was determined to enter the Dragon Island and take a look. But when he really arrived at this place, he suddenly wanted to back out. He was a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. He was afraid that if he really found the Dragon Island, would he have the courage to go there? He asked himself honestly, there was no answer. "Brotherly, if you want to go back, then go back. I am going to look for it." While speaking, Yang Kai flew to the side. Li Jiao stood on the spot and hesitated for a moment. Then he shouted, "Then let's split up and look." After he finished speaking, he went in the opposite direction to search. His divine perception spread out like the tide, carefully exploring every inch of space. Yang Kai didn't fly very fast, because he was afraid he would miss out on some details. In his opinion, the reason why the Dragon Island was so mysterious and no one knew where it was because some shocking formation was set up to conceal its traces. Since it was a concealment formation, then there would be traces to follow. As long as he found the location of the formation, then it would definitely be the location of the Dragon Island. He didn't know much about formations, but as long as it was a formation, there would definitely be a fluctuation of spiritual energy. As long as he grasped that trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, he would definitely be able to follow the vine to the melon. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Yang Kai expanded the scope of his search bit by bit. He turned this 100,000 miles of sea territory upside down, but he still didn't find anything. During this period, he met with Li Jiao a few times, but he also didn't find anything. 10 days later, the scope of his search had already doubled. 1 month later, it doubled again. Yang Kai's expression gradually became unsightly. Could it be that he couldn't even find the location of the Dragon Island on this trip and had to go back home? That would really be a huge joke. After meeting with Li Jiao again, he frowned and asked, "Are you sure the Dragon Island is in this sea territory?" "Of course I'm sure." Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. After a while, he reacted, "Palace Master Yang, you can't be doubting me, right? Then I'm really wronged. What good would it do me to lie to you? I'm not doubting you, but after all, so many years have passed, and the scenery of the sea is the same. It's inevitable that you remembered wrongly." "Impossible." Li Jiao said agitatedly, "It's impossible for me to remember wrongly. It's definitely here. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He nodded lightly and looked into the distance, wondering if he should go to the spiritual beast island. Although the martial beast island didn't have a good relationship with the dragon island, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for directions, right? Sigh, the dragon island is so mysterious and hard to find. If only we had the dragon island medallion. Li Jiao sighed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at him. What's wrong? Li Jiao asked in astonishment. Yang Kai said, can the Dragon Island medallion find the location of the Dragon Island? Li Jiao said, it should be possible. The Dragon Island medallion is something issued by the Dragon Island. The holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a request that the Dragon Island can fulfill. The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. If someone obtained the Dragon Island medallion, they would definitely go to the Dragon Island to fulfill their wish. How would they enter the Dragon Island? Naturally, they would have to rely on the Dragon Island medallion. As he spoke, he sighed dejectedly. However, there were only a few Dragon Island medallions in history. Furthermore, they were all taken back by the Dragon Island. It is harder than ascending to heaven to find the Dragon Island medallion now. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He raised his head and patted Li Jiao's shoulder with a grief-stricken expression. Li Jiao was shocked. Palace Master Yang, what happened to you? Yang Kai raised his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He clenched his teeth and said, why didn't you tell me such important information earlier? Li Jiao felt an intense pain coming from his shoulder as if his shoulder was about to be crushed. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai as he said, you didn't ask. He just said it casually. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a strong reaction. The Dragon Island medallion, right? Yang Kai let go of his shoulder and flipped his palm, I have one. Li Jiao was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't you take it out earlier? How would I know? The two of them looked at each other. They were speechless and felt like they were about to cry. They had searched the vast sea for a month and didn't have any clue. They didn't expect the crucial clue to be in their hands all along. Is this really the Dragon Island medallion? Li Jiao asked in disbelief. He was just talking about how rare the Dragon Island medallion was. According to what he knew, there were only a few Dragon Island medallions. Furthermore, most of them were taken back. He didn't expect Yang Kai to take one out like magic. Looking at it, the Dragon Island medallion was simple and unadorned. He didn't know what material it was made of. It was neither metal nor wood. A lifelike giant dragon was carved on one side of the medallion, and the word dragon was written on the other side. Li Jiao was slightly absent-minded. This thing seemed to be the Dragon Island medallion. It wasn't much different from the records he saw in the ancient books. Are you sure this thing is useful? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Li Jiao said with uncertainty, probably, he couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't use this thing before. However, just like what he said, the Dragon Island was a mysterious place. The dragon race hadn't appeared for a long time. If someone with the Dragon Island medallion wanted to go to the Dragon Island, they wouldn't be guided by the dragon race. It was highly possible that they would find the Dragon Island medallion by using it. Yesterday, I changed the character drawing of Shan Qing Luo. It was more in line with the image in my mind. Enchanting, charming, plump, and juicy, it seemed like I said something wrong. Chapter 30:17. Whether it works or not, we will know once we try. Yang Kai took a deep breath and channeled his Emperor's core into the Dragon Island medallion. Li Jiao stared with his eyes wide open, afraid that he would miss something. The Dragon Island medallion had been with Yang Kai for many years. When he first got this medallion, he also tried to test it out. He wanted to know what was the use of this medallion. However, no matter how much he channeled his Emperor's core, the Dragon Island medallion didn't react at all. This time was no exception. The Emperor's core was devoured by the Dragon Island medallion, but the simple and unadorned medallion didn't react at all. Yang Kai and Li Jiao's expectant gaze quickly turned into disappointment. Why didn't it work? Li Jiao felt a little guilty. Although what he said just now was just a guess, there was some basis to it. Who would have thought that the medallion wouldn't work at all after the test? He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, thinking that he came up with a bad idea. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Just as he was about to withdraw his Emperor's core, something strange happened. The dragon statue on the front of the Dragon Island medallion suddenly blinked its eyes. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Li Jiao. He saw that Li Jiao was also looking at him with his eyes wide open. When their eyes met, Yang Kai said, "Did you see it?" Li Jiao said, "You saw it too?" Both of them were shocked and focused their attention on the Dragon Island medallion again. This time, they finally saw it clearly. The dragon statue was indeed blinking. Not only that, the entire dragon statue seemed to have been given life and was about to jump out of the medallion. The lifelike dragon statue stretched its body and seemed to have a life of its own. It was swimming in the palm-sized medallion. Of course, no matter how it swam, it couldn't escape from the Dragon Island medallion's binding range. However, its movement did give people the feeling that it was swimming. Yang Kai observed carefully. Then, as if he thought of something, he held the Dragon Island medallion horizontally and slowly turned it. The dragon statue didn't move. No matter how Yang Kai turned the Dragon Island medallion, it was still facing a certain direction. The dragon claws moved as if it was riding the clouds in the sky. The dragon head is facing the direction of the Dragon Island. Li Jiao shouted. "Let's go!" Yang Kai was overjoyed. He ran in the direction of the dragon head. Li Jiao also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, hurriedly following behind. Flying forward, Yang Kai no longer needed to pay attention to his surroundings, all he needed to do was follow the direction the dragon head was pointing. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the dragon shape on the token suddenly changed direction. The dragon head was replaced by the tail, and the tail was replaced by the head. When Yang Kai stopped, Li Jiao also stopped beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't answer. Instead, slowly retreating backwards, was. The dragon's head had disappeared, leaving only its tail facing Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, looked around carefully, then pointed to the sea. "Dragon Island is down there." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai said, "If this medallion really has a guiding function, then I'm not wrong." He had been holding the Dragon Island medallion in his hand. At this moment, the Dragon Island medallion was perpendicular to the surface of the sea. How can this be? How can the Dragon Island be under the sea? Li Jiao couldn't accept it. Since the Dragon Island was an island, it should be on the sea. No matter what, it couldn't be under the sea. However, he couldn't explain the Dragon Island medallion's guidance. Yang Kai said, "If that's the case, then it's not strange that the Dragon Island is so mysterious." Everyone thought that the Dragon Island was above the sea. No one thought that the Dragon Island was under the sea. This unknowingly increased the Dragon Island's concealment. "Let's go and take a look," Yang Kai said and dived down. With a bang, seawater splashed everywhere. Yang Kai had already disappeared. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, a protective barrier formed around his body, squeezing the surrounding seawater away. At the beginning, there was still plenty of light, but as Yang Kai dived deeper, the light under the sea became darker and darker. There were also huge sea beasts shuttling past. Those gigantic shadows gave people a strong sense of oppression and palpitations. Sea beasts had always been huge, and their strength was astonishing. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Li Jiao weren't weak. When they circulated their emperor pressure, the nearby sea beasts didn't dare to approach, so they were unimpeded. After an unknown amount of time, the bottom of the sea had already become pitch black. The pressure around them had also become extremely terrifying. Even a Dao Source Realm cultivator would be crushed by such immense pressure. Only an Emperor Realm Master could barely continue to dive deeper. Their Emperor Qi was quickly draining away like a flood. Li Jiao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but when he saw that Yang Kai didn't stop, he could only grit his teeth and follow. In front of them, a powerful aura quickly approached. It was a sea beast that was pouncing towards them. Although the two's emperor pressure could scare away most sea beasts, there were still some overlords who weren't afraid of anything. When the black shadow passed by, the two of them were swallowed before they could even react. A foul stench enveloped the two of them. Yang Kai's face darkened. He raised his hand and sent out several moon blades. Puff 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 sounds rang out as Yang Kai rushed past the moon blades and pierced through the sea beast's abdomen. When they looked back, they saw that the huge black shadow was constantly churning. The pitch-black seawater seemed to be dyed red, and Li Jiao successfully broke through from the wound. Sea beasts had strong vitality and wouldn't die even if they were injured like this. However, after suffering a loss, they immediately understood that they had provoked an enemy they shouldn't have and fled in a sorry state. Follow. Yang Kai sent a message to Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and sped up to follow behind him. Another quarter of an hour passed, and there was still no sight of the bottom of the sea. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. He didn't know how many kilometers they were under the sea. There was no light or sound in the surroundings. It was extremely quiet, as if the world had never been born and was in chaos. What's wrong? Li Jiao stood beside Yang Kai. The Emperor Qi barrier around his body was slightly distorted by the pressure of the seawater, and he asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, "We didn't find the wrong place." Li Jiao was overjoyed when he heard this. That's good, that's good. However, is Dragon Island really under the sea? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not under the sea." Li Jiao was a little confused. What do you mean? The two of them had run into the sea, and Yang Kai didn't say that they were looking in the wrong direction, so where else could Dragon Island be? The entrance to Dragon Island is up ahead. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Li Jiao hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate, but he didn't find anything. A void corridor. Yang Kai exhaled softly. There is a void corridor here, but it's very well hidden. Take a closer look. With Yang Kai's reminder, Li Jiao finally noticed that something was wrong. There were indeed traces of a void corridor somewhere. Although he had never cultivated the Tao of space before, he was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he still had some experience and eyesight, so he asked in surprise, "Dragon Island is hidden on the other side of the void corridor?" "That's right." Yang Kai gently nodded. If that was the case, then everything made sense. He didn't understand why the Dragon Island command medallion pointed to the sea before, but after discovering the entrance to this void corridor, he finally understood. Putting aside the specific location of Dragon Island for the time being, this entrance was obviously the entrance to Dragon Island, and the Dragon Island command medallion was pointing to the entrance. Gudong, Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and said, "We can enter Dragon Island through here?" His lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, so Li Jiao couldn't help but feel nervous. He had imagined what Dragon Island would look like countless times, and how he would feel after setting foot on Dragon Island. Now that this goal was suddenly within reach, he was a little worried about his gains and losses. "Brotherly, if you want to go back, you can go now. I can handle the rest by myself," Yang Kai transmitted. Hearing this, Li Jiao really had the urge to leave this place and return to the Northern Territory, but this impulse only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. "I want to go in," Li Jiao said in a deep voice. Then, are you ready? Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked with a smile. Li Jiao's expression turned solemn as he took a few deep breaths to calm the tumbling emotions in his heart. He nodded heavily and said, Let's go. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as his space force wrapped around Li Jiao and they rushed into the void corridor. The surrounding space suddenly changed as a tearing force came from all directions. The space barrier was broken, and the two of them seemed to be able to enter a new world in the next moment. But at this moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly came from the void in front of them. Immediately after, several huge dragon shadows rushed in from the front. They were overbearing and filled with murderous intent. When the dragon roar sounded, Li Jiao was startled. All the hair on his body stood on end as he felt the aura of death wrap around him. Yang Kai's expression also changed as he felt the terrifying killing power contained in those dragon shadows. Without even thinking, he shouted in a low voice, "Dragon transformation." Another resounding dragon roar sounded as a golden dragon shadow flashed behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Dragon race bloodline was stimulated, and with a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded to a height of 4.5 zhang. A short horn protruded from his forehead, his hands turned into dragon claws, and his whole body was covered in dragon scales. Just as Yang Kai transformed into a half-dragon, the dragon shadows in front of him slammed into him. A vast and irresistible force came from the front, causing Yang Kai to stagger back several dozen meters. Feeling a sweet taste in his throat, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. As the dragon shadows rushed forward, they immediately turned around and looked down from high above. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Fortunately, he had dragon transformation to protect him, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Looking at the dragon shadows with rapt attention, Yang Kai frowned slightly. Because he found that these dragon shadows were not real, nor were they soul avatars, but more like a secret technique. Dragon race secret technique. Chapter 30:18. Dragon race secret techniques were extremely powerful, but only those with the bloodline of the dragon race could use them. These phantoms were clearly secret techniques left behind by the masters of the dragon race. It was impossible for such a secret technique to appear in the void corridor for no reason, and Yang Kai did not believe that the dragon race's defenses would be so tight. After all, the other end of the void corridor was Dragon Island, so who would risk their lives to sneak in? Looking at the dragon race secret techniques left behind here, Yang Kai could tell that they were all life-threatening existences. If he had not used his dragon transformation, it would be impossible for him to still be standing here. This is a fucking trap. It was definitely a trap targeted at someone. This kind of trap was enough to instantly kill an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Is this trap targeting me? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he could not confirm it. Just as he was lost in thought, cryptic dragon language suddenly sounded from the direction of the dragon phantoms. The dragon language was the foundation of the dragon race secret techniques. At first glance, it sounded similar to the incantations of the ancient wizard spells, but it was even more difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand. As the dragon language continued, the several dragon phantoms suddenly collapsed, but the voice did not stop. Li Jiao trembled, instinctively feeling fear and regret in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have just turned around and returned home. The scattered dragon phantoms regrouped and suddenly turned into a giant ancient character, covering Yang Kai and Li Jiao like a giant net. The two of them quickly retreated, but were shocked to discover that no matter how they retreated, they could not avoid the ancient character. The ancient character was extremely mysterious and looked like a square superimposed on top of each other. In the blink of an eye, the ancient characters enveloped the two of them, and a strange principal strength began to fluctuate. Li Jiao's face paled and his heart sank. Yang Kai, on the other hand, let out a soft cry of surprise. In the next instant, their vision blurred and the two of them appeared in a world of nothingness. There was no light or sound here, and it was even more disturbing than the seabed from before. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense and found that Li Jiao was not far from him, so he reached out and grabbed him. "Palace Master Yang, what is this place?" Li Jiao gulped and asked. "Void Crevice." Yang Kai replied. He withdrew the dragonization art and returned to his original form. The dragon shadow from before had already disappeared. When the ancient text appeared, it actually threw the two of them into the void crack. Ah! Li Jiao turned pale with fright. He was no stranger to the void crevice. It was an extremely dangerous place for an expert like him. If he was not careful, he would lose his way and never be able to find his way out. Yang Kai took out new clothes from his space ring and put them on while carefully looking around. He had entered and exited the void crevice countless times, but this place gave him a very strange feeling, as if there were mysteries hidden everywhere. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the law of space. Fortunately, there were no restrictions. He felt that if he used his full strength, he should be able to break through this void crack and return to the outside world. However, he did not know where exactly he would appear. So he was not in a hurry to make a move because he needed to enter Dragon Island. This void crevice would not appear for no reason. Combined with the previous encounter, Yang Kai faintly felt that this place should be inside the void corridor. In other words, as long as he could find the exit of this void crevice, he would be able to enter Dragon Island smoothly. And that dragon race secret technique was the reason for the creation of this void crevice. This was really a trap. Yang Kai faintly felt that this was targeted at him, but it did not seem to be so. Anyone who passed through the void corridor would trigger this trap and be banished to this place. He might have just happened to be here. After all, Dragon Island was already so hidden, it was impossible for the security to be so tight. They even did not hesitate to leave the dragon race secret technique in the void corridor to target intruders. If that was really the case, then it was even more impossible to tear space at will. Because if he did, he would not be able to determine his foothold and guarantee that he would be able to enter Dragon Island. Thinking so, Yang Kai already had a plan in his heart and sent a message to Li Jiao, "Follow me closely, there are undercurrents in the void. If you get caught up in one of these undercurrents, you'll be instantly teleported somewhere else and I won't be able to find you. There are also void cracks everywhere. Once you get caught up in them, even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured." Void crevice and void crevice were different. The two of them were currently in a void crevice, while the void crevice was much smaller. Some were even undetectable. The void crevice was like a sharp blade lying across the void crevice. Once it was touched, if one was lucky, their skin would be torn, but if one was unlucky, they might be cut in half. Li Jiao clearly understood his situation. In this damned place, only Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could guarantee his safety. He nodded heavily and said, "Understood." Yang Kai immediately led the way in front. The Tao of space fluctuated as he probed the situation around him. He carefully avoided the various void crevices and void crevices. Li Jiao followed closely behind. He was always one step behind Yang Kai. His mind was tense to the extreme. Yang Kai's direction was somewhat erratic, sometimes left, sometimes right. Although there was no reference here, and Li Jiao could not distinguish between north, south, east, and west, Yang Kai's change of direction was still very obvious. Sometimes, as they walked, Yang Kai would even suddenly turn around and walk in the opposite direction. Li Jiao did not say a word, not daring to disturb him. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, an expression of disbelief on his face. "Palace Master Yang, did you find the exit?" Li Jiao asked cautiously. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. Then Li Jiao looked at him inquiringly. I'm lost, Yang Kai replied. Huh? Li Jiao was taken aback. Am lost? He almost thought that he had misheard. The surrounding space was a chaotic void. There was no path at all, so how could he be lost? However, since Yang Kai said so, he must have his reasons. In this kind of place, he was the authority. We've been here before, Yang Kai let out a light breath. Li Jiao scratched his head and released his divine sense to observe his surroundings. He thought that this damned place was the same everywhere. In his opinion, there was no difference at all, so Yang Kai actually recognized it. This was simply unbelievable. This is a labyrinth, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was actually an extremely mysterious labyrinth in this void crevice. The entire labyrinth was incomparably huge. With those void undercurrents as the path and the void crevices as the screen, such a large area was cut into a labyrinth that no one could find the way out. What made Yang Kai even more shocked was that this labyrinth was not unchanging. Instead, it was constantly changing. The surging undercurrents, the flowing crevices, any little change could affect the entire labyrinth. Who arranged this? Who had such great ability? Was it Dragon Island? If it was Dragon Island, why would they arrange such a labyrinth here? Who were they trying to trap? Suddenly, a sentence that Li Jiao said before appeared in Yang Kai's mind. 20 years ago, the martial beast had once caused havoc on Dragon Island. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This labyrinth was probably aimed at the martial beast. Only such a huge layout could trap a great emperor's. And only great emperors had the qualifications to make Dragon Island arrange such a labyrinth. As for himself, he had merely suffered an undeserved calamity. Thinking up to here, Yang Kai suddenly became excited again. It seemed like his previous guess was correct. As long as he could decipher this labyrinth, he should be able to enter Dragon Island. Because this void labyrinth existed with the tunnel as its foundation. The exit of the labyrinth should be the same as the exit of the tunnel. Yang Kai started moving again. He carefully paid attention to the changes in his surroundings. A blueprint gradually formed in his mind, a blueprint of the entire labyrinth. He believed that as long as he could complete this blueprint, he should be able to find the way out of the labyrinth. Li Jiao did not know what Yang Kai was thinking of. He only knew that his speed suddenly increased by a lot. He could only clench his teeth and keep up. Time passed by slowly. Although there was no sun, moon, or stars in this place, and there was no way to tell how much time had passed, Li Jiao felt that at least a month had passed. After a month of time, Yang Kai had been walking around aimlessly. He would stop to observe his surroundings from time to time. His mouth would mutter a few words, and then he would set off again. Although there was no battle during this month, Li Jiao had narrowly escaped death several times. The void undercurrent appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Once, he was sucked into an undercurrent and was almost teleported to another place. Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and pulled him back. Otherwise, he might have been trapped here for the rest of his life. He did not have the confidence to walk out of here. During this month, Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. He found that he had still underestimated this void labyrinth. The blueprint in his mind was overturned again and again, but there was not much progress. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for him to leave here. As long as he could tear open space here, he could return to the star boundary. But if he did that, it would mean that he had given up on entering Dragon Island. This was not his plan. On this day, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were still walking through the void labyrinth, looking for an exit. Li Jiao's heart was already dead. He felt that he could never hope to set foot on Dragon Island in this lifetime. He could only follow behind Yang Kai mechanically, stepping on the places he had stepped on. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure paused and his emperor qi surged. Li Jiao was startled and also urged his emperor qi without hesitation. He thought that the void undercurrent was surging over again. But Yang Kai did not move as quickly as before. Instead, he stood there and stared ahead in a daze. Li Jiao frowned and stared in the direction he was looking, his mouth agape. He saw that not far away in the void, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Mysterious principles were surging around his body, preventing the surrounding undercurrents from getting close to him. There was someone? There was actually someone in this damned place? Li Jiao could not believe his eyes. But soon, he discovered something strange. That person was not really a living person. Instead, it was more like an afterimage, because his entire body was emitting a faint light and he did not have a body of flesh and blood. Chapter 30:19. A labyrinth existing in a void crack was already inconceivable. At this moment, there was actually a humanoid shadow inside the labyrinth, which was even more inconceivable. Who was this person? Or rather, who was the one who left this shadow behind? Yang Kai and Li Jiao both stared with wide eyes, but to their disappointment, no matter how hard they looked, they were unable to see the true face of this shadow. Because this shadow seemed to have existed for many years, and although it was extremely powerful, it had been affected by this void crack for so many years, causing it to become somewhat unstable. The shadow was erratic, sometimes elongated, sometimes short and sometimes round, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, for some reason, Yang Kai felt that this shadow was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Brotherly, have you seen this person before?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Li Jiao shook his head and said, "I can't see it, but this person is definitely not weak." Although the shadow was unstable, the aura it occasionally emitted was extremely powerful, so it was obviously not an ordinary person from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai nodded, and the faces of the masters he had seen flashed through his mind, trying to confirm it with the shadow in front of him. But at this moment, the shadow suddenly expanded and shrank, turning into a fist-sized white ball of light that slowly floated in a certain direction. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about it, pulling Li Jiao and saying, "Follow it." Li Jiao was startled, "Follow him?" Yang Kai responded, feeling that the appearance of this shadow might be a turning point. He had been searching here for an entire month but had been unable to leave this void labyrinth, so at this moment, he could only try his best and see what this ball of light was up to. Without any hesitation, he followed closely behind the ball of light. The ball of light's path was even more erratic than Yang Kai's previous one, and it was even more difficult to grasp. It seemed to be aimless, but if one observed carefully, there were traces to follow. Yang Kai secretly cheered up, feeling that his guess was correct. Now, he just wanted to know who had left this shadow behind, so he had been observing the situation of the ball of light, but he hadn't made much of a discovery. The ball of light was produced by a shadow secret technique, and after being affected by the void for so many years, it had long since become unrecognizable, so it was extremely difficult for Yang Kai to trace it back to its source. After walking for several days, Li Jiao was already in despair. Yang Kai's heart was also pounding, and there were many times when he thought of giving up, but thinking that it would be a pity, so he could only clench his teeth. Li Jiao. At some point, the ball of light suddenly sped up and rushed in a certain direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai. When it reached a certain place in the void, the ball of light suddenly exploded without warning, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Ah! Li Jiao was stunned. After walking behind this ball of light for several days, he never thought that it would end up like this, and he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. Wasn't this a waste of time? With this, he suddenly lost confidence in Yang Kai, feeling that the two of them were destined to be trapped here for the rest of their lives, and he was afraid that they would never be able to leave this maze. When he turned to look at Yang Kai, he saw that Yang Kai was actually beaming with joy, as if he had discovered something incredible. "Palace Master Yang?" Li Jiao shouted. Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "Found it." "Found it?" Li Jiao frowned and subconsciously asked, "What did you find?" "What do you think?" Li Jiao was startled, then became excited. "You mean, you found the exit?" The beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled slightly. Her future achievements will definitely not be below mine. The man in white clothes nodded and said, "In any case, I have to congratulate your Feng clan for having another clansman." The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled, looking very charming. At this moment, the man in white clothes suddenly frowned, revealing a surprised expression. "What's wrong?" The beautiful woman looked at him in astonishment. At their level of cultivation, it was very rare for them to be surprised by anything, but the expression on the white-robed man's face clearly indicated that something unexpected had happened. "You might not believe it if I tell you." The man in white clothes turned his head and looked at her, then said with a face full of disbelief, "Someone is trespassing on the Dragon Island." The beautiful woman was startled for a moment, then she immediately chuckled, "Which guy is so reckless? He is really unlucky." She didn't ask how the man in white clothes knew about this matter, because she knew that the other party went to spy on the situation on the Dragon Island a few years ago, and left a trace of his primordial spirit in that void maze. That maze was not easy to crack, even the man in white clothes couldn't find a way out back then. In the end, he could only use a secret technique to leave behind a trace of his primordial spirit, mainly because he wanted to rely on the power of his primordial spirit to slowly crack the maze. More than 10 years had passed, presumably, he already had a clue. Now that the man in white clothes knew about this information, it was obviously the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit. In other words, that primordial spirit left in the maze had already disappeared. "If it is really that guy, you know him too?" The man in white clothes said with a strange expression. He also couldn't be sure whether the person who trespassed on the Dragon Island was the one he thought. After all, the feedback of that trace of primordial spirit was not very complete. He was only 60% to 70% sure. "I know him too." The beautiful woman in palace dress was stunned for a moment. "Who?" "It is related to the eldest miss." The beautiful woman in palace dress frowned. "It is related to her." The man in white clothes pointed at the small figure at the crater of the volcano. "It's him?" The beautiful woman in palace dress was dumbstruck. The man in white clothes' hint was so obvious. If she still couldn't guess who it was, then she would be an idiot. But she never thought that the one who trespassed on the Dragon Island was actually that guy. How could it be him? The beautiful woman didn't dare to believe it. What is wrong with him? He actually dared to trespass on the Dragon Island. The man in white clothes shrugged his shoulders, showing an expression of, "I don't know either." "You brought him in?" the beautiful woman asked. The man said, "It was not me, it was that trace of my primordial spirit that did it." The beautiful woman said, "Nonsense, what kind of place is the Dragon Island? With that little bit of strength of his, how can he get away with it? I'm afraid he will be beaten to a pulp very soon." The man said, "That trace of my primordial spirit was left behind more than 10 years ago. At that time, I didn't know him. The trace of my primordial spirit naturally wouldn't know him either. I only brought him in to stir up the Dragon Island and see if I can create an opportunity for the master to take advantage of. It would naturally be good if he can cause some trouble, but it doesn't matter if he can't. If something happens to him, Xiaoqi will definitely not let you off. It's not like you don't know how important he is to Xiaoqi. These few years, she has been clamoring to go to the southern territory to look for him. If it wasn't because the master grounded her, I'm afraid she would have run away long ago." The man sweated for a moment. "Don't tell her." The beautiful woman said, "There is no such thing as an airtight wall in the world." The man said, "Then what should we do now?" "He has already gone in. I'm afraid he would already be dead if he had to die." The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and said, "But this is indeed an opportunity. if we can take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate the Dragon Island, it might not be a bad thing. I will report to the master and see how he decides." The man nodded. The beautiful woman's figure swayed, she turned into a streak of flame and flew towards the distance as fast as lightning. "Were you guys talking about the master just now?" A childish voice suddenly sounded. The corner of the white-clothed man's mouth twitched, he lowered his head to take a look, only to see a 7 to 8 years old little girl standing in front of him since who knows when. The other party was staring at him with a pair of sparkling big eyes without blinking. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade, one look and one could tell that she would definitely be a great beauty who could bring disaster to the country when she grows up. But the white-clothed man knew, this was not a little girl at all. He raised his head to look at the sky, he said with a face full of vicissitudes of life, "The wind today is really noisy." Chapter 30-20. The sky was blue, and the earth was vast. In the void, two figures stood there stupidly, not reacting for a long time. These two were naturally Yang Kai and Li Jiao, who had experienced many twists and turns along the way. After the light ball found the exit, Yang Kai tore space and arrived here, but what he saw was completely different from what he imagined. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Palace Master Yang, this is Dragon Island?" Li Jiao turned to look at Yang Kai with a look of astonishment. "I don't know." Yang Kai was also at a loss. He thought that after coming out of the void maze, he would definitely arrive at Dragon Island. But at this moment, he wasn't sure whether this was Dragon Island or not, because this wasn't an island at all. This was a small world. Feeling around slightly, Yang Kai found that the world principles here were extremely complete, even better than his own sealed world bead. Looking up, there was even a scorching sun in the sky. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this was somewhere in the star boundary. But Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the star boundary. He had entered and exited many small worlds, and he had a small sealed world himself, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of existence. This was a small world, a very complete small world, and the world energy here was extremely good. It wasn't that the world energy here was rich. The star boundary was vast, and there were countless cultivation holy lands. Which large sect wasn't located in a place where world energy gathered? Although the world energy in this small world was rich, it wasn't much better than the cultivation holy lands in the star boundary. The key was its purity. The world energy here seemed to be extremely pure, several times purer than any of the cultivation holy lands Yang Kai had come into contact with. Such a cultivation environment was undoubtedly extremely good. Pure world energy meant that one's cultivation speed would be faster. Which cultivator didn't desire this? We didn't come to the wrong place, right? Li Jiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do you say that? Yang Kai turned to look at him. How does this look like an island? Li Jiao was a little disappointed. In his imagination, Dragon Island should be detached from the world, isolated on the sea, with giant dragons churning and breathing out clouds. This place was very good, but it was very different from what he imagined. Who said that the Dragon Island must be an island? Yang Kai asked. Li Jiao was startled. Thinking about it, Dragon Island, it was passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. Everyone thought that Dragon Island was an island, but no one had really entered Dragon Island. I feel that this is most likely Dragon Island. Yang Kai took a deep breath, that pure spiritual energy made his body and mind comfortable, he felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. With a grin on his face, he said, "It's not possible, this is definitely the Dragon Island. In this world, apart from the legendary Dragon Island, where else could be better than here?" Yang Kai had seen all the cultivation holy lands, but none of them could compare to this place. Li Jiao nodded lightly and didn't argue with Yang Kai about this. He said, "Then what should we do now?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Let's check out the environment first. All right. Li Jiao nodded his head. The two of them immediately flew towards a direction. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, the two of them tried their best to restrain their aura. Furthermore, they didn't fly too high, and their speed wasn't fast either. This small world seemed to be very big. It was only bigger than the reincarnation world that they visited a few days ago. The two of them flew over spiritual mountains and great rivers, but they didn't even come across a single dragon race. Although the number of dragon race was very small, according to what Yang Kai knew, there should be some dragon race on Dragon Island. It didn't make sense that there were no traces of them at all. Yang Kai couldn't help but doubt if his guess was wrong. Could it be that this place really wasn't Dragon Island? He and Li Jiao didn't come to an inexplicable small world. If that was the case, then their situation would be very awkward. They did come across some monster beast, some were strong, some were weak. There were even some powerful monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Their aura was very frightening, and they were running rampant in the mountain forest. The appearance of these monster beasts that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race increased Yang Kai's confidence by a lot. However, there was still no sign of the dragon race. 2 days later, a huge city suddenly appeared in the sight of the two of them. The city was built on top of a huge plain. It occupied almost a third of this plain. Looking from afar, the buildings in the city were densely packed, and the streets of various sizes were crisscrossed. This kind of huge city could accommodate at least 1 million people. Yang Kai and Li Jiao were instantly dumbfounded. An ominous feeling welled up in their heart. Brother Li, is there a city on Dragon Island? Li Jiao smiled bitterly and said, although I have never heard of a city on Dragon Island, the population of the dragon race is so small, what's the point of making such a big city? Yang Kai thought the same. There was no need to make such a big city for the dragon race. Is this really not Dragon Island? Thinking until here, his face turned black. 2 days ago, he still vowed to Li Jiao that this was definitely Dragon Island. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in the face 2 days later? However, if this was not Dragon Island, then where was this place? After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai said, let's go and take a look. No matter what kind of place this was, since they were already here, they had to take a look. The two of them didn't rashly barge into that city. After all, no one knew what kind of place this was, and what kind of people lived in the city. Therefore, the two of them landed about 30 miles away from the city, and found a concealed location to hide, preparing to secretly observe for a while. After taking a closer look, there were indeed many figures moving about in the city. Even if there weren't 1 million of them, there were still several 100,000 of them. This discovery made Yang Kai and Li Jiao even more disappointed. This really wasn't Dragon Island. Otherwise, how could there be so many people? Someone's coming. Yang Kai suddenly shouted and looked in a certain direction. When Li Jiao heard this, he hurriedly looked in that direction and saw several figures rushing over, quickly flying over their heads. It seemed that they were going to enter the city. After they passed by, Li Jiao said, a few Dao Source Realm humans. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Those people were indeed humans, and their cultivations weren't high or low. Such existences could be found everywhere outside, so it wasn't anything new. Not long after these people left, another wave of people flew into the city. However, this time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao discovered a strange phenomenon. In this second wave of people, the leader actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. It was a man with a cultivation around the First Order Emperor realm. There were a few traces of dragon scales on his face, but other than that, he didn't have any other characteristics of the dragon race. However, this discovery surprised Yang Kai and Li Jiao. This man's situation was very similar to Li Jiao's. He should also be a dragon descendant, but his bloodline wasn't pure. He was even inferior to Li Jiao. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that this place was a bit unusual. For the next half a day, the two didn't move. From time to time, there would be figures flying over the sky, heading straight for the city. And the more they observed, the more shocked the two became. It couldn't be helped, the number of dragon descendants here was a bit frightening. During this half a day, at least 100 people had flown over, and among these 100 people, 10 of them were dragon descendants. This was a 1/10 ratio, which was impossible to find anywhere else. In the star boundary, although there were dragon descendants, there weren't many of them. But in this damned place, 10 out of 100 people were dragon descendants. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. These dragon descendants also had high and low cultivations. The lowest was at the Origin King realm, while the highest was at the Emperor realm. Moreover, the characteristics of the dragon clan varied. Some had short dragon horns on their foreheads, some had dragon tails, some had nondescript dragon claws, and most of them had a few dragon scales on their bodies. Of course, the characteristics of the dragon clan on their bodies were completely incomparable to those of the real dragon clan. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rather than calling those dragon scales, it would be better to call them snake scales. In addition to the human race and dragon race, there were also monster race mixed in. Palace Master Yang, what's going on? Why are there so many dragon descendants here? Li Jiao was a little uneasy. Do I look like I know the answer? Yang Kai glanced at him. Li Jiao laughed awkwardly. He was just asking casually, mainly because what he had seen in this half a day was too unbelievable. It's easy to figure it out, just go in and take a look. Yang Kai pointed in the direction of the city. Li Jiao was silent for a while before nodding. After observing for half a day, they found that the city's defenses were not tight. It could be said that there was no defense at all. All the human race, monster race, and dragon race who entered the city directly rushed in. No one questioned them at all, and no one collected anything like an entrance fee. So, if Yang Kai and Li Jiao wanted to enter the city, it wouldn't be difficult at all. After finishing their discussion, the two immediately rushed out of their hiding place and swaggered towards the city. The distance of 15 kilometers was quickly covered. The two of them followed the example of the people from before and landed far away, walking towards the city on foot. When he arrived at the city gate, Kai Yang raised his head and looked at it. Above the city gate, there were 3 words written in bold calligraphy. Yang Kai was stunned. Li Jiao was also slightly stunned. It couldn't be helped, the 3 large words were, Half-Dragon City. The two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. On the city gate, there was a lifelike giant dragon carving. At first glance, the giant dragon seemed to be alive, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced forward. Li Jiao's face paled slightly, and he couldn't help but speed up. After entering the city, the two were shocked again. Although they had guessed that the city's population would be large, the scene they saw still exceeded their expectations. There were people coming and going in the city, as many as carps crossing the river. There were many shops in the surroundings, and there were noises, shouts, and haggling sounds. The human race, monster race, and dragon race were mixed in. The human race had the most people, about half of the population, followed by the monster race. Although there were fewer of them than the human race, it wasn't that small. Then there were the dragon race. What the fuck was going on? The two were a little stunned. Chapter 30-21. Half a day later, in a tea house, Yang Kai and Li Jiao sat opposite each other. The fragrance of tea lingered in the air, but both of them were silent. Half a day of observation was enough for them to see a lot of things. This half-dragon city was too strange. Not to mention the incredible number of dragon descendants, just the number of masters here was endless. At least 1 out of 1,000 people on the street was from the Emperor realm. The population of this city was about 500,000. In other words, there were 500 to 600 people from the Emperor realm living in this half-dragon city. What kind of concept was this? This number was simply too terrifying. Looking at the entire star boundary, there were countless large and small cities, but there had never been a city with the number of the Emperor realm that could be compared to Half-Dragon City. Often, in a large city, it was already incredible to have dozens of people from the Emperor realm, and this was counting those who passed by, let alone hundreds, or even hundreds. Even if the world energy here was extremely pure and could help a cultivator's cultivation, this ratio was too frightening. It had to be known that a top sect like Azure Sun Temple only had a dozen or so people from the Emperor realm. Compared with Half-Dragon City, this number was not even a fraction. In addition, in this Half-Dragon City, the dragon descendants with the bloodline of the dragon race seemed to have a higher status. Among the cultivator of the same level, the cultivator from the dragon clan would often follow the lead. Yang Kai estimated that if the masters in such a city were to be taken out, they could sweep away any city in the star boundary and any top sect. Only the sects of the great emperors could compete with this half-dragon city. This was a gigantic city. However, whether it was Yang Kai or Li Jiao, they both found another strange thing. Those dragon descendants, especially those with a slightly purer bloodline, seemed to be a little unstable. No matter how high their cultivation was, their footsteps were weak, and they seemed to have hidden injuries. At the level of the Emperor realm, the higher the cultivation, the fewer dragon descendants there were. What was this situation? Yang Kai and Li Jiao were confused. Logically speaking, those with the bloodline of the dragon race would have a unique advantage in cultivation. For example, if Li Jiao wasn't a dragon race descendant, he would have been stuck at the second-order Emperor realm for the rest of his life. However, because of his dragon race bloodline, he was able to break through to the third-order Emperor realm. However, in Half-Dragon City, the situation seemed to be reversed. The purer the dragon race's bloodline, the harder it was for a dragon descendant to increase their cultivation. The second-order Emperor realm was the limit, and most of the dragon descendants in the Emperor realm were only first-order emperors. On the other hand, those from the human and monster clans who did not possess the bloodline of the dragon race had third-level Emperor realm existences. After staying in the tea house for a long time and listening to the conversations around them, Yang Kai and Li Jiao didn't hear anything too important. Only one person inadvertently spat out the 2 words Dragon Palace, which attracted their attention. Unfortunately, that person seemed to immediately realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly changed the topic, making Yang Kai and Li Jiao's hearts itch. Half-Dragon City, Dragon Palace, Dragon Descendants, all signs indicated that this place was most likely Dragon Island. However, the hundreds of thousands of people here made Yang Kai unable to believe it. How could there be so many people on Dragon Island? Li Jiao was also confused. This place was too different from what he had imagined, so different that he couldn't accept reality. While the two were silent, a loud noise suddenly came from a shop across the street, as if someone was arguing about something. Immediately after, the world energy surged and principles appeared. A loud bang rang out, followed by a cry of surprise. A figure flew out of the shop and landed heavily on the ground. It was a woman wearing a light yellow palace dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her back was slender and graceful. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her aura wasn't weak. She was actually a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It was unknown who she had a conflict with in the shop, but she was actually beaten out of the shop. From the looks of it, her injuries weren't light. When the pedestrians on the street saw this, they all moved aside. Without knowing the cause and effect, no one was willing to meddle in other people's business, lest they get into trouble. "Mother!" A tender voice called out, with a hint of sobbing. The woman lying on the ground got up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked forward with a fiery gaze. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because she was beaten, but her tender body was trembling. Humph! As the cold snort sounded, a man walked out of the shop. This man had a malicious expression on his face, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. He raised his hand slightly and grabbed the hair of a young girl, pulling her back. Caught in this position, the young girl could only bow her body and follow him out. The young girl's face was delicate and pretty. She didn't look very old, and her body was still young. There were 2 small bulges on her chest, and she was extremely petite. Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 to 16 years old. Her eyes were red, and tears slid down her cheeks. She seemed to have suffered a great shock, and her face was full of panic. She looked forward and said, "Mother, save me." From the way she called out, this young girl and the woman who was beaten out of the shop before were obviously mother and daughter. "Let her go." The woman gritted her teeth and shouted, her emperor chi surging violently. She looked like she was about to fight to the death, but her daughter had been captured, so she was very cautious. No matter how angry she was, she didn't dare to act rashly. What's more, this malicious-looking man's cultivation was not only higher than hers, but he was also a dragon descendant. Even if she went all out, she was definitely not his opponent. "Let her go?" The malicious-looking man looked at the woman and sneered, "Do you think I'll let her go just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" The disdain in his words was obvious, and it was obvious he didn't put this woman in his eyes. Saying so, he even lowered his head and gently sniffed the young girl's hair. Suddenly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "She smells so good. This king likes this little girl." The young girl had never experienced such a situation before, and feeling the hot breath on her back, she suddenly stiffened and cried even harder, whispering, "Mother, how dare you!" The woman was furious when she saw this and gritted her teeth. "Do you know whose daughter she is? How dare you treat her like this?" The malicious-looking man sneered, "Of course I know whose daughter she is." The woman was stunned, as if she hadn't expected the other party to give such an answer. She originally thought that the other party was just taking advantage of his power to bully her, and as long as she mentioned her daughter's father's identity, the other party would hesitate to act and she and her daughter would be safe. Who would have thought that it wouldn't have any effect at all? Her heart couldn't help but sink, knowing that the situation wasn't good. The other party had targeted her, and they must have already investigated her before, so her identity might not be useful. The malicious-looking man said, "Do you think they would care about a mortal's body? If they really cared, they wouldn't have driven you and your daughter out." As soon as this was said, not only did the woman's face darken, but many of the surrounding onlookers also looked disappointed, as if they had encountered a similar situation as the woman. "Do you believe that even if this king were to strip her naked right now, no one would care whether you lived or died?" The malicious-looking man said as he reached out and put his hand on the young girl's shoulder. The young girl's body suddenly stiffened, and she couldn't stop her tears from falling, like a broken string of pearls. The woman opposite him was even more shocked and shouted, "Don't." If he really stripped her daughter of her clothes, her daughter would be too ashamed to see others in the future and might even commit suicide immediately. Her daughter was her only hope in life, so how could she be willing to see such a thing happen? The malicious man's words made many people frown. They felt that this guy was going too far. Someone immediately said, "Friend, killing people is just a matter of nodding your head. Even if they have offended you in some way, you don't have to humiliate them like this, right?" As soon as this person spoke, the complexion of one of his companions changed, and he quickly pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. The face of the person who spoke couldn't help but change, becoming somewhat pale. The malicious-looking man turned his head and looked at him, sneering, "What did you just say?" This king didn't hear it clearly. "Say it again." The man's complexion changed a few times before he cupped his fists and said in a low voice, "Master, please forgive this one for speaking carelessly and offending you. I hope that master will not take it to heart." The malicious-looking man stared at him coldly, and after a while, he shouted in a low voice, "Scram!" Hearing this, the man felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly turned around and left. He was willing to stand up for the injustice if it was within his power, but if it involved his own life, he didn't have the courage. When the others saw this scene, how could they not know that this second-order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant had a great background? Perhaps he had a great backer, otherwise, how could he have such a great deterrent force? Some people recognized the malicious-looking man and naturally knew where his confidence came from. They all shook their heads and sighed, feeling that the mother and daughter pair were most likely doomed. They could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke this guy. Their future days would be difficult. After showing off his power, the malicious-looking man turned to look at the girl's mother and said with a smug expression, "Do you know what to do now?" How could the girl not know what he was thinking? She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her flesh, but she didn't notice. She raised her head and looked at her daughter, revealing a sad smile. She slowly knelt on the ground and prostrated herself, pressing her forehead against the back of her hand, and said in humiliation, "This concubine is willing to serve this concubine, master. Please let this concubine go." The malicious-looking man curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking sneer. This woman's humble attitude made him extremely satisfied, and his gaze lingered on her round buttocks for a while before he slowly walked forward. With a fierce kick, the woman fell to the ground. This kick wasn't light, and the woman rolled several times before she came to a stop. "Mother!" Seeing this, the girl cried out in grief. "Shut up!" The malicious-looking man slapped the girl's cheek, and with a light smack, one side of the girl's cheek immediately swelled up. Perhaps because she was frightened, the girl didn't dare to make another sound, and her pair of watery eyes widened. After kicking the woman, the malicious-looking man obviously wasn't done yet. He walked forward and stepped on her chest, immediately changing the shape of her full breasts. The woman's expression was painful, but she still said to the girl, "Close your eyes." She didn't want her daughter to see her like this. Chapter 30-22. As a mother, how could this woman be willing to let her daughter see her being tortured? The young girl was dumbfounded, her eyes wide and tears flowing down her cheeks, perhaps because she was frightened or something else. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed earlier?" The gloomy man coldly snorted, his big foot fiercely rubbing her chest a few times. The sound of bones dislocating immediately rang out, but as if he hadn't heard it, he lowered his body and said, "If you had agreed earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this." The woman's face twisted in pain, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say a word, only looking at her daughter and trying to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "Slut, it's your blessing that this king has taken a liking to you, yet you still dare to make excuses." The gloomy man seemed to have not tortured enough and wanted to vent the anger in his heart. Moreover, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of ravaging this woman, his eyes full of joy. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He and Li Jiao had watched the scene unfold from beginning to end, so naturally they understood what had happened. Although they had just arrived and had not yet fully grasped the situation in Half-Dragon City, Yang Kai could not bear to watch a mother and daughter being tortured like this under his nose. Just as he was about to take action, Li Jiao suddenly stood up and stared blankly at the woman in palace robes being trampled on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief, and in the next moment, anger ignited his heart. "It's too late to beg for mercy now. The gloomy man was still ravaging the woman in palace robes. Neither of you, mother and daughter, can escape. Come back with this king." Saying so, he lifted the young girl with one hand and grabbed the young girl's mother with the other. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a shocking emperor pressure descended from the sky, directly enveloping the gloomy man. The gloomy man was shocked, and with a tap of his feet, he floated back while shouting in a low voice, "Who is it?" Li Jiao stretched out his hand and threw a punch straight at the gloomy man's face. The gloomy man was horrified and hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi to resist, but in the next moment, the fist enlarged infinitely in front of him and slammed directly into the bridge of his nose. With a cracking sound, something seemed to break. The malicious-looking man was directly sent flying by this punch. At the same time, his hand became lighter. The girl who had been captured by him was also out of his control. With a series of cracking sounds, the malicious-looking man was sent flying into a shop at the back. He didn't know how many things he had broken in the process. He struggled to get up and felt dizzy. His mouth and nose were filled with the smell of blood. He reached out and wiped his hand. His hand was covered in blood, and his nose seemed to have been broken. The malicious-looking man flew into a rage and instantly charged out of the store. His gaze was gloomy and cold as he gazed at Li Jiao, and his killing intent surged like a tide as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Presumptuous!" Li Jiao didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at the young girl he had saved, then looked at the woman in palace attire lying on the ground. He said in a low voice, "Go help your mother up." The girl didn't move. She was probably scared silly. The woman in palace attire looked at Li Jiao in shock. She didn't expect that someone would stand up for her at this time. After all, the malicious-looking man wasn't someone to be offended. Although his cultivation wasn't at the top in Half-Dragon City and there were many people more powerful than him, he was still someone who couldn't be offended. Anyone who offended him didn't have a good ending. It had nothing to do with cultivation. After seeing Li Jiao's face, the woman couldn't help but open her eyes wide and let out a low cry. Their eyes met. A trace of pity and nostalgia flashed in Li Jiao's eyes, but the woman immediately looked away and avoided his gaze. Seeing her like this, Li Jiao sighed and pushed the young girl again. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. Crying loudly, she walked forward and helped her mother up. Li Jiao's arrogant attitude undoubtedly angered the malicious-looking man, but it was strange. Although he noticed that Li Jiao's cultivation was a little higher than his, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he glared fiercely at Li Jiao and said, "You actually dare to hurt this king. No matter who you are dead today. That's what I want to say too." Li Jiao turned his head and looked at the malicious-looking man. Although his expression was indifferent, anyone could hear the anger he was suppressing. Inside the tea house, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. His eyes glanced over at the woman in the palace robe and then back at Li Jiao, his expression changing as he understood something. On the other side, the malicious-looking man was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said fiercely, "You have guts. In this Half-Dragon City, no one dares to talk to me like this. Now there is." Li Jiao took a light breath and calmed the anger in his heart. He had never been so angry before, and the raging anger in his chest was simply about to explode. He couldn't wait to vent his anger and crush this malicious man into smithereens. "You're courting death." The malicious-looking man was also extremely angry. He urged his aura and the color of the dragon scales below his neck suddenly deepened. A faint dragon's might instantly filled the air. Among the onlookers, many of the dragon descendants showed uncomfortable expressions. There was nothing they could do about it. This was bloodline suppression. The malicious-looking man's dragon race bloodline was higher than theirs and he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. When he pushed his aura to its limit, few of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City could resist him. Even the humans and monster beasts who were not dragon descendants had difficult expressions at this moment and quickly moved away. Li Jiao's expression, however, did not change. He remained as motionless as a mountain, simply staring coldly at the malicious-looking man. Seeing his indifferent appearance, the malicious-looking man's expression couldn't help but change. He felt that something was wrong. He also noticed that Li Jiao had a dragon race bloodline, which was why he was so unscrupulous. He was sure that Li Jiao's dragon race bloodline was not as pure as his. But when the dragon pressure filled the air, Li Jiao's performance surprised him. The other party was completely calm. How is this possible? Is the bloodline suppression ineffective? It's impossible for the bloodline suppression to be ineffective. There is only one reason why the other party is so indifferent. The other party's bloodline is definitely not inferior to mine. Thinking of this, the malicious-looking man's expression changed greatly. His cultivation was already inferior to the other party's, so if he didn't have an advantage in terms of bloodline, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. After carefully sizing up Li Jiao, a trace of suspicion flashed in the malicious-looking man's eyes because he found that Li Jiao looked very unfamiliar. He had no impression of him at all. Although there were many dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City, numbering in the tens of thousands, there weren't many in the Emperor Realm. There were only a few hundred people in the Emperor Realm in Half-Dragon City, and 80% of them were humans and monster beasts. Those from the Emperor Realm who had a dragon race bloodline numbered no more than 100. He had some impression of these 100 people, and even if he didn't have a deep relationship with them, he had at least seen them a few times. After all, they all made a living in Half-Dragon City. Although the city was large, they would still meet over the years. But Li Jiao was a face that he had never seen before. Where did this guy come from? A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator with a bloodline that is not inferior to mine. This kind of guy is simply unheard of. Thinking of this, the malicious-looking man was stunned. The woman in the palace dress was also stunned. The surrounding cultivator was also stunned. Everyone looked at Li Jiao in shock, as if there was a flower on his face. After a while, the malicious-looking man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he had kicked an iron plate this time. What a disgrace! Li Jiao coldly snorted and also urged his own power. In the next moment, a wisp of dragon pressure that was clearly stronger than the malicious-looking man's enveloped the surroundings. The malicious-looking man's dragon pressure was like a bubble, instantly bursting apart. Muffled groans came from all around, all of which were the result of being suppressed. Third-rank dragon vein. It's actually a third-rank dragon vein? Half-Dragon City has a third-rank dragon vein? Cries of surprise rang out one after another, causing Li Jiao to frown. Although he knew that his dragon race bloodline wasn't pure, he didn't know what rank he belonged to. After all, he didn't have anyone to compare to, let alone a standard. The dragon race bloodline classification came from Dragon Island, from the dragon race. This classification was unknown to outsiders. However, listening to the cries of surprise around him, Li Jiao realized that the dragon descendants of Half-Dragon City seemed to be very clear about the bloodline classification. So, he was actually a third-rank dragon vein? This was also the first time Li Jiao knew. Our Half-Dragon City has such a dragon vein? Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Looking at his power, it should be a third-rank dragon vein, right? It shouldn't be enough. It's probably only middle rank. Someone is going to be unlucky this time. Don't joke around. You don't know that person's background. He might not be the unlucky one. The malicious-looking man's expression kept changing as he cursed in his heart. What the hell? Where did a third-rank mid-rank dragon vein come from? He himself was only a third-rank high-rank dragon vein, 2 whole ranks lower than the other party. His cultivation was inferior, and his bloodline was inferior. How could he fight? The dragon pressure pressed down on him, and the malicious-looking man's expression suddenly became incomparably difficult. He felt that the Emperor Qi in his body was not circulating smoothly, and his meridians and flesh were squirming. The throbbing from the depths of his soul made him panic. This was also the first time Li Jiao had tasted the benefits of bloodline suppression. In the past, he could only be suppressed. In front of Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing, he would cower like a grandson. Now, he had finally become a grandfather. The anger in his heart did not subside. He raised his hand and swept a slap at the malicious-looking man's face. The malicious-looking man obviously wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength. When the slap came, he could not dodge at all. With a crisp slap, the malicious-looking man's cheek swelled up, and a few of his teeth flew out. He flipped a few times in the air before landing heavily. It was obvious how powerful Li Jiao's slap was. Li Jiao turned his head, and his cold expression suddenly changed. He looked at the young girl with a pleasant expression and said, "He slapped you, so I slapped him back. Did you vent your anger?" The young girl was shocked. She did not know Li Jiao, and did not know why he would stand up for her. Just now, she and her mother were bullied by the malicious-looking man, so she was full of grievance and fear. Now that she saw that evil was being repaid with evil, she was naturally full of joy. She also felt grateful towards Li Jiao, a person she met by chance, and nodded heavily. Li Jiao smiled and said, "If you think it's not enough, I'll slap him a few more times." The young girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. Li Jiao said, "All right, I'll help your mother vent her anger." Chapter 30-23. On the streets of Half-Dragon City, everyone was silent. When Li Jiao turned his head again, his face had returned to its cold expression as he approached the malicious man step by step. After being slapped hard, the malicious man felt dizzy. After calming himself down, he suddenly saw Li Jiao standing in front of him. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed, "You dare hit me?" Li Jiao's eyes drooped as he slapped out again. With a crisp slap, the malicious man's other cheek also swelled up. The dual suppression from his bloodline and cultivation made him unable to fight back in front of Li Jiao. He could only passively take the beating. "Bastard! You!" Before he could finish speaking, Li Jiao's fist landed on his face, instantly causing his skin to split open. "You, boom, another punch." The surrounding onlookers kept quiet out of fear as they felt a chill run down their spines. Li Jiao seemed to be furious to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he pounced forward and rode on the malicious-looking man's body. Both of his hands moved like a bow as he continuously slapped the malicious-looking man's face. Pa, 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 the sounds of slapping rang out incessantly. The malicious-looking man didn't even have the time to speak. Although he was ruthless, he had a sense of propriety. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. Although he wanted to help the mother and daughter vent their anger, he didn't kill them. Therefore, although the malicious man was beaten to a miserable state, his life wasn't in danger. "Friend, where it is possible to let people off, you should spare them. This person, you can't afford to offend." A voice suddenly floated into his ears. It should be someone secretly sending a voice transmission to Li Jiao. Li Jiao frowned when he heard the voice and his hand movements became much lighter. After such a beating, he had vented a lot of his anger and wasn't as irrational as before. The woman who was saved by him finally came back to her senses at this moment and shouted, stop hitting, master, please stop." She wasn't pleading for mercy for the malicious man. After suffering such humiliation at the hands of the malicious man and being seen by her daughter, she wanted nothing more than to kill him for revenge. Why would she plead for mercy for him? She was worried about Li Jiao. If this person was really beaten to death, Li Jiao wouldn't be able to survive. Her heart was filled with guilt and uneasiness. She felt that she had implicated Li Jiao. Li Jiao fiercely punched the malicious-looking man twice before stopping. He coldly snorted, "What kind of bullshit is this?" The woman took the opportunity to rush up and grab his arm. She begged, "Master, stop. Don't hit him anymore." Li Jiao took advantage of the situation to get up and coldly looked at the malicious man lying on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." The malicious-looking man's face was covered in blood and dirt. His face was almost deformed from the beating. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or because he was seriously injured. He lay on the ground motionless, as if he was dead. Li Jiao kicked him again before turning his head to look at the woman. His expression was somewhat complicated as he asked, "Are you all right?" The woman shook her head, not daring to look him in the eye. She gently let go of his arm. She was also from the Emperor realm. Although she had been bullied and suffered some minor injuries, it was not a big deal. "It's good that you're fine." Li Jiao nodded. The woman lowered her head and gently bit her red lips as she said, "Thank you, Master, for your help." "Master, you should quickly leave. You can't stay in Half-Dragon City any longer." Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. As soon as this was said, the woman immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The young girl beside her opened her eyes wide in curiosity, looking at her mother and then at Li Jiao. "You know my mother?" Li Jiao snorted, "Then you have to ask her." He seemed to be a little angry, but in fact, he did not know what he was angry about. The young girl was innocent, turning her head to look at her mother and said, "Mother, do you know this master?" The woman did not say anything, but her shoulders gently shook. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of tears fell, like a broken string of pearls, as if she had thought of something sad. "Mother." Seeing this, the young girl's eyes also turned red, reaching out to hug her mother. "What are you crying for? It's been so many years, why are you still like this?" Li Jiao was a little speechless, knowing that his words just now were a little too harsh. He immediately felt a little apologetic, but he did not know how to comfort her. After a while, he could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Big sister, sit down first." Although they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, this woman was definitely older than him, so it was not wrong to call her big sister. What's more, Li Jiao seemed to be old acquaintances with her, so he naturally had to give Li Jiao some face at this time. When he was the hero saving the beauty just now, he was full of vigor, as if he had become a few hundred years younger. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Li Jiao's face immediately glowed, but he still said with a straight face, "Sit down. What are you doing standing here? If people who don't know saw this, they would think that I bullied you." The woman was still crying softly, but she sat down with her daughter, probably feeling that it was a little inappropriate to stand here and cry. Her mood was a little unstable, whether it was because of the bullying just now or because she saw Li Jiao again after so many years, but her tears did not stop for a moment. At this time, it was not convenient to talk to her, so Yang Kai simply looked at Li Jiao and quietly asked, "Do you know her?" As early as when Li Jiao made his move, Yang Kai had already guessed it. Later, various signs showed that Li Jiao and this woman were indeed old acquaintances, but Yang Kai also felt that it was a coincidence that he could meet an acquaintance in this strange half-dragon city. Li Jiao nodded lightly, his expression becoming complicated again, his eyes flashing with a look of reminiscence. Yang Kai did not ask any more questions. This kind of privacy was not good to pry. In any case, he felt that the relationship between Li Jiao and this woman was not ordinary. "Palace Master Yang, have you heard of the sect called Rui sect?" After a moment of silence, Li Jiao suddenly asked. "Rui sect?" Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding, "I have." Rui sect was also in the Northern Territory, but compared to Fire Dragon Palace, High Sky sect, Seeking Passion sect, and Ice Heart Valley, it was inferior because this sect did not have a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The strongest one was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, although Yang Kai had heard of Rui sect, he did not know much about it. Now that he suddenly heard Li Jiao mention it, he knew that this woman should be related to Rui sect. Li Jiao continued, "Rui sect sect master, Lu Qiu, is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Although he is not the top, he is not bad. Rui sect is a sect with a long heritage, and although sect master Lu Qiu has not done much, he has maintained the foundation of his ancestors. He has many children, one of whom is ranked third. She is a national beauty and is very famous. Everyone calls her Lu Sannyang. At this point, he turned his head and glanced at the woman sitting next to him, who was sobbing softly. About 300 years ago, this Li was traveling outside when he encountered a group of evil people committing a crime. Palace Master Yang should not be a stranger to this kind of thing. This Li did not know whether it was right or wrong, so it was not convenient for this Li to intervene. However, at that time, a woman stepped in. Although her cultivation was not bad, she was only in the third-order Dao source realm at that time. She was surrounded by danger and this Li saved her. After that, this Li became acquainted with her, and that woman was Lu Sannyang of Ruyi sect. Palace Master Yang may laugh at this, but this Li is also a lustful person. With such a stunning appearance, this Li was naturally tempted. After interacting with her for some time, this Li felt that she had a good impression of this Li, so this Li personally went to Ruyi sect to propose marriage. What's more, Li Jiao also had the bloodline of the dragon race. Lu Sannyang's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations, so it was normal for Li Jiao to be tempted by her. A trace of shame appeared on her face as she lowered her head and said, "It was so many years ago. I can't remember clearly." This answer obviously didn't satisfy Li Jiao. He didn't care about pretending and immediately said with a sullen face, "So, you were just pretending to be affectionate to this lord back then?" "Good, very good." His face was filled with grief and indignation. If it was any other man who encountered this matter, they wouldn't be able to remain calm. Thinking back to the romantic feelings of the past, Li Jiao only felt incomparably sullen. He wished he could slap this shameless bitch to death right now. How is that possible? Lu Sannyang suddenly raised her head and shook her head vigorously, tears flowing down her face again. Sannyang's feelings for Big Brother Li were not fake. Sannyang wanted to marry Big Brother Li. Her appearance made Li Jiao's heart soften again. He restrained the malevolence on his face and said in a deep voice, "This lord needs an explanation for what happened back then." Lu Sannyang still shook her head. Li Jiao's anger, which had just calmed down, flared up again. He directly stood up and said, "Fine, if you don't want to say it, then this lord won't force you. Let's just pretend we never knew each other. Palace Master Yang, let's go." Although what happened back then was a pity, even Li Jiao had come so many years ago. At this time, he was naturally able to let go. In any case, his cultivation wasn't bad, so he still had this kind of temperament. Just as he turned around, Lu Sannyang grabbed his sleeve. "What else do you want?" Li Jiao looked down at her with a cold expression. Lu Sannyang sobbed for a while. After a while, she softly said, "Sannyang was caught by someone." Li Jiao's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there without moving, nor did he mention anything about leaving. "Back then, when we set the wedding date, Sannyang was waiting for you in Ruyi sect. Later, she really wanted to see you, so she secretly ran out by herself. She wanted to go to Fire Dragon Palace to find you, but she didn't expect. Speaking up to this point, she couldn't continue. She was probably recalling what happened back then. She choked up so much that she couldn't even speak. Mother." Seeing this, the young girl also cried and raised her hand to wipe her mother's tears. For a moment, the mother and daughter were filled with grief, crying until the sky turned dark. Li Jiao sighed, "All right, don't cry. Let's not talk about what happened back then. I went too far." Lu Sannyang shook her head. She barely managed to maintain her emotions and continued, "Back then, Sannyang was only in the third-order Dao source realm, and that person's cultivation was profound. Sannyang was no match for him and was captured. Later, there was no need to talk about what happened later. Lu Sanyang was such an outstanding beauty. How could she have a good ending after being captured? Li Jiao's expression was extremely cold. He said in a deep voice, "Who was it?" Lu Sanyang didn't answer. She only continued, "Later, he brought me to Dragon Island." Dragon Island? Li Jiao and Yang Kai were both startled. They looked at her and said, "This place is really Dragon Island?" Lu Sanyang raised her head and glanced at them. She was a little curious. Since they were already here, why didn't they know where this place was? She nodded and said, "That's right, this is Dragon Island." Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at each other. Their expressions sank. Although Lu Sanyang didn't say who the person who captured her was, it was already very obvious. Who else could freely enter and leave Dragon Island other than the dragon race? Li Jiao clenched his fists and his hands trembled violently. No wonder Lu Sanyang wasn't willing to say. It turned out that it was the dragon race's doing. If he hadn't repeatedly forced her, Lu Sanyang definitely wouldn't have revealed the truth. Back then, Lu Sanyang's disappearance was actually related to the dragon race. Yang Kai frowned. He secretly felt that this matter was a little tricky. Li Jiao also felt the same. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have cared. Even if it was someone else at the Third Order Emperor realm, he would still fight for Lu Sanyang and seek justice for himself. But the dragon race. He smiled bitterly in his heart. The dragon race wasn't something he could provoke. Just the suppression of his bloodline alone made him unable to even think of resisting. He fell heavily back into his seat, his face ashen. His woman was stolen, he was humiliated, and his face was damaged. But in the end, he didn't even have the ability to take revenge. Li Jiao felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. His heart was stifled. "Then why are you here?" Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her. Lu Sanyang was so beautiful, so it made sense that she was targeted by the dragon race. But why would she appear in Half-Dragon City? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He sympathized with Li Jiao in his heart. He felt that the dragon race who stole Lu Sanyang was simply a bastard. In the tea house, Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She quickly shouted, "Brotherly, hurry up and leave, it'll be too late if you don't leave now." Li Jiao frowned, he looked at the gloomy man flying towards him and said indifferently, "We can't leave anymore." He had beaten up the gloomy man before, the other party clearly held a grudge. Li Jiao didn't hear what he said to the dragon race, but when he saw the gloomy man's expression, he knew that he couldn't escape forever. Did he regret it? He didn't regret it. Lu Sanyang was being treated like that in front of him. If he still didn't do anything, then he wasn't worthy of being called a man. It was just that he didn't think that trouble would come so quickly. Lu Sanyang also said that the gloomy man could speak with that side. Now it seemed that this side was the Dragon Palace, the dragon race. Those that dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Saying this, he pointed at Yang Kai and the others again and said, You. He made a circle with his hand and called out everyone in the tea house. Everyone's expression was ugly. Everyone was uneasy. In the past, when the dragon race came to Half-Dragon City, they were only looking for dragon descendants. In their eyes, mortals had no value other than venting their desires. No one knew why the Dragon Palace would suddenly send 500 mortals over this time. Those that Yuanwu ordered had gloomy expressions. They thought, if they had known this earlier, who would have been willing to come here to drink tea? Was the Dragon Palace a place they could casually go to? If they went there, they might not be able to leave for the rest of their lives. And the cause of this was undoubtedly Yang Kai and the others. If they had not clashed with Yuanwu before, Yuanwu would not have come directly to the tea house. This was an unexpected calamity. In an instant, many people looked with dark expressions at Yang Kai and the others, secretly hating them. How could she have lived until today? Holding Lu Yuqin in her arms, Lu Sanyang moved slightly to the side, increasing the distance between her and Yuanwu. How could Yuanwu let go of this chance? He moved closer to her, clearly wanting to take advantage of her. Lu Sanyang's expression immediately became unnatural. She lowered her head, her face pale. Yuanwu looked forward. Seeing that Fu Qi was flying in front and did not pay much attention to the back, he boldly reached out to grab Lu Sanyang's pretty butt. He had been drooling over Lu Sanyang for a long time. Such a beautiful woman was rare even in Half-Dragon City, not to mention that she had been expelled from the Dragon Palace. She had once had a very close relationship with a member of the dragon race. This gave Yuanwu a perverse sense of anticipation. Now that he could finally satisfy his craving, he naturally would not miss this chance. But what he did not expect was that he would grab empty air. Yuanwu's expression darkened. When he turned his head to look, he found that Lu Sanyang, who had been next to him, had run to the other side at some unknown time. A youth in blue clothing was between him and Lu Sanyang. He had just wanted to take advantage of her, but did not notice when this youth had come over. When he looked up, he saw the youth looking at him with a cold expression. This guy did it on purpose? Yuanwu was instantly annoyed. Because he could speak with the dragon race, his status in Half-Dragon City was very high. Whether it was the human race, the Yao race, or the experts of the dragon race, they would all give him some face. Previously, he had been beaten by Li Jiao in the city, which had already made him furious. He did not expect that at this time, someone would ruin his good fortune. Looking over, Yuanwu's expression turned cold. He transmitted, "It's you." He also recognized Yang Kai. This youth had been sitting at the same table as Li Jiao. The two clearly had a good relationship. What? That dragon descendant has left, and you want to protect this pair of mother and daughter? Do you think you can protect her with your puny cultivation base? Yuanwu really did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had a second-order high-rank dragon vein. He could even fight against an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he could not win, it should not be a problem for him to protect himself. Before, he could not detect Yang Kai's cultivation because Yang Kai did not use his Emperor Qi. At this moment, everyone was flying in the air. With his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai's cultivation could be seen clearly. First-order Emperor Realm. Since when could a First-order Emperor Realm Master challenge him? And he was a human. Yuanwu was so angry that his nose became crooked. He felt that this brat was not putting him in his eyes at all. He was crazy. Yuanwu transmitted his voice darkly, "Brat, you have guts. How dare you ruin this king's good fortune?" Little did he know that Yang Kai did not need him to help at all. Just as Yuanwu did not put Yang Kai in his eyes, how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? However, as a result, Yang Kai had a good impression of this half-monster. He felt that one really could not judge a book by its cover. Just by looking at this half-monster's face, anyone would think that this guy was gloomy and wretched. He was definitely not a good person. If he were to meet him outside, he would definitely stay as far away as possible, lest he accidentally fall into his trap. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Fu Ling to cultivate the dragon blood flower. Now, he had encountered a troublesome matter. It was more dangerous than cultivating the dragon blood flower. What a sin! Why was he so unlucky? Chapter 30. There was still a lot of noise around them. Yuan Wu endured it for a while before he could no longer bear it and shouted, "Shut up, all of you." The scene immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at him. Yuan Wu coldly swept his gaze over everyone. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "I know a little about the general situation, but I am not too clear. Wait until I investigate it thoroughly." Saying so, he picked up the space ring that Fu Qi had thrown to him before and carefully examined it. Everyone stared at his reaction. Yuan Wu's expression was first shocked, then joyful, and then sunk again. After a few changes, he regained his bitter expression. He shook his hand and suddenly took out something that looked like an animal skin from the space ring and looked at it carefully. The moment he saw it, he let out a low cry. The people from the Emperor realm around him could not help but gather around him. When they saw what was on the animal skin, their expressions changed. "What is this? It looks like a palace. The scale is quite large. It seems that even the materials used for construction have specific requirements." "What do you mean? Are we supposed to build a palace?" "No way. Why would the dragon race need to build a palace? I've never heard of the dragon race having requirements in this area." "Incredible, incredible. If this palace is built, I'm afraid there won't be a second one in the entire star boundary. Azure gold, purple copper, icy soul snow jade, heavenly crystal meteorite. These are all materials used to refine Emperor artifacts. This, are they really going to be used to build a palace? Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" When they saw what was on the animal skin blueprint, the people from the Emperor realm could not remain calm and their expressions changed. Those who were gathered around and could not see the blueprint clearly had their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of disbelief as their faces twitched. Azure gold, purple copper? Icy soul snow jade? Heavenly crystal meteorite? One after another, extremely impactful nouns reverberated like thunder in their ears, shocking them so much that they couldn't regain their senses. Although they had been living on the Dragon Island and had never interacted with the outside world, it didn't mean that they didn't know what was good for them. There were alchemists and blacksmiths in the half-dragon city, and there was no lack of cultivation materials on the Dragon Island. As long as they didn't go to the Dragon Palace, they could still move around freely in this small world. Therefore, they knew very well what these materials represented. These things were all extremely rare artifact refining materials, and any one of them was priceless and extremely difficult to find. If someone from the Emperor realm could obtain some of these materials, it would be of great help to the improvement of their Emperor artifacts. But now, according to the voice in his ear, these precious and rare materials were actually used to build a palace? Was it true? Everyone was suspicious, not daring to believe what they had just heard. In an instant, everyone's eyes gathered on Yuan Wu, wanting him to give an answer. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. After all, if this was really the case, then this was too big of a deal. Even the sects of the great emperors couldn't do such a thing. Could the Dragon Island really do it? Yuan Wu had been observing the beast skin blueprint. After a while, he put it away and swept his gaze over everyone. His gloomy gaze paused on Yang Kai for a moment before he said loudly, "The dragon race has given us a very difficult task. As soon as he said this, everyone exploded. It can't be. Are we really going to build a palace? And what materials are we going to use to build it? Building a palace isn't a problem. We have so many people. No matter how big the palace is, we can definitely finish it in a month. But the key is the materials. Yes, where are we going to find these materials? If we can't find the materials, how are we going to build the palace? The dragon race is forcing us to our deaths. Shoo, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the dragon palace, be careful that the walls have ears. The crowd began to discuss again. Yuanwu's expression was extremely ugly. After a while, he continued to speak, you are right. The dragon race wants us to build a palace, and an extremely grand one at that. This king just took a look. If this palace is completed, it will occupy an area of over 100 acres. A wave of gasps sounded. Over 100 acres? How big was this island? If it was over 100 acres, it would occupy almost a tenth of this island. They had thought that they had enough people, but when they heard that it was over 100 acres, they were all dumbfounded. Was this still a fucking palace? This was a city, right? Yuanwu pointed at the center of the island and said loudly, the palace is over there. The dragon race has basically been planned. We only need to act according to the plan. Seeing that the crowd was about to become restless again, Yuanwu pressed down with his hand and said in a low voice, this king knows what everyone is worried about. It is nothing more than the materials. The dragon island has prepared the materials. He raised the ring on his hand high up. It is all in here. When these words were said, everyone was stunned. Then, a wave of gasps sounded. So the dragon race has already prepared. That really scared me to death. Yes, if we have to find those materials ourselves, I think everyone should just kill themselves. That's more like it. But I have long heard that the dragon race is rich. Only now do I know that the rumors are true. Yes, so many materials are only used to build a palace. This is too exaggerated and wasteful. If they could give me some, keep dreaming. Who dares to embezzle the things in the ring? If they really did that, they wouldn't even know when they died. That's true. Haha, I was just saying. Just as everyone relaxed, Yuanwu smiled coldly. It is not that this seat is pouring cold water on everyone, but the materials in the ring are not enough for the temporary residents. There is still a large gap, and we need to mine it ourselves. What? This time, everyone was shocked. In just a few words, the ups and downs of their mood were too frequent. Everyone was unable to accept it. The materials in the ring were not enough. They had to mine it themselves. So many precious materials, where would they go to mine them? These materials were things that could only be encountered and not sought. Yuanwu said, no need to worry. There are a few spiritual islands in the Dragon Palace that produce these materials. So we only need to mine them. Everyone's tense mood relaxed again. If that was the case, then it was fine. It was a kind of goodwill transmission. On the other side, Yuanwu accidentally discovered Yang Kai's small action and immediately became angry. He was worried about what would happen in a month. Yang Kai had a calm expression and was at ease. Why? Why? She did not pay attention to the conflict between Yang Kai and Yuanwu, and only cried out when Yuanwu suddenly attacked. As she spoke, Lu Sanyang's body moved, her emperor qi surging. Obviously, she wanted to block this attack for Yang Kai. She was not Yuanwu's opponent, but if she joined forces with Yang Kai, they might be able to contend with Yuanwu. At the very least, they would be able to block this palm strike. At worst, she would take the initiative to apologize to Yuanwu and turn a big problem into a small one. Her thoughts were naive and simple, but she did not expect Yang Kai to suddenly grab her. She did not even feel Yang Kai use any strength, but her emperor qi was suddenly suppressed, and she could not even move her body. Lu Sanyang's beautiful eyes instantly widened. She could not react to what had happened. The masters gathered around slowly shook their heads, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was in big trouble. This guy was really unlucky. He had offended Yuanwu just because he was with that dragon descendant. His future days would be difficult. They were not related to Yang Kai, and had never even met him before. Of course, some people sympathized with Yang Kai, but at this time, they would not help him. Everyone could see that Yuanwu was the one they needed to curry favor with. Offending Yuanwu for a stranger they did not know, who would do such a thing? Everyone could almost imagine the miserable state Yang Kai and the others would be in. They made up their minds that they could not offend Yuanwu, or they would not be able to return alive in a month. In the blink of an eye, the huge cyan palm print had already landed on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai did not move at all. His expression did not change as though he had been scared silly. It wasn't until the palm print was about to land that Yang Kai gently raised his hand, his emperor qi surging in his palm as a mysterious principal strength surged out. He raised his hand slightly and pressed it against the blue hand. Crack, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. The huge cyan palm print suddenly split into pieces, turning into specks of fluorescent light and dissipating. Yuanwu was stunned. Lu Sanyang was stunned. Everyone was stunned. No one knew how Yang Kai had resolved this attack. He seemed to have only gently raised his hand, and Yuanwu's Sherwin attack had collapsed. Was this real? Was this a joke? Had Yuanwu underestimated the enemy too much? Most people thought so. After all, Yuanwu's strength was there for all to see. Yang Kai's cultivation was one level lower than his. Even if Yuanwu had not used his full power, it was not something that Yang Kai could match. The only explanation was that Yuanwu had underestimated the enemy, so his attack had been resolved. However, there were also a few people who narrowed their eyes slightly as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, their eyes flashing with disbelief. Previously, they had not paid attention to Yang Kai because he had nothing to pay attention to. But now, it was different. Just that casual move just now was enough for Yang Kai to enter the field of vision of a few experts. This youth was not a soft persimmon. He had been able to resolve the initial element marshal's attack not just because Yuanwu had underestimated the enemy. On the other side, Yuanwu was stunned for a moment. His expression suddenly changed. He had wanted to establish his prestige, but who knew that not only did this move not have the effect of establishing his prestige, but it also made him feel like he had been slapped in the face. He immediately shouted angrily, courting death. Burning with anger, the dragon scales under his neck suddenly deepened in color. A faint dragon pressure spread out, and his second-order Emperor Realm aura was pushed to the peak. Yang Kai's resistance had undoubtedly angered him. He had only planned to take care of Yang Kai a little to make him understand the situation so that he would be obedient in the future. But now, he planned to use all his strength to teach him a lesson. I'll beat him half to death first. He secretly decided in his heart. Before he could do anything else, his eyes suddenly blurred and a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Yuanwu was startled. When he looked over, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was still some distance away from him, had somehow appeared in front of him, only 3 steps away. What's going on? Everyone had to act according to his mood, but now that he had been slapped in the face by Yang Kai in front of everyone, how could he still have the face to order others around? Anger roiled inside, but he was not as skilled as the other. He could only swallow his words, his mouth full of bitterness. Master Yuan, are you all right? But at this time, someone went to find him. Everyone looked and saw a person with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks walk to Yuan Wu's side and carefully help him up. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the voice. He looked back and found that person was the middle-aged man who had helped him out. Chapter 30-33. Yuan Wu's face was ashen. After being helped up by the middle-aged man, he coughed violently for a while before saying bitterly, "I'm fine." He glared at Yang Kai with hatred, but when he met Yang Kai's gaze, he quickly dodged. After experiencing what had just happened, he didn't dare to challenge Yang Kai anymore. He could only suppress this resentment in his heart and hope to repay it in the future. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a flattering smile, "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. We still need Master to oversee the construction of the palace in the future. If something really happened, what would we do? We don't have a backbone." His flattery caused many people to cast sidelong glances at him, wondering how this guy could be so shameless. But like this, Yuan Wu's expression improved a lot, feeling that he had regained some face. The middle-aged man said again, "Master, if there really isn't a candidate, then leave the matter of mining the ice soul snow jade to me. What do you think?" Yuan Wu was taken aback and turned to look at him, sizing him up seriously for the first time. The rest of the people were also stunned and had strange expressions. Everyone knew how dangerous mining the ice soul snow jade was, so no one was willing to take the initiative to take this job. They all took the initiative to suggest taking on other tasks because they were afraid that Yuan Wu would assign this matter to them. The middle-aged man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so everyone believed that he was also aware of this. But what was he doing? It was clearly dangerous, so why was he taking the initiative? Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Even if he wanted to flatter, he shouldn't play around with his own life. For a moment, everyone looked at the middle-aged man as if they were looking at a fool. The middle-aged man didn't seem to notice and smiled slightly, "Of course, I'm just saying. As for the specific choice, it's up to Master to decide." As soon as he said this, Yuan Wu had a good impression of this middle-aged man. He had already lost face because of Yang Kai, and the first task assigned to him was thrown out and humiliated. This was a huge blow to his prestige, and it was very likely that it would affect his position in the hearts of these 500 people. But at this time, there was still someone supporting him. How could Yuan Wu not be grateful? And this guy's words were very appropriate and gave him a lot of face. Looking at him deeply, Yuan Wu asked, "What's your name?" He didn't recognize the other party and vaguely didn't remember that there was such a guy in Half-Dragon City. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. After all, such a strange appearance, he always left a deep impression. The middle-aged man smiled, "This little Wu Chen." "Good, you." Yuan Wu reached out and patted Wu Chen's shoulder. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. This Wu Chen was undoubtedly here to provide timely assistance. Even though the two had never met before and were not familiar with each other, from this moment on, Wu Chen's position in Yuan Wu's heart was already much higher than the others. He nodded and said, "Then I will leave the matter of mining the icy soul snow jade to you. Is 30 people enough?" Wu Chen stilled and had a surprised expression. Then he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." When the rest of the people heard this, they all looked towards Wu Chen with incomparable envy, secretly regretting their actions. If they had known earlier, how could they have just stood to the side and watched the show? They would have long rushed up and asked about his well-being. But now, Wu Chen had only said a few words and had obtained Yuan Wu's high regard. He could be considered a small leader among the 500 people, and had even been assigned by Yuanwu to be in charge of mining the icy soul snow jade. This was simply a meat pie falling from the sky. Yuanwu narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you are in charge of this matter, you can choose who you need. Tell me when you choose." Saying this, his gaze slowly swept across the crowd. He said coolly, "If anyone dares to refuse, tell me as well. I will take care of them." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Master, for your kindness." Wu Chen was overjoyed. He was clearly very happy. With Yuanwu supporting him, he could naturally do whatever he wanted. After all, not everyone had Yang Kai's courage and strength, daring to challenge Yuanwu. Even the third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators present did not have the confidence to do so. With Wu Chen as a precedent, how could the other Emperor Realm Masters still sit still? They all stepped forward and surrounded Yuanwu, flattering him endlessly as they smiled charmingly. They could see that the construction of the temporary residence was too complicated and huge. Yuanwu could not do everything himself. If he wanted to finish the construction of the temporary residence within a month, he would definitely assign some small leaders to be in charge of other matters. At this time, they naturally needed to perform well. In the blink of an eye, Yuanwu once again tasted the feeling of being the moon surrounded by the stars. The humiliation and anger from before were swept away. He looked coldly in Kai Yang's direction, hesitating whether or not he should order these people to kill Kai Yang first. But this thought only turned in his mind for a moment before Yuanwu gave up. It was not that he was afraid of Yang Kai, but he felt that mentioning this matter now would be too impatient for quick success. "I'll let you be proud for a while. After all, there is still a month. I'll find an opportunity to kill you." Yuanwu sneered in his heart for a while. He no longer thought about Yang Kai and directly began to assign tasks. After the previous investigation, he had a basic understanding of what he needed to do in the next month. The plan now was to first send people out to mine the materials needed to build the temporary residence. Otherwise, it would be too late to mine after the materials in the ring were used up. He picked out more than 200 people and divided them into 7 or 8 teams. These 7 or 8 teams were sent to mine different materials. However, Yuanwu was careful. Other than Wu Chen, he did not assign anyone else to be in charge. He was grateful to Wu Chen for saving his face and returning the favor. The others did not do anything just now. "You want this king to value you? Show your attitude first." Each type of material was produced on the island of the Dragon Palace and was scattered on different spiritual islands. Yuanwu finished giving them the tasks and gave them directions. Only then did these 200 people reluctantly fly away under the cover of the night. Time was tight and there was no time to rest. So while they had some complaints, they could not do anything about it. With this, the number of people was reduced by half. In the following period of time, Yuanwu started to assign different tasks to the remaining people. While the dragon race was planned on this island, it was just a general location. The remaining matters needed these 500 people to handle. Building a temporary palace was not a simple matter. It involved many aspects. Fortunately, the remaining 300 people were not completely useless. Many of them had some experience in this area. Yuanwu gathered them together for a simple discussion, and then gave all kinds of orders. Wave after wave of people flew out, each receiving a different mission, and began to make preparations on the island. In a flash, the entire island was in full swing. Even at night, the sounds of bustling could be heard. When it was almost dawn, everyone's tasks had been assigned. Only Yang Kai, Lu Sanyang and her daughter were left standing where they were. Yuanwu clearly did not plan on provoking Yang Kai. Even Lu Sanyang and her daughter were ignored by him. Staring coldly at Yang Kai's back, Yuanwu snorted softly and turned to leave. When he left, Lu Sanyang immediately looked towards Yang Kai and said helplessly, Brother Yang, what do we do now? The development of the matter this time was unexpected. She had thought that the two of them would not be able to escape Yuanwu's evil hands and had mentally prepared to resist. But when it came to it, she had nothing to do with it. It was thanks to Yang Kai that she was so free. Only now did she understand why Li Jiao had left without any worries. He had not even told her anything before he left. Obviously, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's abilities, so he did not need to say anything. Big Sister Lu, I have something to ask you. Yang Kai turned to look at her. What is it? Ask away. Lu Sanyang looked at Yang Kai cautiously. She no longer dared to treat Yang Kai as an equal. Previously, she could be relaxed in front of Yang Kai because they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. But after seeing Yang Kai's strength, she immediately understood that the value of a First-Order Yang Kai was not something she could compare to. The strong were respected, this was an eternal truth. Lu Sanyang was naturally in awe of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, however, did not seem to notice. He pondered for a moment and said, You have lived in the Dragon Palace for a long time. Have you ever heard of a dragon race called Zhuqing? Zhuqing dragon race? Lu Sanyang was surprised. Yes. Yang Kai nodded gently. I have never heard of it. Lu Sanyang shook her head and said, I don't mind if you laugh at me. Although I have lived here for 200 to 300 years, I have never left this place, so I don't know much about the Dragon Palace. Is that so? Yang Kai was a little disappointed. He thought that Lu Sanyang, who had lived here for so long, should know some inside information about the dragon race. At the very least, she could point him in the right direction. Who would have thought that she had been under house arrest for 200 to 300 years? Now, he could not count on her to help. Lu Sanyang was a little surprised. Brother Yang, you know the dragon race? Yang Kai thought to himself, not only do I know them, but my relationship with them is not shallow. However, he could not say this out loud. He said, I have to go out for a while. Big Sister Lu, are you coming with me? Lu Sanyang was shocked and said, Go out? Where to? Go around. You can't. Lu Sanyang's expression changed. She looked around and after making sure that there was no one around, she said softly, Brother Yang, I know that you are strong, but this is the Dragon Palace. This is where the dragon race lives. If you are discovered by the dragon race, Yang Kai smiled and said, many people have gone out. Even if we are discovered by the dragon race, it doesn't matter. Just now, 7 to 8 teams, more than 200 people, flew out in different directions. They were all going to different spiritual islands to mine for materials to build the palace. It was a good cover for Yang Kai. Chapter 30-34. Lu Sanyang thought about it and agreed. Things were different now. During the years she lived here, people who were not of the dragon bloodline or the monster race were not allowed to leave the island they lived on. With the construction of the palace, even if Yang Kai went out and encountered the dragon race, there would be a reasonable explanation. However, she was still worried, but Yang Kai raised his hand and said, if you want to go with me, we will leave now. He did not plan to stay on this island. At this time, no one was paying attention to him, so he could go and inquire about Zhuqing. Lu Sanyang probably saw his determination and said after a slight hesitation, us mother and daughter will not go with you. You must be careful alone. Although her cultivation was good, Lu Yuqing's strength was too low. If she really went with Yang Kai, she would definitely be a burden. It was better for her to stay here. That way, if Yang Kai encountered any danger, it would be easier to escape. Yang Kai frowned and looked in a direction, but that primary martial sect, if he left, it was inevitable that primary martial sect would continue to find trouble with the mother and daughter pair. This was his only worry now. Since Li Jiao entrusted the mother and daughter pair to him, he naturally had to take good care of them. It would be irresponsible to leave them alone like this. He could also send Lu Sanyang and her mother into the small sealed world, but he was not willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Lu Sanyang smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yang, don't worry. I have lived here for hundreds of years. If I really want to hide, he won't be able to find me." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his previous guess was correct. This spirit island was the dragon nest of the dragon race that harmed Lu Sanyang. If that was the case, he had no worries. Looking at the other side of the island, Yang Kai asked, "What is the name of the owner of this place?" Lu Sanyang was silent for a moment and said softly, "Fu Qi." As he spoke, his body trembled. It was clear that he had recalled something. "What rank of dragon vein?" "8th rank, Lei Long," Yang Kai nodded. "I understand." A rank 8 dragon vein was not low. It was probably one of the top in the entire dragon island. One had to know that Zhu Lai was only rank 8. Zhu Qing was also rank 8 before, but she was already rank 9 now. She was only one rank away from the great elder of the dragon race. "Brother Yang, if you want to leave, you can leave at ease. Don't worry about me, I will take good care of myself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then you must be careful. I'll be back in a few days." After saying that, he soared into the sky and flew in a certain direction. The commotion on this side clearly did not alarm too many people. Yuan Wu and the others were still busy in the center of the island and could not have noticed this side. At this time, the sky was already bright and Yang Kai was moving like a bolt of lightning. He didn't know which direction to go, so he could only take one step at a time, quietly spreading out his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Above the sea, in the land of the Dragon Palace, spirit islands were scattered all over. Each spirit island was full of spirit energy and the environment was good. The islands were full of strange flowers and treasures. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing big scenes, he was also speechless. He also knew that the dragon race was rich, but this was a very vague concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it was hard to imagine how rich this was. Many spirit islands did not have the slightest presence of living beings. In other words, the treasures on these islands were in a state where no one was guarding them. If Yang Kai was not worried about Zhu Qing and wanted to find her as soon as possible, Yang Kai would definitely sweep away all the treasures on these spirit islands. However, finding Zhu Qing was the most important thing right now. Even though he was very envious, he was not in the mood to do these things. Other than the countless strange flowers and herbs, there were also countless rare mineral veins, including the spirit crystal mineral veins that made people jealous. They were exposed in plain sight and no one cared about them. The wealth of the Dragon Island was not something that the so-called top sects in the astral boundary could compare to. Even the sects of the great emperors could not be compared to it. No wonder they could spend so much money to build a palace. In the entire astral boundary, other than the dragon race, there was probably no one else who had such boldness. After checking one spirit island after another, Yang Kai did not gain much. Only after half a day did he sense the presence of some living beings on one of the spirit islands. This place should be the residence of a member of the dragon race, but Yang Kai didn't know if it belonged to the Fu or Zhu branch of the dragon race as there wasn't any powerful aura coming from it. Yang Kai sneaked in to investigate. The living beings on the island were all females. They were extremely beautiful. There were at least 100 of them. All of them were extraordinarily beautiful, but their cultivation levels were uneven. Yang Kai knew that these females should be the exclusive property of a certain dragon race. Just like what happened to Lu Sanyang, these females were all under house arrest on this spirit island. They were the playthings of a certain dragon race. Perhaps it was because of jealousy, many of the females were gorgeously dressed. They were very flirtatious. Some of them were even wearing transparent tulle. Their snow-white skin swayed and dazzled Yang Kai. The dragon race was nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they went. However, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not the place where Zhu Qing lived. She was a female dragon. It was impossible for her to capture so many females. For the first time, Yang Kai truly understood the extravagance of the dragon race. He hurriedly retreated from the island and continued to fly forward. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been wandering around the dragon palace. His luck was not bad. He did not encounter any dragon race. He also checked out many of the spirit islands. Besides the strong presence from 1 or 2 of the spirit islands that made Yang Kai wary, he secretly checked out the rest. Zhu Qing was not there. Zhu Lai was not there either. Yang Kai didn't know where this pair of brother and sister lived, causing him to be quite annoyed as he searched for them. On this day, another island appeared in front of him. Yang Kai moved his body and ran over. When he was still dozens of miles away, he sensed the presence of living beings on the island. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing all kinds of things, he was still shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Suddenly, the woman waved her hand and pushed away the male companions around her. Then, she pushed down the well-built man who had been standing behind her. She turned around and knelt on him. In the next moment, she raised her head slightly. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her exquisite body moved up and down. Her chest surged endlessly. A suppressed moan was heard. The woman's body trembled violently. At the same time, her tightly shut eyes opened a slit, revealing a look of ecstasy. Chapter 30-35. Inside the main hall, the rain gradually stopped. Outside the main hall, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The woman's slightly squinted eyes met with Yang Kai's peeping gaze, causing them to collide head-on. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed inwardly. He had also braved through many storms, but what he saw today was still hard for him to believe, and he couldn't help but be shocked. It was only at this moment that he saw that the dragon race in the main hall was actually Fu Ling, who he had seen a few days ago. Fu Ling's slightly narrowed eyes slowly became sharp, and it was obvious that she had discovered Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai dare to stay any longer? The law of space surged, and in a flash, he disappeared. Fu Ling frowned and slowly got up. A trace of water slid down her thigh, but she didn't care at all. She didn't cover her body and just walked straight out. She glanced at the place where Yang Kai was standing before, but didn't find anything. Fu Ling's brows furrowed even more, and she turned her head to look into the distance and snorted softly. Above the sea, Yang Kai flew in the air with an awkward expression. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It wasn't that he wanted to spy, but the scene was too lively, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances, which accidentally exposed his whereabouts. He didn't know if Fu Ling had discovered him. She should have discovered him, otherwise, there wouldn't be such an obvious change in her eyes. Would she come to find trouble with him? According to the temperament of the dragon race, this matter was almost certain, but even if Fu Ling wanted to find trouble with him, she probably didn't know his identity. When he met her a few days ago, Fu Ling didn't pay much attention to him, so she probably didn't remember a nobody like him. So there was no need to be too worried. However, although this female dragon's life was a little debauched, her figure and appearance were extremely good. After all, it was the Holy Spirit dragon race, so it couldn't be bad. Thinking of the scene he saw before, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. Along the way, Yang Kai let his imagination run wild. He checked a few more islands, but he still didn't find anything. He could only go back first. He had been out for a few days. He did not know how Lu Sanyang was doing. He was still worried that Yuanwu would make trouble for them. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the island. He landed on the ground and looked around. He didn't see Lu Sanyang and her daughter. He didn't know if they were hiding or something. Just as Yang Kai was about to search around, the sound of splashing water suddenly came from the nearby sea. Soon after, a burst of clear and melodious laughter entered his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and saw two graceful figures slowly rising from the sea. It was Lu Sanyang and her daughter. No one knew what they were doing in the sea, but they were now returning from the sea. Both mother and daughter were dripping wet. Their clothing clung to their bodies, and their graceful curves were fully outlined. One was full and mature, the other young and alluring. Yang Kai's eyesight was incredibly sharp, so even if he wasn't too close, he was still able to take in this beautiful scene with a single glance. He discreetly averted his gaze and looked elsewhere. Seeing that they were fine, Yang Kai relaxed. The laughter continued. It was Lu Yuqin's voice. The little girl seemed to have encountered something that made her laugh non-stop. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. She must have discovered Yang Kai. Mother and daughter exchanged a look, and then hurriedly used their power to dry the seawater on their bodies. They held hands and flew over. "Brother Yang, little brother Yang." Lu Sanyang called out, and landed with her daughter not far from Yang Kai. Perhaps because of what happened before, Lu Yuqin was a little shy. At this moment, she was hiding behind her mother, not daring to show her face. Her face was a little hot. Yang Kai looked at them and nodded lightly. He smiled and said, "Big sister Lu is in such a good mood." He thought that the mother and daughter were playing in the sea. Lu Sanyang pursed her lips and smiled. She asked, "Brother Yang, did little brother Yang find anything?" Although she didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to go out, she knew that Yang Kai definitely had something to do. However, since Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to speak, it wasn't convenient for her to ask too much. "I'm just going to take a look," Yang Kai replied. Lu Sanyang said, "The scenery in the Dragon Palace is pretty good." "Little brother Yang, wait a moment. I'm going to deliver something. We'll talk later." Yang Kai asked suspiciously, "Deliver what?" "This." As Lu Sanyang spoke, she flipped her wrist. A night pearl suddenly appeared in her hand. This night pearl was not small. It was the size of a man's fist. What was rare was that it was round and full. At a glance, one could see that it was of high quality. It gave off a gentle light and gave people a feeling of warmth. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw it. This kind of luminous pearl had no value for martial arts cultivation, but many women loved it very much. There was no other reason other than that this kind of luminous pearl was the best for lighting. It was many times better than some strange stones used for lighting. "This pearl is not bad." Yang Kai nodded and praised. Lu Sanyang said, "This is a special product of the Dragon Palace. It is very difficult to see something like this in the outside world. Who are you giving this to?" Lu Sanyang's expression became slightly unnatural. But after a moment of thought, she said, "That Yuanwu." Yang Kai's expression suddenly darkened. "He arranged something for you?" Previously, when Yang Kai had left, all 500 people had missions. Only Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang did not. It was not that Yuanwu was giving Yang Kai face, but that Yuanwu did not dare to order the three of them to do things. He had suffered under Yang Kai before. But unexpectedly, after he had left, Yuanwu had done something like this. This made Yang Kai slightly angry. It seemed that he had not taught him a lesson before. Yang Kai immediately turned his head to look at the center of the island. Lu Sanyang saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. She hurriedly said, "It is not like this. He did not force me to do anything." "Then why did you?" Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her. Lu Sanyang said, "I took the initiative to do this." "Took the initiative? Why was that?" Yang Kai said, "Actually, you do not have to do this. He does not dare to do anything to you." "I know." Lu Sanyang grimaced. "But I want to leave here as soon as possible. The dragon race has given us a month. If we can finish the palace as soon as possible, we can leave as soon as possible." With her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood her plans. This was her nightmare. Every moment she stayed, she would be tormented by those painful memories. She naturally did not want to stay for long. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. Understanding this point, Kai Yang's anger calmed down. Since he had taken the initiative to take on this task, he couldn't say anything more. "What does that side need these luminous pearls for?" "For illumination." Lu Sanyang nodded and said, "Yes, such a large palace definitely needs these pearls. Also, I am familiar with the territory of this place, and know where to easily find such pearls. So it is not a difficult matter. If I can help, I will help." Lu Yuqin suddenly poked her head out and said, "Mother found several hundred pearls at once." Lu Sanyang had lived here for 200 to 300 years. Even if she could not leave this island too far, she must have moved around in the past. She was familiar with the situation of the coastal territory. For her to find the luminous pearls, she was more efficient than other people. "Then Yuanwu did not make things difficult for you?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "No." Lu Sanyang shook her head. "His attitude was not good, but he did not make things difficult for us." "All right." Yang Kai nodded. "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, please wait a moment. I will go give the pearls to him," Lu Sanyang said, and then gave some instructions to Lu Yuqin before flying away. Only Yang Kai and Lu Yuqin were left. Yang Kai smiled at her. Lu Yuqin was clearly afraid of strangers. She stood there awkwardly without speaking, her face slightly red. Yang Kai found something to talk about and chatted with her. The little girl only replied with a few grunts and did not dare to say much to Yang Kai. A short while later, Lu Sanyang came back with a smile. She looked at Yang Kai and said, "That Yuanwu probably saw you come back, so he did not even dare to look at me this time. People like him bully the weak and fear the strong." Yang Kai snorted coldly. He looked down on people like Yuanwu. This was because he had not provoked him. If he had provoked him, it would not have been as simple as teaching him a lesson. Lu Sanyang's expression suddenly darkened. She said in a low voice, "Just now, I heard someone say that many people mining the icy soul snow jade have died. Some of them even belong to the Emperor realm." She had an expression of lingering fear. Clearly, she rejoiced that she and her mother had Yang Kai's protection. Otherwise, Yuanwu would have sent them to mine the icy soul snow jade. People from the Emperor realm also died? Yang Kai was shocked. Even though he knew that mining the icy soul snow jade was not a good thing and would definitely be dangerous, he had not thought that people would die. How many days had it been? Yes. I did not hear the specifics. I only know that there seems to be energy erupting from the icy soul snow jade mine. Those people did not have time to dodge and were frozen to death. Yang Kai said, "What about that Wu Chen?" Yang Kai did not understand this sharp-mouthed and monkey-cheeked guy. Previously, he had helped him out, and then volunteered to mine the icy soul snow jade to save some face for Yuanwu. He seemed to be a good person who always thought for others. But Yang Kai felt that this guy was not simple, and could not help but pay more attention to him. Lu Sanyang said, "I don't know. I did not see him. He should still be mining the icy soul snow jade." After all, this is a task given by the dragon race. No one dares to slack off. Even if there is danger, they can only do it. That's true. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Among the 500 people, he was the only one who didn't take this matter to heart. Which one of the others wasn't desperately trying to complete the task assigned to them by the Dragon Clan within a month? After all, this matter was related to their own lives. If they did not work hard, they could only wait for death. Just as he was talking to Lu Sanyang, there was a sudden commotion. It seemed to be coming from the planning area of the palace. No one knew what had happened. Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang did not pay much attention, but very quickly, several people flew over and rushed towards them. She faintly felt that this young girl was familiar, as though she had seen her somewhere before. Chapter 30-37. That timid young girl was very familiar, but Madame Hua could not remember where she had seen her before. She had come to this spiritual island for almost 200 years. If she had seen her before, it was 200 years ago. But looking at this young girl's cultivation and appearance, she was clearly in her teens. In other words, she had not been born 200 years ago. How could she have seen her before? Also, this young girl's face and eyes gave her an extremely annoying feeling. They were very similar to another person she knew. Madame Hua's beautiful eyes turned and looked again at Lu Sanyang, who was hiding behind Yang Kai. Seeming to understand something, she sneered. Is it fun to hide? Get out here. Hearing this, Lu Sanyang trembled. How would he dare to go out? Seeing this, Madame Hua was even more certain of her judgment. Her lips curled into a smile. Sanyang, we have not seen each other for more than a decade. You don't even recognize Jijia? Sanyang? Yuanwu stilled and looked in surprise at Madame Hua. He quickly understood. Madame Hua and Lu Sanyang knew each other. His heart skipped a beat and he knew this was not good. If Madame Hua and Lu Sanyang had a good relationship, he would be in trouble. But carefully observing Madame Hua's expression, Yuanwu's heart settled. Madame Hua did not look like she had a good relationship with Lu Sanyang. There was clearly some conflict between the two. His eyes turning, Yuanwu pretended not to know and asked, Madame knows her? Madame Hua smiled coldly. No, of course I know. I have been with Sanyang for more than 200 years. Sanyang has always taken good care of me. How can I not know her? Yuanwu said with a fawning smile, this is such a coincidence. He finally understood that Madame Hua and Lu Sanyang should be the exclusive property of the Dragon Clan in this place. Looking at Madame Hua's eccentric manner, the two of them probably had a lot of jealous fights on this island. As for women, there was only so much they could do after all the fighting. Later on, Lu Sanyang was expelled from the Dragon Palace by the Dragon race and ended up in Half-Dragon City. However, Madame Hua stayed behind. Now that she had met her enemy, how could Madame Hua still be polite? Third Madam, aren't you going to come out and greet elder sister? What's the point of hiding it like this? Big sister saw you. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Lu Sanyang had no choice but to walk out from behind Yang Kai. His head was slightly lowered, and his expression was uneasy. Madame Hua snorted lightly. The two women beside her also shouted in unison, it really is you. The two clearly recognized Lu Sanyang. But because of Madame Hua's attitude, the two did not have good expressions towards Lu Sanyang. They looked coldly at her, and even had a hint of disdain and schadenfreude. Thinking back to when Lu Sanyang was still on the island, she had been greatly favored by Fu Qi back then. Lu Sanyang's status on the island was the same as the present Madame Hua. Madame Hua had competed with her for 200 years but had always been weaker. Now, the tables had turned. Madame Hua had ascended, and Lu Sanyang had been mercilessly expelled. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. Naturally, there was no need to think highly of her. Elder sister Hua, younger sisters. Lu Sanyang bowed her head and called out softly. Her expression grew even more uneasy. If possible, she was not willing to come out. But Madame Hua had guessed her identity. There was no use in hiding. Also, if today's matter was not resolved, it would be great trouble. Looking at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Lu Sanyang couldn't help but recall the past. She felt depressed. Impudent. The lady holding the fish tank shouted. She looked coldly at Lu Sanyang. She kept fighting with her. Even if she ignored her, she did not have any intention of stopping. She was happy that she left, so why would she think about her day and night? This was obviously nonsense. Fortunately, elder sister met little Hong. Madame Hua's gaze turned, and she looked at the red carp in the fish tank with gentleness. Little Hong has given elder sister a lot of comfort these past 10 years. Elder sister has already considered it as family. Now that little Hong has been injured, elder sister will not let it go. I hope younger sister can understand this. She looked coldly at Lu Sanyang and said in a deep voice, Who injured little Hong? She stood there stupidly with a blank look on her face. She didn't know why she was the one who had been hit. Her palm had already landed, but why was she hit instead? Yuan Wu was dumbfounded. Madame Hua and the woman holding the fish tank were also dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. But soon, Madame Hua's face turned gloomy. Her pair of phoenix eyes bloomed with a sinister light as she stared coldly at the young man standing in front of Lu Yuqin and asked in a deep voice, Did you do it? Besides them, there was only this young man and Lu Sanyang and her mother left. Lu Sanyang and her mother didn't have the ability, so the only explanation was that this young man did it. Madame Hua hadn't looked at Yang Kai since she came here. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master wasn't worthy of her attention. Although she also had the same cultivation, on Dragon Island, cultivation wasn't the most important thing. She had an 8th-order Thunder Dragon behind her. Besides the dragon race, who dared to provoke her? She didn't expect that this unprepossessing young man would dare to refute her. Hitting her own people was equivalent to slapping her own face. He was simply lawless. Madame Hua's chest was burning with anger. How could she still have a good expression towards Yang Kai? I did it, Yang Kai admitted readily. When Lu Sanyang heard this, she felt grateful and worried for Yang Kai at the same time. She knew that Yang Kai's ability wasn't low. Even Yuan Wu had been taught a lesson by him, but teaching Yuan Wu a lesson was completely different from what happened just now. Teaching Yuan Wu a lesson wasn't a big deal, but offending Madame Hua wasn't a good idea. She was very anxious. Wiping her tears, she hurriedly signaled to Yang Kai with her eyes. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her. Waving his hand, he said with a look of disgust, I didn't want to hit a woman. It's boring. But for a vicious woman like you, it's fine if I hit you. It's just a pity that you've dirted this young master's hands. What did you say? Madame Hua narrowed her eyes, a cold light shooting out from them. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, Are you deaf? Can't you hear what this young master said? Madame Hua was stunned. Her nose was about to become crooked from anger. How dare you talk to me like this? How dare you talk to me like this? Who gave you the courage? On this spiritual island, she was like the mistress. Besides the dragon race, no one could talk to her like this. Madame Hua trembled in anger. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Boy, you seek death." Yang Kai snorted and said, "That will depend on if you have the ability. Just a plaything of the dragon race, I don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You make such a big fuss over such a small matter, grumbling for half a day. You dare to be so arrogant in front of this young master. If you speak again, I will beat you as well. This young master doesn't like to hit women, but that doesn't mean I won't. A plaything of the dragon race? Such a small matter?" Madame Hua's eyes widened. She laughed in anger. Little Red was injured. This madam just came to seek justice. You dare to injure my people, and dare to talk back to this madam? You have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. So what if a plaything raised by a plaything is injured? Big Sister Lu has already apologized to you, but you still want to bully people like this? Is an apology of any use? Madame Hua's expression was dark. Whatever injury Little Red suffered, this madam will make that little bastard pay in the same way. Lu Yuqin couldn't help but tremble when she heard this. Hong Li's injury wasn't serious. She had only lost 2 fish scales, but if it was her, it would be scraping off a layer of flesh from her back. She was only a teenager, so how could she bear such pain? Her face suddenly turned pale. You are quite good at calculating. Yang Kai sneered. An eye for an eye, it is only right and proper. Madame Hua said coldly, her towering chest rising and falling violently. Obviously, she was very angry with Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Okay, what you said is reasonable. An eye for an eye, it is indeed fair. Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale when she heard this. She thought that Yang Kai couldn't bear Madame Hua's pressure and was about to compromise. She didn't blame Yang Kai. Yang Kai protecting Lu Yuqin from being injured just now had already made her very grateful. How could she resent him? Compromising at this time was also a wise move. She was just afraid that Madame Hua wouldn't let him off. When the time came, he would definitely be implicated. He secretly made up his mind. No matter how Madame Hua wanted to punish his daughter, he would take her place. He couldn't let his daughter suffer the slightest grievance. Yuanwu, who had rushed towards Yang Kai aggressively, was inexplicably slapped and sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air, which was dazzling under the sunlight. What happened? What is going on? Madame Hua could hardly accept what she had seen. Shouldn't it be Yuanwu who easily subdued that young man? Why was Yuanwu beaten back? What was going on? With a bang, Yuanwu fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times before he fainted. Madame Hua's face fell instantly. Chapter 30-40. Yuanwu was unconscious, and Madame Hua's face was ashen. The beach was quiet. After a while, Madame Hua shouted at Yuanwu, "What are you trying to do? Get up for this, madam." How could a second-order Emperor Realm dragon descendant be knocked unconscious by a first-order Emperor Realm human? She concluded that Yuanwu was putting on an act. Although she didn't know the reason, Yuanwu was the only one she could order around right now, so she could only continue to give orders to him. Yuanwu didn't move, as if he had really fainted. Madame Hua took a few steps forward and kicked him hard, but Yuan Wu still didn't react. "You're revolting." Madame Hua flew into a rage and was about to scold him again when her vision suddenly darkened. Looking up, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. Yang Kai was already standing in front of her, staring at her coldly. Madame Hua's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back, asking in horror, "What are you doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, her emperor chi surged, and she raised her hand to slap Yang Kai's chest. This slap seemed to have been planned for a long time, and it came without any warning. Coupled with the expression on Madame Hua's face and her actions just now, no one would have thought that she would suddenly attack. After the slap, Madame Hua's face showed a sinister smile. She was sure that Yang Kai wouldn't be on guard against her. Under the same cultivation level, she was confident that she could severely injure Yang Kai with a single blow. Sinister enough, I've learned something. Yang Kai coldly snorted and also slapped out with his palm. This palm, however, arrived first, landing directly on Madame Hua's shoulder. "Wah!" Madame Hua cried out in surprise as she was sent flying. A bloody taste rushed up her throat and instantly filled her mouth. At the same time, a sharp pain came from her shoulder, as if her bones had been broken. A violent force rushed into her meridians and spread to her 5 viscera and 6 organs, causing her emperor chi to become unstable. How is he so strong? Madame Hua's beautiful eyes widened. Both of them were first-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Madame Hua discovered that her opponent's strength was not something she could compare to. With just a single blow, she realized the huge gap between them. Her beautiful body fell heavily to the ground. Before she could get up, the light in front of her was blocked by a figure. She stared at him and saw Yang Kai looking down at her with a sneer on his face. "You dare to hit me?" Shocked, Madame Hua forgot the pain on her shoulder and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Tell me, why don't I dare to hit you?" Yang Kai lifted his foot slightly and stepped on her chest, which immediately changed shape. Madame Hua was in pain, and her beautiful eyebrows were knitted together. Yang Kai's rhetorical question made her a little confused. "Why don't you dare to hit me? I am one of Fu Chi's most favored women. On this spiritual island, who dares to hit me? You're courting death." Madame Hua was completely enraged and frantically condensed her emperor chi, trying to resist, but under the suppression of Yang Kai's foot, even getting up was extremely difficult, let alone resisting. As she struggled, her hair was disheveled, making her look like a bitch who had been wronged. There was no longer any trace of beauty left in her as her eyes were filled with hatred, and even her expression was extremely twisted. "You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and exerted a little force on his foot. Madame Hua let out a low cry, and her face turned pale. Lu Sanyang also finally came back to her senses. Since Yang Kai killed the golden-backed red carp, the series of events had shocked her greatly. She was completely dumbfounded. Only when she felt Yang Kai's murderous intent did she suddenly come back to her senses. She quickly rushed forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and whispered, Brother Yang, don't kill her. There is no one in this world who can't be killed." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at her, looking a little fierce. This was the first time Lu Sanyang had seen Yang Kai like this. The previous few times she had met Yang Kai, he had always been very amiable, so when he suddenly changed his attitude, she was startled and instinctively felt some fear. However, today's matter was caused by her mother and daughter. If Yang Kai really killed Madame Hua, she was afraid she would not be able to leave this place alive. Even the current situation was not easy to deal with. Lu Sanyang knew Madame Hua's temper very well. After suffering such a great humiliation today, it was probably impossible for her to just let it go. Some price would have to be paid to appease Madame Hua's anger. "You can't kill her, Brother Yang, let go of her first." Lu Sanyang kept persuading. She knew that Yang Kai was standing up for her and her daughter, and she was very grateful, but now that things had come to this, there was nothing she could do. No matter what, Madame Hua could not be killed, and the rest could only be discussed at length. Her show of weakness gave Madame Hua hope, and her arrogance suddenly became arrogant. She fiercely shouted, "Slut, I will report today's matter to Master. You and your daughter can just wait for death." Lu Sanyang's face paled, and she begged, "Elder sister, this matter is Sanyang's fault, it has nothing to do with Qin, I ask elder sister to be magnanimous and not mention Qin, in front of Master." Madame Hua laughed sinisterly, "Now you know to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, it's too late, you will all die today." Her pair of malicious eyes swept over Lu Sanyang and her daughter, admiring Lu Sanyang and her daughter's fear. Her heart was pleased, and she once again fixed her gaze on Yang Kai. With one look, she was startled. Because she did not see any fear on Yang Kai's face. Instead, he was calm, as if he had done something insignificant. This person, what was wrong with him? Yang Kai stared into Madame Hua's eyes, but he was speaking to Lu Sanyang in a calm tone. "Elder sister Lu, you also saw it. You kindly let her go, but she is not willing to stop. Why don't you let me kill her and end all troubles?" Lu Sanyang was silent, and her heart was anxious. She really did not know how to deal with the situation in front of her. Let Madame Hua go. It was equivalent to letting the tiger return to the mountain, but what if she did not let her go? Who could bear the anger of Fu Qi? No matter what choice she made, there would not be a good result. She was also very angry. The origin of today's matter was only because the red carp had 2 scales removed. It was not a big deal at all, but Madame Hua had come to denounce her like this. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. She then turned to look at Lu Sanyang and her daughter. Her cold eyes were like sharp swords that could pierce through people. Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She whispered, "Brother Yang, let her go quickly. The dragon race is coming." Madame Hua was indeed just a plaything. However, she was still Fu Qi's woman. No matter which dragon race came, they would not leave this scene alone. The most likely possibility was to kill Yang Kai. Lu Sanyang was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Chapter 30-41. Are you deaf? Get out of the way. Madame Hua yelled. Shut up. Yang Kai slapped him across the face. A crisp sound was heard and Madame Hua was stunned. She felt pain on one side of her face and it swelled up quickly. Although she was injured by Yang Kai previously, it was because she was no match for him. It was completely different from this slap on her face. How dare you, slap, another slap. The other side of her face was swollen and her mouth was filled with the smell of blood. Madame Hua immediately shut her mouth and stared at Yang Kai with a venomous gaze. She could tell that this young man who had been quiet all this while was a pain in the neck. The more arrogant she was, the more ruthless he would be. Madame Hua naturally didn't want to suffer any more losses. She could only wait for the dragon race to arrive and seek justice for her. A ray of red light flew over quickly and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Lu Sanyang's delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind as she tried to think of a way to explain the current situation to the dragon race, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with any good ideas. What awaited her, her daughter, and Yang Kai's trio was the monstrous wrath of the dragon race. She reached out and pulled Lu Yuqin into her arms. She seemed to have accepted her fate and was prepared to spend her last moments with her daughter. The red light flew over everyone's head and headed to the other side of the spiritual island. Lu Sanyang was stunned. Madame Hua was also stunned. Her face turned pale and she shouted, "Master, save me." She thought that the dragon who flew over did not see the scene of her being bullied, so she hurriedly shouted to attract his attention. Yang Kai snorted. The red light that flew over suddenly stopped and a soft sound of surprise was heard. Then, it revealed itself and looked over. His pupils shrank. "Master, save me." Madame Hua cried out again. Her voice was sorrowful, and her appearance was desolate. The dragon race turned around and turned into a red light. In the blink of an eye, it landed not far in front of everyone. Its eyes were like leeches, biting onto Yang Kai. As the dragon's might filled the air, Liu Sanyang's eyes were filled with fear and shock. She knew that there was nothing she could do now. She quietly looked at the dragon race and found that this dragon race looked to be about the same age as Yang Kai. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. His fiery red hair was particularly eye-catching. What scared Liu Sanyang the most was that the aura of the red-haired dragon race was not any weaker than Fu Qi's. In other words, this was definitely a Class 8 dragon race. It's over. It's really over this time. Liu Sanyang felt that the world was spinning and almost fainted. "Master Zhu Lai, save me." Madame Hua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai, shouted for the third time. It was only then that Zhu Lai's gaze turned towards her. He said indifferently, "You know me?" The dragon clan lived separately and didn't have much contact with each other. Therefore, even if these women had lived on the Dragon Island for hundreds of years, they might not be able to recognize all the Dragon clan members. However, this woman actually recognized him. Obviously, her identity was somewhat different. Madame Hua hurriedly said, "I was fortunate enough to see Master once from afar. I dare not forget." Zhu Lai nodded and said thoughtfully, "You are Fu Qi's woman." Madame Hua nodded and said, "Yes." "What's going on?" Zhu Lai frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. He felt a headache coming on. He never thought that he would see Yang Kai here. This guy is too daring. He actually came to Dragon Island and coincidentally appeared on Fu Qi's island. Could it be that he heard some news? If that's the case, then it's bad. "Master is here?" Madame Hua was overjoyed when she heard this. Her cultivation wasn't high enough and she didn't have the dragon vein. Naturally, she couldn't sense the movement of the dragon breath. However, since Zhu Lai said so, it was obviously right. Zhu Lai said, "He probably sensed that I was here and was worried. That's why he specially came to check." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What grudges do you have with him?" Zhu Lai's eyes flashed. He said indifferently, "There isn't much grudges. However, you are going to have a grudge with him soon." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Madame Hua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai. Madame Hua immediately became firm. Although she was unhappy that Zhu Lai didn't stand up for her at the first moment, since Fu Qi was here, she had nothing to be afraid of. She just had to say a few words to Fu Qi. Yang Kai and Liu Sanyang wouldn't live to see the next day. Yang Kai could only wait silently. He believed that Zhu Lai knew why he had come to Dragon Island. Since he was covering his tracks and identity for him, he should have his own plans. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a red light rose from the palace and flew in a certain direction. Intentionally or not, that red light flew over Yang Kai's head and disappeared into the sea. On the island, Fu Qi looked at Zhu Lai's back and sneered. He also turned and left. It's all because of you, right? If it wasn't for you fanning the flames at the side, Qing would definitely be waiting for me at the High Heaven Palace. Zhu Lai said coldly, the Dragon Island is the inheritance ground of the dragon race. If she doesn't return to the Dragon Island, where else can she go? You still dare to be stubborn. Do you really think that I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Don't go overboard. This isn't your High Heaven Palace. This is the Dragon Island. Why are you shouting so loudly? Since I'm here, of course I know that this is the Dragon Island. But, it's only right for a brother-in-law to teach his brother-in-law a lesson. Who cares if you're on the Dragon Island? Even if Zhu Qing is here, I'll teach you a lesson if I want to. You can see which side she's on. Zhu Lai clenched his teeth and said, nonsense. Yang Kai sneered. It's better than you taking advantage of people's unpreparedness to play tricks. Zhu Lai said angrily, what tricks did I play? Don't slander me. Yang Kai said, then let's talk about why Qing came back to the Dragon Island without a word. Why didn't she even greet me? Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? Who knows? Maybe she's tired of you. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're just a human. In the eyes of the dragon race, you're just an ant. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. Fine, then I'll trample on the pride of the dragon race today. Let's see what you're made of. Unreasonable. You have no respect for your seniors. After arguing for a while, the two of them suddenly shut up. They stared at each other for a while. Neither of them was willing to back down. The atmosphere was tense. After a while, Yang Kai let go of Zhu Lai's collar and snorted. Zhu Lai's expression was unhappy. He tidied his clothes and patted the place where Yang Kai grabbed him with a look of disdain. Where's Zhu Qing? Yang Kai asked. He looked at the sea of stars. Zhu Lai didn't answer. Instead, he asked, how did you come in? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, I'm proficient in the law of space. It's a piece of cake for me to enter a small world. Zhu Lai shook his head and said, if it was in the past, it might be possible. But now, a few elders have joined hands to lay down a restriction formation at the entrance of the Dragon Island. If you rashly touch it, it will automatically evolve into a void maze. It's impossible for you to barge in with your skills. Yang Kai nodded and said, there is a void maze, but it's not a problem for me. He was in a hurry to find out Zhu Qing's whereabouts. He didn't feel like telling Zhu Lai about his encounter in the void maze, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. You're really lucky. Zhu Lai sighed. After all, he had heard from the elders that the void labyrinth could even trap a great emperor for a moment. If they were to forcefully break it, it would definitely attract the attention of the elders of the Dragon Palace. The reason why they left such a method behind was to prevent people from sneaking into the Dragon Island. The second elder even banished a clansman who was treated like his daughter into the dragon's tomb, let alone a Zhu series dragon race member. Insisting on protecting her would only produce the opposite result. Now it seemed that Zhu Qing was not banished into the dragon's tomb because she did not give birth to any children. Otherwise, her ending would definitely be the same as that Fu dragon race member. Although the dragon race members were incomparably unrestrained in their private lives, and many male dragon race members had children with humans and monsters, this kind of thing could not be mentioned in the same breath when it came to the female dragon race. This was really a big taboo in the dragon race. The main reason was that the ratio of the sexes in the dragon race was not balanced. The number of female dragon race members was originally very few, and any one of them was a treasure, the hope of continuing the bloodline of the dragon race. How could they have illicit relations with humans? Yang Kai's expression darkened as he thought for a while, and then he said restlessly, "In your opinion, can I suppress your second elder's bloodline?" Zhu Lai curled his lips and said, "Don't even think about it. I can suppress the 8th rank, but I haven't tried the 9th rank yet. Second elder's bloodline is only at the 10th rank at most, it's not that far off." Zhu Lai shook his head and said, "I know what you are thinking, but I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Second elder's cultivation is exceedingly high, with your current ability, there is no way you can suppress his bloodline. Not to mention the second elder, on the Dragon Island, if I am prepared, you can't even suppress me." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Lai said, "The power of the ancestors of the dragon race is gathered in the Dragon Palace. As long as you seek the protection of the secret technique of the Dragon Palace, you can offset the bloodline suppression to a certain extent. You should have tried it last time." Yang Kai was stunned, and suddenly remembered the scene when he first met Zhu Lai. At that time, he didn't seem to be able to suppress Zhu Lai in terms of bloodline. In the end, he had a breakthrough and the essence of the dragon transformation art. He was only able to completely suppress Zhu Lai after removing a dragon scale from his body. On the dragon scale that was removed, there was a trace of the secret technique of the dragon race. Only at this moment did Yang Kai understand that it should be the protection of the Dragon Palace that Zhu Lai sought. No wonder he couldn't suppress him at the beginning, it turned out that there was another reason. If you want to suppress a powerhouse like the Second Elder, you will have to fuse all the origin of the dragon race in your body. Even then, there is only a glimmer of hope. Don't forget, in addition to being a dragon race member, the Second Elder himself is also an existence comparable to the great emperors. Fuse all of them, that's impossible. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. He had been cultivating the dragon transformation art for a long time. Although he had fused a lot of the origin of the golden divine dragon, it was only a little. If he wanted to fuse all of them, it would be impossible without 100 years of hard work. Then don't think about the Second Elder. Is the Great Elder really unable to help? Yang Kai's eyes flickered with radiance. In a place like the Dragon Island, only the Great Elder could contend against the Second Elder. If he could be persuaded to help, then they might have a chance to rescue Zhu Qing. We can't count on the Great Elder. He is the leader of the dragon race, he won't break the rules of the race. Yang Kai immediately lost his temper. This won't do, that won't do, are we just going to watch helplessly like this? While speaking, he suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "That's right, I have the Dragon Island command plate. I will use the Dragon Island command plate to exchange for your sister." As he was speaking, he took out the Dragon Island command plate. Zhu Lai's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed down. He sighed and said, "If it was anything else, the Dragon Island would satisfy you, but I'm afraid this won't work." Yang Kai said angrily, "Even the dragon race doesn't keep their word? Didn't they say that the dragon race would grant one wish to the holder of the Dragon Island command plate? My wish is to bring your sister with me. Although it's true, the prerequisite is that you can't break the rules of the dragon race and hinder the benefits of the dragon race. If you want to bring Zhu Qing with you, you will be breaking the rules of the dragon race." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he cursed. Ever since he ascended to the Emperor realm, it had been a long time since he felt so powerless. This feeling made him very unhappy and irritated. It was as if all his paths were blocked and he couldn't display his abilities. Zhu Lai's eyes flickered and he suddenly said, 1 month later, there might be an opportunity. Yang Kai was energized as he lifted his head to look at him. Zhu Lai looked at him and explained, 1 month later, Zhu Qing will leave the spiritual island of the Second Elder. Only then will you be able to bring her with you. How do you know what will happen 1 month later? Yang Kai frowned as he felt that Zhu Lai was implying something. Zhu Lai looked at him with a complicated gaze and asked instead of answering, "Do you know why the dragon race is suddenly building a palace on Fu Chi's spiritual island?" Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Fu Chi's wedding?" He had heard Madame Hua mention this during the day, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Although the dragon race's wedding was a big matter, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to bring Zhu Qing away. To be precise, it's the wedding of Fu Chi and Zhu Qing. The air suddenly froze as the surrounding temperature plummeted and a burst of cold air wantonly. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed into slits as his Emperor Qi surged uncontrollably. He said word by word, "Say that again. I don't think I heard you clearly." Zhu Lai sighed and said, "As a compromise for not banishing her to the dragon tomb, she needs to be married to Fu Chi and continue the bloodline of the dragon race." Hong, boundless rage gushed out from all the pores on his body. Yang Kai clenched his fists so tightly that his bones cracked. It had been a long time since he had tasted this kind of rage. His anger was like a tidal wave that drowned him and shook his mind. Right now, he just wanted to kill someone, return to that spirit island, find Fu Chi, and tear him into 10,000 pieces. Chapter 30-45. Zhu Lai left. Only Yang Kai remained on the island. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his expression twisted ferociously. The news he had just received from Zhu Lai caused his emotions to surge and he was unable to calm down for a long time. 1 month later, Zhu Qing's wedding. Yang Kai suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed fiercely as his emperor pressure erupted and his overflowing Emperor Qi turned into a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The trees swayed and the surrounding sand and stones were blown away. The fairy-like island was instantly turned into a mess. As his laughter faded, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced in a certain direction. In the sea at the edge of the island, there was a purple coral reef that was crystal clear and extremely beautiful. Tapping his foot, Yang Kai flew up and disappeared into the night sky in an instant. The island returned to peace. After an unknown period of time, the purple coral reef suddenly twisted and transformed into a graceful figure in a purple robe, graceful and charming. She stared in the direction that Kai Yang had left and blinked her peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, her lips curled into a smile. "It seems like I've discovered a huge secret. Zhu Lai, oh Zhu Lai, let's see how you'll escape from my palm now. You dare to look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson this time." She laughed for a while, seemingly extremely happy, but after a moment of contemplation, she turned around and prepared to leave this place. But at this moment, her figure suddenly froze as a cold aura enveloped her from head to toe, seemingly freezing her blood. Behind her, Yang Kai, who had been away for a long time, had returned at some point and stood there silently, staring at her indifferently with a pair of eyes that had turned red from anger, as if he was looking at a dead person. "You." Fu Ling was shocked and instinctively retreated, trying to put some distance between her and Yang Kai. She had heard every single word of the conversation between Zhu Lai and Kai Yang. Naturally, she knew what kind of ability this seemingly ordinary human possessed. Therefore, her first reaction was to run away. She didn't even think about fighting with Kai Yang. It wasn't that she was a coward. There was no such thing as cowardice in the dragon race. They were the leaders of all spirits and the head of the holy spirits. The only things that could make them afraid were the strong ones of their own race. The reason why she retreated was because she knew that she was no match for Yang Kai. She only had a rank 6 dragon vein. Even Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing, who had rank 8 dragon veins, had suffered great losses in the hands of Yang Kai. How could she be a match for him? It had to be said that this was a very wise choice. As long as she could distance herself from Yang Kai and escape into the sea, she might be able to escape with her ever-changing ability. Fu Ling's speed had already reached its limit, his entire body transforming into a purple dragon, piercing through the void. Yang Kai's body did not move, he still looked at her coldly, but like a maggot in a tarsal bone, he stayed within 3 steps of her, unable to get rid of her. Fu Ling's face turned pale. She activated her Dragon Yuan to call for help. Although it might not be effective, it might be able to make this human in front of her hesitate. "Look at me!" Yang Kai bellowed, his voice was like spring thunder, his voice turned into a line that rushed into Fu Ling's ears. Fu Ling instinctively raised her head to look, only to see that Yang Kai had already transformed into a 4-zhang-long dragon. His huge figure was like a huge mountain pressing down on her heart, causing her to be unable to breathe. That sensational pressure caused her blood to freeze, she could not even unleash half of her strength. When she thought of this, her whole body became hot and dry. Her heart was restless, and her cheeks were also flushed red. A rosy glow appeared on her slender and fair neck. "I also want to give it a try." Fu Ling's voice became soft and charming, as if it could steal one's soul. She was panting lightly, intentionally or unintentionally revealing her beauty. She didn't conceal her debauchery, because Yang Kai saw her seeking pleasure in her dragon palace a few days ago. There was no need for her to conceal it at this moment. At that time, Yang Kai was standing outside the window and peeping. At the last moment, she also noticed Yang Kai's trace and remembered Yang Kai's appearance. "Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes." Yang Kai smiled with disdain. Fu Ling's hot and dry feeling instantly turned cold. Her originally bright and beautiful eyes became bone-piercing cold. She clenched her teeth and shouted, "Human, you will pay the price for your rudeness. After the elders capture you, I will definitely take care of you. I hope you can hold on when the time comes. It is very difficult for me to be satisfied. Let's talk about it when you have the chance." Yang Kai was indifferent. He changed the topic and said, "I am a little curious, how did you hide there without being discovered by me and Zhu Lai?" No one dared to slack off. After all, this was a task given to them by the dragon race. There was also a rank 8 lightning dragon living on the island. Who could guarantee that they would not be noticed if they slacked off? So everyone was very attentive and worked day and night. Only when they were tired would they take some lingdan to recover. Such a rare guest. "Why has Brother Yang come?" An enthusiastic voice called out as the monkey-like Wu Chen greeted Yang Kai with a smile. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all raised their heads and glanced at Yang Kai with displeased looks on their faces. The cultivator that came here had all been given different missions by Yuanwu. No one was idle. Even Lu Sanyang and her daughter had gone into the sea to search for luminous pearls. Only Yang Kai seemed to have nothing to do and was very leisurely. This kind of treatment naturally caused dissatisfaction in people's hearts. But Yang Kai's methods were very strange. He had easily crushed Yuanwu before. Even if people were dissatisfied, they were not willing to easily start a conflict with him. So after glancing at him, those people continued to work. "Brother Wu." Yang Kai nodded. Wu Chen frowned and walked next to Yang Kai. He said, "Right, Brother Yang, have you seen Master Yuan? I heard that Master Yuan went to your place. Why is he not back? Yuan Wu is dead. Wu Chen stilled and looked blankly at Yang Kai. The surrounding cultivators also turned to look at Yang Kai again, each of their faces filled with disbelief. Wu Chen's mouth twitched. He said hoarsely, "Dead? How did he die?" "He offended the dragon race and was killed by the dragon race." Hiss, a series of gasps could be heard, and everyone's expression changed. Previously, Fu Qi had brought everyone here and handed everything to Yuan Wu. Everyone had thought that he was valued by the dragon race. But in just a few days, he had died. And he had died at the hands of the dragon race. The dragon race was unpredictable and treated human lives like grass. This caused people's hearts to beat fast. They secretly warned themselves not to make any mistakes on Dragon Island. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Wu Chen was silent for a moment. He seemed to grieve for the death of a rabbit. He asked, "Then what do we do now? Without Master Yuan to manage the palace here. I'll leave it to you." Yang Kai tossed the space ring over as he spoke. "Me?" Wu Chen was stunned. He caught the ring in a hurry. He smiled bitterly, "Brother Yang, don't joke around. How can I? Someone has to manage. Brother Wu, you don't have to decline. I am only responsible for conveying the dragon race's message. If anyone dares to disobey, just tell me. The dragon race will take care of him." As Yang Kai spoke, his gaze swept across the cultivator who was looking over. His cold expression made everyone silent. The information revealed in these words was not small. In addition, they would consume dragon blood flowers, which were a shortcut to their growth. This year was not the time to distribute dragon blood flowers. Last year, Fu Ling received more than a dozen, but they were almost all used up, leaving only these 3, and now they were all in Yang Kai's hands. She regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she would not have saved them. Swallowing them whole was more cost-effective than giving them to Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, she rushed out of the sea again, bringing along a sparkling and translucent splash. The dragon's roar shook the sky, it was incomparably mournful. Her dragon body suddenly turned into human form, then back into dragon form. The unimaginable pain and torture made Fu Ling unable to maintain her human form and dragon form, she kept switching between the two forms. In her sea of consciousness, her soul seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, it was ruthlessly squeezing, as if it was going to crush her soul. Fu Ling couldn't even beg for mercy, she felt as if she was going through the most severe torture in the world, she kept sinking in pain and despair, every moment was a torture that made her feel like she was better off dead. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai stopped his seal, he lowered his head and looked down with a cold expression. Fu Ling crawled beside his feet, her delicate body was drenched in sweat, her clothes were sticking to her body, outlining her beautiful body. Her body was convulsing, her eyes were lifeless, saliva kept flowing out from the corner of her mouth, her beautiful hair was scattered like a chicken's nest. The torture on her soul, even a dragon race like her couldn't bear it, she felt that she was walking on the edge of death countless times, this experience would become an eternal nightmare. This is a lesson for you, you won't be so lucky next time. I know. Fu Ling gasped for breath, her plump chest was heaving up and down violently, she was lying there like a pile of mud. After being tortured by Yang Kai like this, she also recognized the reality. Although what she did might offend the interests of the entire Dragon Island, if the elders were to find out, the only ending waiting for her would be banishment to the dragon graveyard. But if she didn't do it, then the only thing waiting for her would be death. This cheap brother-in-law of hers didn't have any gentlemanly demeanor, he also didn't treat her as a family, he didn't show any mercy when torturing her. After comparing, she naturally knew what choice she should make. The recovery ability of the dragon race was really something, even though Fu Ling looked like she was half dead, she recovered in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. She tidied up her clothes, wiped off the saliva, and looked at Yang Kai timidly, "Are we really going?" After experiencing what happened just now, she had a kind of instinctive fear toward Yang Kai, this kind of fear was something she never had before. Although she also knew that her life was in the hands of Yang Kai, it was only a vague concept after all. But now she knew, Yang Kai could really make her die in an instant, he could even make her experience something even more painful than death. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at her with an unfriendly expression, looking like a fiend. Fu Ling didn't waste any more time, she immediately flew out, "I will lead the way, brother-in-law, you follow me, if we meet other dragon race members on the way, you should hide as soon as possible." Yang Kai didn't say a word, nor did he do anything, his body swayed, and he flew side by side with Fu Ling. Fu Ling seemed to be a little resentful about what just happened, she didn't say a word along the way, she didn't have the excitement and passion from a few days ago, occasionally glancing at Yang Kai with eyes full of fear. "Where are the dragon blood flowers planted on Dragon Island?" Yang Kai asked. Although Fu Ling was full of resentment, she had to answer, "It's also on an island, that island specializes in growing dragon blood flowers, it's one of the most important places for our dragon race." "How many dragon race members are guarding it?" "1. Fu Ling said shyly. Fortunately, she realized that Yang Kai also had his own principles. He did not touch those dragon blood flowers that were not ripe, and all the dragon blood flowers that were already ripe. There were more than tens of thousands of dragon blood flowers on the entire island. However, about 90% of them were not ripe. Therefore, even if Yang Kai really swept away all the ripe dragon blood flowers, it would not destroy the foundation of the dragon blood flowers. After another 10 to 20 years, there would be more dragon blood flowers that would mature. 10 stalks, 20 stalks, 30 stalks, in a short 2 hours, Yang Kai had already plucked over 100 dragon blood flowers. His original target was 20 stalks, but this target had already been tossed far away. Plundering 20 stalks was stealing, plundering 100 stalks was also stealing. Since he had already done it, there was naturally no need to hold back. Over 100 dragon blood flowers, 80% of them were low-grade, and there were only a dozen or so mid-grade. What made Yang Kai excited was that he had actually plucked a few high-grade dragon blood flowers. With a single glance, one could tell that the high-grade dragon blood flowers were very different from the mid-grade and low-grade dragon blood flowers. The medicinal power contained within was incomparably shocking. If it was refined into a dragon blood pill, it would definitely be very different from before. Chapter 3051. Half a day later, there were more than 1,000 dragon blood flowers in Yang Kai's space ring. He had almost walked through the entire spiritual island. Li Jiao also picked a few under Fu Ling's watchful eyes. His hands were trembling non-stop as he was excited or scared. He felt extremely excited. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction and was attracted by the 2 dragon blood flowers. Those 2 dragon blood flowers were obviously slightly different from the ones he'd gathered earlier. Both flowers were crystalline and translucent, and their blood-red color was round and pure. Moreover, the dense red qi that suffused them actually showed signs of transforming into WIRMs that were extremely lifelike. Supreme-grade dragon blood flower? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had never seen a supreme-grade dragon blood flower before, he could recognize the 2 flowers the moment he saw them. Brother-in-law, these 2 flowers. Fu Ling was anxious. Supreme-grade dragon blood flower was something that one could only come across by chance on the Dragon Island. Only the elders were qualified to consume them. The 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers were already taken. They would be given to the Great Elder and Second Elder after 2 months. Now that they were targeted by Yang Kai, how could they keep them? Even though Fu Ling knew that she couldn't keep them, she still tried to persuade him. Get lost. Yang Kai pushed her to the side and walked to the 2 dragon blood flowers with burning eyes. Reaching out to pick them, the red dragon shadow on the flowers let out a faint roar. Fu Ling sighed as she knew that she was done for. After the incident here was exposed, the only ending that awaited her was to be banished to the dragon's graveyard. Another 2 hours later, all the mature dragon blood flowers on the spiritual island were swept clean by Yang Kai. Stay on the spiritual island. I will call for you whenever there is an opportunity. Try not to let the incident here be exposed, Yang Kai instructed Fu Ling when he walked out of the spiritual island. Got it. Fu Ling dealt with it listlessly. She wanted to slap Yang Kai to death. After creating such a huge mess, he still expected her to clean up after him. He was simply too unreasonable. Yang Kai nodded and flew away with Li Jiao. Although Li Jiao was a little weak, because Yang Kai had rescued him in time, his foundation was not damaged. He only needed to rest for a while to recover, and there was no risk of his cultivation base and realm falling. Along the way, Li Jiao repeatedly hesitated to speak. Sanyang is fine. Yang Kai knew what he wanted to ask, so he took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression was somewhat complicated. In the end, he still said, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for taking care of me." Yang Kai nodded. Sanyang is a good person. What happened back then wasn't her fault. Li Jiao said, "I know, but," sigh. He sighed heavily and shook his head continuously. Although Lu Sanyang was innocent in what happened back then, no man would be able to let go of such a thing easily. Yang Kai understood his feelings, so he just casually said a few words and didn't mention it anymore. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are a dragon descendant, so you are too obvious a target. If other members of the dragon race find you, it may cause some accidents. You should go to a safe place." Li Jiao asked suspiciously, "Where?" Yang Kai stopped, turned around, and slapped him, shouting, "Don't resist." Li Jiao was startled and instinctively wanted to resist, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, he immediately relaxed. He believed that Yang Kai would not harm him. A wave of dizziness came and Li Jiao found that he had entered a very strange world. Returning to Fu Chi's Soul Island, Yang Kai found Lu Sanyang and her mother. Without explaining anything, he put them into the small sealed world bead and let them meet with Li Jiao before flying towards the depths of the sea. Just like last time, after rushing into the sea, Yang Kai directly summoned the sealed world bead and hid in the small sealed world bead. There wasn't much time left, about 20 days at most, so he didn't want to waste a moment. After checking his herbs, Yang Kai took out all the auxiliary herbs needed to refine the dragon blood pill and piled them up beside him. Although he had a lot of spirit flowers and herbs on hand and refining the dragon blood pill was not a problem, he had collected over 1,000 dragon blood flowers. If he really wanted to refine them, he could refine over 1,000 furnaces of dragon blood pills. But there weren't that many auxiliary herbs left. At most, he could refine another 20 furnaces of dragon blood pills before running out, so he had to calculate carefully. Among the thousands of dragon blood flowers, there were 100 to 200 mid-rank flowers, 20 to 30 high-rank flowers, and only 2 extreme-rank flowers. In order to ensure that the medicinal effects were maximized, he directly used high-rank dragon blood flowers to refine the dragon blood pills this time. Refining the pill furnace, controlling the fire, carving the spirit array, adding the herbs. After an hour, the first furnace of dragon blood pills had been refined. The result was just so. For dragon blood pills were not too many, but the quality was much better than before. After all, these pills were refined from high-rank dragon blood flowers, so the previous ones couldn't be compared. Yang Kai's expression was calm as an ancient well. After calming himself down, he directly began refining the second furnace of spirit pills. Then the third furnace, the fourth furnace. Practice makes perfect, and the quality of the dragon blood pills refined after that seemed to have improved. By the time he reached the 10th furnace, he had produced 5 pills, which was 1 more than the previous furnace. This was a good improvement. 1 more dragon blood pill meant 1 more guarantee, so Yang Kai was naturally happy. However, 5 dragon blood pills seemed to be the limit. After refining 20 furnaces, the number of pills did not increase, but the quality of the dragon blood pills seemed to have reached a limit. The medicinal efficacies contained in these spirit pills were simply incomparable to the ones he refined at the beginning. Calming his mind, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and circulated his secret art to restore his strength. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and opened the furnace once again. He still had the last 2 batches of materials to refine the dragon blood pill, and these last 2 batches would naturally be refined with the 2 dragon blood flowers as the main ingredients. He had great expectations for these 2 batches of elixirs. All the procedures were easy to follow. After refining 20 furnaces of dragon blood pills, Yang Kai knew what to do even with his eyes closed. There was not the slightest mistake or flaw. When the first batch of spirit pills was refined, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. Putting away the spirit pills and taking a closer look, he suddenly beamed with joy. His luck was pretty good. He had used the dragon blood flower to refine a total of 6 spirit dawn, and 2 of them had even formed pill veins. These 2 spirit dawn were densely covered with veins, and they were extremely complex, just like the meridians of the human body. The value of a spirit pill with pill veins and a spirit pill without pill veins naturally could not be compared. This was also the standard to test whether an alchemy grandmaster was skilled or not. Although some alchemy grandmasters knew how to refine pills, they would never be able to refine a spirit pill with pill veins. This was because these alchemy grandmasters only followed the scriptures and did not have their own unique methods and insights. In other words, they did not have any spirituality when it came to alchemy and everything was very rigid. Yang Kai was naturally different from those alchemists. Simply sorting out his mood, Yang Kai opened the furnace again and prepared to refine the last batch of spirit pills. This time, his condition was even better than before. After the pills formed, Yang Kai did not need to carefully examine them. He knew that the results would not be worse than before. The result was as expected. Of the 6 spirit pills, 3 had formed pill veins. At this point, Yang Kai was finally done with his alchemy. If he were to include the dragon blood pills that he had refined previously, he had refined a total of 25 batches of spirit pills without a single failure. Such a result would probably be praised by the great emperors of wondrous pills. He had close to 100 dragon blood pills, each of which was better than the previous one. Among them, 5 had even formed pill veins. He admired his masterpiece for a while. Without stopping, Yang Kai began his alchemy grandmaster plan. With a low roar, his body suddenly expanded and became as tall as a mountain. Taking out a dragon blood pill, he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Yang Kai activated the dragon transformation skill and the dragon breath spread out. Just as Yang Kai was consuming dragon blood pills like eating candy, on a spirit island in the sea of the Dragon Palace. This spirit island was a little different from the other spirit islands. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the cold air was oppressive and the entire spirit island seemed to be frozen. There was even a thick layer of ice on the sea beside the island. This was actually an ice island. Everything on the ice island seemed to be frozen. There were no birds chirping or flowers fragrant. There was also no lush greenery. Other than the rich spiritual energy, the entire spirit island seemed to be filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura. It was extremely dull. Even in the dragon race, this ice island was not a place that could be approached casually. This was because this was the territory of the dragon race's second elder, Fu Sui. No matter which dragon race it was, no matter if it was the Fu faction or the Zhu faction, they were all in awe of the second elder. Especially after the incident that happened more than 10 years ago, this awe had almost increased to the level of fear. More than 10 years ago, the second elder had personally banished that person into the dragon tomb. In the entire dragon island, no one had the closest relationship with the second elder than her. The two of them were almost as close as mother and daughter. Even so, the second elder was merciless in his punishment. At that time, all the members of the dragon race knew that the second elder's iron blood was ruthless. At this very moment, Zhu Qing was under house arrest on this ice island. In the center of the ice island, there was a 10,000-year-old ice bed. Zhu Qing was sitting cross-legged. Her cultivation was suppressed and her dragon vein was sealed. The current Zhu Qing did not have the slightest bit of strength. Only her physical body was slightly stronger. However, under the erosion of this 10,000-year-old ice bed, her entire body would occasionally shiver. Her small face was pale, and the breath she exhaled was dense into fog. She knew that this was the punishment the second elder gave her, so she did not complain. She only silently endured it. Recalling the bits and pieces between her and Yang Kai, she felt a burst of pain in her heart. In this life, she did not know if she would have the chance to meet him again. She had fallen to such a state. Even if she had the chance in the future, she was afraid that she would not have the face to see him again. Before returning, she had already mentally prepared herself. She knew that the matter between her and Yang Kai would definitely be greatly hindered. However, she was part of the dragon race and had no choice but to return. If she really stubbornly stayed by Yang Kai's side, she would definitely cause a huge trouble for Yang Kai. Therefore, she returned to Dragon Island with the hope of persuading the second elder. She only has herself to blame. Second elder's figure disappeared from her sight and a bitter smile appeared on Zhu Qing's face. This time, she really realized second elder's heart of stone. She deliberately mentioned what happened more than 10 years ago, but it had no effect at all. Zhu Qing knew that she couldn't persuade second elder no matter what. A few li away, a well-built figure came up with a fawning smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings to second elder." Fu Ti frowned and looked at Fu Qi. "What are you doing here?" Fu Qi said carefully, "I came to see how Qing is doing." "You just met her, what did she say?" Fu Ti said, "Why do you care what she says, she will be yours in 10 days. Fu Qi chuckled, "That's right. Second elder, can I go in and see Qing? If I talk to her, she might change her mind. Her temper is not good now, if you go see her, it will only backfire." Fu Ti brushed past him and said, instead of spending time on her, you should prepare yourself. Yes. Fu Chi responded respectfully. After being rejected by second elder, he didn't dare to insist. He came here today to see if he could see Zhu Qing and see if her attitude had changed. But after hearing second elder's words, he immediately understood that Zhu Qing was still the same. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was from the dragon race, an 8th rank lightning dragon. How could he not be compared to a human? Not only did that bitch Zhu Qing reject the marriage arranged by the elders, she was still thinking about that human. That human seemed to be called Yang Kai. Fu Chi secretly remembered this name and prepared to find trouble with that Yang Kai when the time was right. He hated Yang Kai for taking Zhu Qing's virginity. Zhu Qing was different from Fu Ling. She had a good reputation on Dragon Island, and because of that, he liked Zhu Qing a lot. He had chased after Zhu Qing many times before, but he didn't manage to win her heart. He didn't expect that she would get together with a human after going out for a trip. This made Fu Chi feel hatred. But it didn't matter now. The wedding was in 10 days, and Zhu Qing would become his woman. Moreover, second elder seemed to have said that as long as he and Zhu Qing didn't give birth to a dragon child, he wouldn't release Zhu Qing's seal. So, even if Zhu Qing had a 9th order dragon vein now, he wasn't afraid. After the wedding, he could do whatever he wanted to her. Although there were many toys on the island, how could those ants compare to Zhu Qing? Fu Chi was looking forward to the wedding in 10 days. After hesitating on the ice island for a while, he immediately flew back to his spirit island. In order for the wedding to go on as scheduled, he had to ensure that the construction of the palace was completed. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with dragon pressure. Over 100 dragon blood pills had been consumed, and even the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were eaten clean. Now, only low-rank dragon blood flowers were left in his ring. Zhu Yan, who had been calm the entire time, finally looked up. After seeing the back of the figure blocking the front of the sedan, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Zhu Kong also had a surprised expression. Even if his cultivation was not bad, he was still a little confused at this moment. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai gently took a deep breath and looked at the person in the sedan with the red veil on her head. Reaching out, he gently smiled and said, "I've come to pick you up." With these words, everyone was shocked. The 300 cultivator all looked at Yang Kai's back in shock, crying out in grief in the depths of their hearts. What was this? Acting so presumptuously in front of more than a dozen members of the dragon race, and even saying such words to a dragon girl who was about to get married, this was crazy. If something similar happened in human territory, it would definitely be a case of bride kidnapping. But what kind of place was this? This was Dragon Island. Today was the wedding day of 2 members of the dragon race. This guy shouldn't have lost his mind, right? Had he brought the bride kidnapping to the dragon race? The group of dragon race cultivators had strange expressions. It was clear that they had not yet recovered. Fu Chi was the same. He still had not realized what the scene before him meant. But in the next moment, his face suddenly turned ashen. Because after that human said those words, Zhu Qing, who had been sitting in the sedan the entire time, suddenly trembled. Pulling off the red veil on her head, she looked forward in shock and cried out, "Why have you come?" She simply did not dare believe her eyes. Yang Kai had actually appeared before her. Looking at the face that she had been thinking about day and night, Zhu Qing even thought that she was dreaming for a moment. But the person before her was so real. That familiar aura and smell told her that this was not a dream. Yang Kai really came. He appeared in front of all the dragon race cultivators without any hesitation, and on such a day that made her despair. The person in front of her was like a burning sun, his bright light sweeping away the haze in her heart. "To pick you up." Yang Kai winked at her. Zhu Qing's eyes immediately reddened. She shook her head and said, "You shouldn't have come." She was happy, but more than that, she was worried for Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not come today, she would only be suffering alone. But since Yang Kai was here, how could he escape? The dragon race could not stand humiliation. After today, Yang Kai would most likely become the enemy of the entire dragon race. There was no hope for him to leave here alive. So it's like that. Yang Kai lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he turned around and said, "Then I'll be leaving." "You dare?" Zhu Qing panicked. She hurriedly stood up and rushed out. She grabbed his arm and glared at him as she said, "You're already here and you want to leave?" Yang Kai grinned, "It looks like you don't want to get married." "That's good." Zhu Qing grabbed his arm and her expression suddenly dimmed. "We'll die. In life, we'll share the same bed. In death, we'll share the same cave. That's not a bad thing." Zhu Qing's eyes were a bit wet. She leaned against him. In a short moment, she had thought it through. Yang Kai was already here, so it was not realistic for him to leave. The only thing she could do was to face the storm of the dragon race with him. She slowly turned her head and looked at her clansmen. She saw countless pairs of incredulous eyes. There were not many things in the world that could shock the dragon race, but the scene in front of them was definitely one of them. At the dragon race's wedding, there was actually someone who dared to steal the bride. The one stealing the bride was actually a human. Zhu Qing was actually very close to that human. The dragon race cultivators were all dumbfounded. If the dragon race was like this, then there was no need to mention the humans and beasts. They were all dumbfounded. Of the 300 cultivators that stayed to watch the ceremony, many of them did not like Yang Kai. After all, in the past month, they had worked hard, but Yang Kai did not need to do anything. Naturally, they felt that it was unfair. Only now did they realize that this person was so fierce. They did not know what kind of bear heart or leopard guts he ate to actually dare to steal the bride of the dragon race. Compared to this, what did the past month of slacking off count for? There were many strange things in the world, but today's matter was an eye-opener for everyone. Fu Qi's expression was especially ugly. The person he was going to marry was actually holding onto another man's arm, looking like they were in love. They even said that they would share the same bed if they were born, and share the same cave if they died. What did this put him in? Once this matter was out, no matter how it was resolved, he, Fu Qi, would lose face. Fu Ling had tried to persuade her several times before, but Zhu Qing did not move at all in the carriage, making him feel awkward. Instead, this human just said a few words, and Zhu Qing actually took the initiative to rush out. You dare to speak to me like this? Fu Qi's gaze turned sharp. What are you shouting for? Yang Kai's gaze was even fiercer than Fu Qi's. Qing, is speaking to you like this. So what? Brat, you're pushing your luck and don't know when to stop. You're courting death. When had Fu Qi ever been offended like this? In her anger, she could no longer hold it in and raised her hand to slap Yang Kai. Her palm instantly turned into ice crystals as if it was carved out of jade. The unparalleled ice laws turned into a whirlpool and swallowed Yang Kai. Her palm rapidly enlarged in front of Yang Kai's eyes as if it could cover the sky. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, "Is your dragon race going overboard, or am I pushing my luck?" While speaking, he pushed Zhu Qing away. Under everyone's flabbergasted gaze, he did not retreat and went straight for the second elder. Roar! At the same time as a furious roar was heard, Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded and turned into a huge monster that was 80 feet tall. There were short horns on his head and scales all over his body. His flesh and blood wriggled rapidly and a series of crackling sounds came from his bones. His hands also suddenly turned into sharp dragon claws. Unparalleled dragon's aura spread out and 2 streams of boiling hot air came out from his nostrils. Dragon transformation secret art. A series of exclamations sounded. Many members of the dragon race were dumbfounded. Dragon transformation secret art was the dragon race's secret art. They were naturally familiar with it, but it was also the first time they saw someone use dragon transformation secret art to such an extent. A body of 80 feet, even though it was only half a dragon's body, it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression, especially that dragon's breath that was incomparably pure. The suppression of a rank 9 dragon vein against a rank 8 dragon vein was not too harsh. If they really fought head-on, Fu Qi would be able to hold on for a while. However, Zhu Qing was already prepared and took the initiative. Now, she could completely control Fu Qi's life and death. Everyone's expressions were brilliant in an instant. The scene in front of them was really strange. Today was supposed to be the wedding day of Fu Qi and Zhu Qing. They were wearing bright red clothes for both days. They should be a pair in heaven and a pair on earth, but at this very moment, the bride was actually looking like she wanted to kill the groom. This scene was very awkward no matter how one looked at it. Zhu Qing did not answer. All of her attention was placed on Fu Qi. "Your seal has actually been undone." Zhu Kong frowned, feeling a little incredulous. When did this happen? It had to be known that Zhu Qing's dragon vein had been suppressed and her cultivation had been sealed. However, looking at her now, she did not look like she had been suppressed or sealed at all. She had clearly recovered, which was why she was able to catch them off guard. So that's how it is. A look of understanding flashed through Zhu Yan's eyes. He was secretly shocked as he looked at Yang Kai, who was holding his chest and shaking his head as he flew back. "Look at what you've done." Fu Qi angrily glared at Yang Kai and shouted. There was no reason for Zhu Qing's seal to be undone inexplicably. From beginning to end, only Yang Kai had come into contact with Zhu Qing. If there was anyone who could unseal Zhu Qing without anyone noticing, it could only be Yang Kai. How could he have this kind of ability? That seal was something that she had personally used. You guys are allowed to do this, but this young master is not allowed to do it? What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai's expression was a little ferocious. There was still some golden blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean. His chest had also not completely recovered and was still somewhat caved in. Fu Qi's palm strike had not been easy to bear. Even if it did not take his life, it had shaken his blood and qi, causing several of his bones to break. His 80-meter-tall figure stepped through the air and stood in front of Zhu Qing like a small mountain, facing the pressure of the three great elders of the dragon race head-on. Seeing that he was full of energy and was not seriously injured, Zhu Qing, who had been on tenterhooks, finally breathed a sigh of relief, her nervous expression becoming much calmer. Qing did well. Yang Kai praised without even turning his head. In the end, they were husband and wife and had a tacit understanding. He did not have time to explain his plan to Zhu Qing in detail, but Zhu Qing had still made the most correct choice at the crucial moment. Creating a diversion. Zhu Kong raised her eyebrows. She also wanted to understand what had happened in that short moment. Dragon's punishment. Many members of the dragon race were shocked, and their bodies turned cold, as though their blood had frozen. After the death of a dragon race member, their origin would not disappear, but would return to the dragon's tomb and turn into a chaotic origin power. When a female dragon was pregnant, the dragon race would hold a ceremony to communicate with the dragon's tomb, allowing the origin power in the dragon's tomb to be transferred to the new baby. In other words, although the death of a dragon race member was a loss, it did not destroy their foundation. However, if their origin was destroyed, everything would turn to dust. This was also the reason why the dragon race had always been rare, but not extinct. Every dragon race member that died would leave behind their origin, contributing their last bit of strength to the continuation of the dragon race. Losing a part of their origin might mean that there would be one less dragon race in the future. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.